Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. We give the call to the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the 34th report of the Petitions Committee for the 47th Parliament, together with 44 petitions and 13 ministerial responses to petitions previously presented. It's not unusual for petitions to come forward reflecting concern for people overseas. Several of the petitions being presented today express a desire to improve a situation for people who live in other countries. For example, one petition relates to concerns held for minority communities in Bangladesh, and another relates to academic freedom in Nicaragua. Other petitions cover aspects of the current conflict in the Middle East, with one also requesting support to address anti-Semitism within Australia. The range of other petition topics today includes psoriatic arthritis and the National Disability Insurance Scheme, maintenance of a navigable channel on the Murray River, concerns about strata management and hands-free citizen band or CB radios in vehicles. Also included a request to release the sealed findings of the Royal Commission into the Robo-Debt scheme, to reverse the approval for Melbourne Airport's third runway, and to release an individual from immigration detention. The subjects mentioned refer to some of the many matters of importance to members of Australian society. Each bundle of petitions that I present to this House contains both petitions on recurring themes and petitions on new topics, stemming from the experiences or knowledge of individuals, families and communities from around our country. I thank the House.
I call the clerk.
Committee and delegation business, presentation and statements. Number 1, Standing Committee on Procedure.
I give the call to the honourable member for Blair.
Speaker, on behalf of the Standing Committee on Procedure, I present the committee's report entitled Maintenance of the Standing and Session Orders, together with the minutes of proceedings. Speaker, on behalf of the Standing Committee on Procedure, I present the committee's report entitled Maintenance of the Standing and Session Orders, together with the minutes of the proceedings. The inquiry into the maintenance of standing and sessional orders has become standard practice each Parliament. It provides an opportunity for the committee to consider how the standing and sessional orders have operated over the Parliament, the functioning of the House and what could be improved. The report makes 5 recommendations, including on matters specific to this Parliament, as well as issues considered in previous procedure committee reports. There were several changes made to the standing orders at the start of this Parliament, including the introduction of Sessional Order 65A, which enables crossbench members to receive the call in accordance with the relative size of the crossbench this Parliament. The committee considers this sessional order outlines a sensible approach that has worked well and has recommended its adoption as a standing order that is updated at the start of each Parliament to account for the membership of the House. Relatedly, given the increase in the number of divisions called with between 4 and 10 members on one side this Parliament, the committee recommends amending Standing Order 127 from 4 or fewer to 10 or fewer members on one side. We think this change will support a more expeditious and efficient Parliament. Speaker, committees play an important role in the work of the Parliament. However, the committee heard that some members of Parliament are stretched thin over several committees. A member could more meaningfully contribute to their committee work if they served on fewer committees. Accordingly, we have recommended the House consider reducing the number of committees. The committee also considered the evolution of the Federation Chamber since its first was introduced 30 years ago. In our view, minor cosmetic changes would help to enhance the status of the Federation Chamber for members and the public without adding significant additional costs. Finally, the report has recommended revisiting some recommendations from the committee's report, A Window on the House, regarding question time. The committee has drawn on this comprehensive report, tabled in 2021 by the Procedure Committee, including the then Chair, the member for Bonner, Mr Ross Vasta MP, and the then Deputy Chair, member for Oxley, the now Speaker, the Honourable Milton Dick MP, revisiting some recommendations that have not been implemented by the House. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank members who made a submission, who met with the committee to express their views, experiences and insight on areas for improvement. I'd like to also conclude by thanking the Deputy Chair, member for Bonner, and his fellow colleagues, as well as my colleagues on my side of the chamber, for the collaborative approach to the consideration of these matters, and I commend the report to the House.
I thank the member for Blair. I'll give the call to the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 1. Abolition of Special Prospecting Authorities Ocean Protection Bill 2024.
The call to the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the Abolition of Special Prospecting Authorities Ocean Protection Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Gas Storage Act 2006 and for related purposes.
Give the call to the member for Kooyong.
I move that this bill now be read a second time. Mr Speaker, Victoria's Otway Basin is a 500-kilometre long stretch of seafloor which is in places 5,000 metres deep. In recent years, the Otway Basin has repeatedly been subjected to seismic blasting, a significant environmental insult which has been insufficiently regulated and monitored by successive federal governments. This private members' bill aims to halt the issuing of special prospecting authorities, or SPAs. These are licences issued at nominal cost to overseas companies to enable their repeated, uncontrolled and essentially unsupervised seismic blasting of our unique and our irreplaceable marine environment. Seismic blasting blasts the seafloor with high-powered air guns every 10 to 15 seconds, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for weeks or months at a time, to map offshore oil and gas reserves and to identify sites for carbon capture and storage. These blasts reach more than 250 decibels. They can be louder than the detonations of atomic bombs. They injure and they kill marine wildlife. At the northern end of that Otway Basin, the Bonnie upwelling pushes cold water onto the coastal fringe. This attracts an extraordinary variety of sea life. Blue whales, southern right whales and humpbacks, pygmy whales, orcas, dolphins and porpoises. All are sonar-dependent cetaceans which can be rendered helpless by the violent sound pollution of seismic blasting. Blasting also destroys zooplankton and phytoplankton. It endangers food sources for the whole marine ecosystem. The fishing industry is vital for the Colac Otway community. It reliably sees decreased catch rates of commercially fished species, including rock lobster, crab and tuna, after blasting has occurred in the area. On one occasion, whiting catch rates at lake's entrance during local seismic testing fell 99.5%, while the flathead catch declined at the same time by 71%. Community members from Kooyong and beyond have come to me with their concerns over the extent and repetition of ongoing fossil fuel exploration off our coasts. In recent years, tens of thousands of Australians have rallied, they've petitioned and they've made submissions regarding their opposition to repeated seismic blasting of our oceans. In Victoria, communities have been concerned about two particularly egregious proposals for seismic blasting in the Otway Basin. One from TGS SLB Schlumberger involved over 77,000 square metres and 2 Commonwealth marine parks. It was the subject of more than 30,000 complaints to the toothless offshore regulator NOPSEMA. Almost 20,000 of those complaints were from supporters of the Australian Marine Conservation Society. Thanks to concerted campaigning by AMCS and by other community groups, that proposal was recently cancelled. But CGG is now seeking an SPA permit for blasting just off the coast of Warrnambool. This is Southern Right Whale Migration Route Zone. It's a zone for Australian sea lion feeding grounds, and it's where little penguins forage. Speaker, SPAs are additional to the usual government releases of coastal sea waters for oil and gas exploration. They bypass the government scrutiny and the community consultation which is required for offshore title releases. For the derisory fee of $8,250, companies can gain approval to blast a seabed site for up to 180 days at a time. There is little, if any, supervision of their activities. The permits can be renewed multiple times within a single exploration project. When it considers SPA applications, NOPSEMA doesn't have to look at the past conduct of the proponents, including any of their possible criminal breaches. It doesn't have to look at their financial capacity or their experience. Every application is assessed in isolation. The past or cumulative effect on the ocean health of blasting projects is not considered at the time of permit approvals. Also excluded from consideration is the effect on Aboriginal cultural heritage sites on sea country. This approach is negligent of ecological, environmental and cultural concerns. Seismic blasting is undertaken for 3 reasons: to find oil and gas under the seabed, to identify potential sites for carbon capture and storage, and to assess the effectiveness of any carbon capture and storage projects. Oil and gas developments produce harmful emissions. They have the potential for catastrophic blowout or spill. They employ few locals and they send our profits and our energy overseas. This government should commit to no new oil or gas projects. It should not permit speculative exploration for them with its concomitant ecological and environmental costs. Carbon capture and storage remains an illusory means of offsetting carbon emissions. It has never achieved its target at scale. It is a risky technology, firstly because of its false proposition of emissions reduction, which is used as a justification for locking in the continued extraction of fossil fuels, but also because there are risks from carbon capture and storage itself. In a marine setting, dissolved carbon dioxide leaking from subseabed sites acidifies water. This asphyxiates marine life. Aquatic ecosystems are also threatened by the physical disturbance of drilling, of laying pipelines, and of seismic events, subsidence and displacement of aquifers during or after CO2 injection. Sea dumping is aquatic vandalism. It is the more shameful for its secrecy. Our environmental protections are grossly inadequate when, for a derisory fee, an area of seabed the size of Tasmania can be made available to overseas firms for a speculative form of environmental vandalism. This is a process which inflicts auditory violence on our marine life. Speaker, the people of Australia want no new fossil fuel projects off our beautiful coastlines. We implore the government to accept this bill to abolish special prospecting authority permits. It would be an important step towards protecting our marine life, our coastal communities and our fishing industries, and the health of our oceans. I commend it to the House.
Is the motion second? I give the call to the member for Bass.
I second the motion, Speaker. Seismic testing is not new, but its application in the marine environment is increasingly controversial and disputed. As is often the case in recent years, more research has been undertaken to more closely examine its effects, and I acknowledge that more research is needed still. However, evidence is now emerging that seismic surveys are having a damaging effect on marine life, with recent studies by IMAS in the Bass Strait, north of my electorate, showing severe impacts on scallops with up to 4 times higher death rates and a range of other sublethal effects, including altered behaviour, impaired physiology and a disrupted immune system. Likewise, research by IMAS has shown that seismic blasting is having seriously damaging impacts on rock lobster populations, both in the Bass Strait and in Western Australia, and on krill populations. And much of the opposition to the practice is now coming from the fishing industry, who are joining community and conservation organisations which have shown there is a declining social licence for more social blasting and the SPA permits that are attached to them in our ocean, and that it is time for reform. As we've heard, SPAs are a quick and cheap way of bypassing the usual annual permit, and they don't consider that cumulative impact of multiple projects on ocean ecosystems and marine life. Companies are not assessed as to their fitness and proper standing or their criminal history as part of the decision-making process because of exemptions under Section 695YB of the Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Gas Storage Act. This means also that companies who are being investigated for breaching the conditions of a previous SPA aren't excluded from applying for new permits. Data collection. Companies can sell the survey data they collect from seismic blasting conducted under an SPA permit to the open market to anyone prepared to purchase the data. And the information is held by the company owning the data for up to 15 years as commercial in confidence, which is one of the reasons why we see so many companies bidding to conduct seismic blasting over the same areas within a year or two of each other, double dipping on profits by collecting the same mapping of what lies below the sea floor at the expense of marine life. A moratorium on seismic blasting in our oceans, in keeping with the recommendation of the 2022 Making Waves Senate inquiry, is needed, and urgent action should be undertaken to reform this system to remove the 15-year commercial in confidence clause and make all seismic data available to be reprocessed and available on the Geoscience Australia site, removing the need for more seismic blasting exploration projects in our ocean. It is time to press pause and take another look, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The time allocated for this debate has now expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the date will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 2, requiring energy infrastructure providers to obtain Rehabilitation Bonds Bill 2024.
The call to the member for Nichols.
Mr Speaker, I present the Requiring Energy Infrastructure Providers to Obtain Rehabilitation Bonds Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk.
It's not the bill, I need the bill. First reading, a bill for an act to support rehabilitation of the environment affected by electricity projects and for related purposes.
The call to the member for Nichols.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Thank you, Mr Speaker. The proposed bill aims to require energy operators to obtain rehabilitation bonds for wind and solar projects, similar to existing requirements in the mining sector. Regional communities are bearing the brunt of the renewable energy rollout, and certainty is needed for the end-of-life rehabilitation of onshore wind and solar farms. While there are differences in the specific rehabilitation processes for wind and solar projects, the proposed legislation aims to ensure responsible decommissioning and site restoration for both types of renewable energy infrastructure, and this approach aligns with existing practices in the mining industry and may help address community concerns about the long-term impacts of these projects on the Australian landscape. The measure is designed to ensure responsible decommissioning and rehabilitation of renewable energy sites, addressing community concerns and strengthening social licence for these projects. The bill will help improve the quality of project proponents in the renewable energy sector by setting higher standards for the commitment to rehabilitation.
And while some may argue that this could dampen investment in renewable energy, it aligns with the existing practices in the mining industry and may ultimately strengthen progress towards renewable energy goals by addressing the very real social licence concerns that are out there across regional Australia, including electorates like mine. Australia needs to add at least 6 gigawatts of utility-scale generation annually if it's going to meet the federal government's target of 82% renewables by 2030. And that requires building about 40 wind turbines every month and about 22,000 solar panels every day. And as at the end of Q3 2024, 45.6 gigawatts of new capacity was progressing through the connection process from application to commissioning, a 36% increase compared to the end of Q3 2023. Now, the rehabilitation task for renewable energy projects over the coming decades is significant, considering that there's rapid growth in the sector. Wind turbines typically have a lifespan of 20 to 25 years, while solar panels can last 25 to 30 years. Wind turbine blades are particularly difficult to recycle due to their composite materials. Beneath the towers are underground cables, hard standing areas and mass gravity concrete footing, as well as kilometres of formed access tracks. Solar panels contain valuable materials like silicon, silver and copper, but also hazardous substances that require careful handling. Current recycling capabilities in Australia are limited, with most end-of-life solar panels being sent to landfill. Research is ongoing to improve recycling technologies and develop more sustainable materials for renewable energy infrastructure and improvements in recycling. Now, there are some state and territory policies on decommissioning and rehabilitation. In Victoria, the government requires wind farm operators to submit decommissioning and rehabilitation plans as part of the permits. South Australia, the state's Hydrogen and Renewable Energy Act includes licensing, reporting and provisions for decommissioning and site rehabilitation. New South Wales has the large-scale solar energy guidelines, and Queensland, the former Labor government, released a draft renewables regulatory framework. But what we're worried about is that companies will set up renewable energy projects without the proper funds held in trust or in a bond to decommission them. And if those companies don't have, for example, go bankrupt or don't exist or sell, then at the end of life, those renewable energy projects could just be sitting there, a scar on the landscape, and causing all sorts of problems because there is no decommissioning facility available. The Minerals Council of Australia has given some advice on rehabilitation bonds in their industry. Companies are required to lodge cash bonds, unconditional financial institution guarantees or non-refundable contributions to pooled funds. This does not remove the obligation for companies to rehabilitate lands. Bonds are only used in the unlikely event that those obligations cannot be met. And companies are required to provide detailed operational plans that include careful estimates of rehabilitation costs. They're regularly reviewed in line with changes in the mine plan, new information and improved rehabilitation techniques. So what we're trying to do, eminently sensible legislation exists within the mining sector. If someone wants to set up a mine, that's good, but they need to make sure that they have the resources to decommission that mine at the end of its life. We want to transfer that principle to renewable energy projects for the benefit of the Australian landscape, the environment, and the people who live in regional Australia. And other countries with more mature renewable industries are tackling these end-of-life issues. Denmark has established the regulations requiring wind farm operators to decommission turbines and restore sites at the end of their operational life. And the Danish Energy Agency oversees decommissioning processes and ensures compliance. In France, they require financial guarantees before commissioning. The amount set aside must be updated every 5 years to ensure it covers the cost of decommissioning and rehabilitation in the event the operator defaults. The United States have various regulations, but for example in California, solar project developments must submit a decommissioning plan and financial assurances as part of getting the permit. In the United Kingdom, there are legal frameworks governing the decommissioning of onshore wind and solar projects. They rely heavily on planning commissions set by local authorities. The financial security mechanisms are less stringent compared to offshore projects, with no mandatory requirement set aside for funds for specifically for decommissioning. And we want to avoid that situation here in Australia. Mr. Speaker, there's a rapid renewable energy rollout in parts of regional Australia. It affects the people who live out there, and a lot of the proponents of renewable energy in this place seem to think of those people out there, and they don't really matter about what's happening to their landscape and what's happening to their communities. But I think we should give more focus to those people for whom these renewable energy projects affect. This bill goes towards that by ensuring that people who are setting up these renewable energy projects put in trust or in bonds or other financial mechanisms the funds required to decommission at the end of life. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Is the motion second? Give the call to the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to second this motion brought forward by the member for Nichols in respect to the renewable energy industry and how it will make provisions for the rehabilitation, the decommissioning and the disposal of renewable energy projects Australia-wide. So there is a big question over renewable energy in respect to the future. Who is going to rehabilitate, who is going to dispose, and who is going to make sure that those monies are available at some point in time in the future? And the big question is, what will it all cost? Now, I would suggest that it will be an enormous amount of money. And to use some figures that we know of in the construction of these projects, I will use those for an example. We know Lotus Creek up in central Queensland is a wind turbine proposal that is a $1.3 billion project. It is 46 turbines. That 46 into 1.3 is approximately $28 million per turbine. These companies are fragmenting the last big stands of remnant vegetation up and down the east coast of the Great Dividing Range in Queensland. So the question is, what will it cost to re-establish that, to rehabilitate it, to dispose of it and so forth? Now, it will amount to into the billions, I would suggest. And there is absolutely no guarantee that the companies that are putting forward these projects will even exist in 20, 25 years' time or so forth. So this bill goes somewhat to addressing those issues. We know that there are some 21,000 wind turbine projects that are proposed and are in some form of scrutiny from both state and federal governments as we speak. If you take a nominal figure, given the $1.3 billion Lotus Creek project in Queensland, and just use a nominal figure of $20 million per turbine, we're talking something in the vicinity of $500 billion to establish wind turbines alone. So the big question is, what will it take to pull them all down, dispose of them, rehabilitate them and so forth? And the numbers are enormous. In Queensland, we know that all of these projects, wind and solar and so forth, are attached to the land tenure of the people that control the land. So the question again, will these people that have accepted responsibility for these things, accepted payment, will they be held to account? These are questions that have yet to be answered with any sort of reasonability. So this bill, proposed again by the member for Nichols, goes some way to addressing those issues into the future, and I fully support the bill.
The question is the bill be now read a second time. The time allocated for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. Call to the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 3. Anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing amendment, making gambling businesses accountable Bill 2024.
We call to the honourable member for Clark.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I present the Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financing Amendment, Making Gambling Businesses Accountable Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to regulate suspicious gambling activities and for related purposes.
And the member for Clark has the call.
Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. Speaker, I move Speaker, this bill will ensure gambling companies are held accountable for the misery they inflict on thousands of Australians by preventing them from profiting from illegal behaviour. Quite simply, the bill puts a positive obligation on gambling companies to report to AUSTRAC if they have reason to suspect a person is paying for a gambling service with money they've obtained illegally. Where a gambler has paid for a gambling service using funds they did obtain illegally, the bill enables the federal court to order the gambling company to compensate the injured party for damage or loss suffered. This will prevent gambling companies from profiting from the misfortune of others and facilitate a remedy for the victim of the original theft. Deputy Speaker, Australians continue to be the world's biggest gambling losers per capita. Indeed, according to the latest figures from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, Australians lose more than $25 billion each year on gambling. And it's getting worse, particularly online, with data in the Standing Committee on Social Policy and Legal Affairs report, You Win Some, You Lose More, Online Gambling and its Impacts on Those Experiencing Gambling Harm, suggesting that participation of Australians in online gambling increased from 12.6% in 2010-11 to 30.7% in 2019. Moreover, recent survey findings from the Australian Gambling Research Centre show that around 3/4, or 73%, of Australian adults gambled at least once in the last 12 months, and almost 2 in 5, or 38%, gambled at least weekly. And among those who gambled, 46% were classified as being at risk of gambling harm in just the past 12 months. Deputy Speaker, the figures of gambling addiction are well documented and well known, but it's important not to forget the human impact that gambling addiction has. Indeed, I've heard countless stories from people right around the country about the toll it has on people's finances, relationships, employment and mental well-being, and in hundreds of cases leading to suicide. And of course, gambling addiction is second only to drug addiction as a reason for crime, which is where this bill comes in. Speaker, the bill was developed in consultation with Gavin Fenneff, a former financial advisor who defrauded 12 of his clients, stealing amounts ranging from $60,000 to $745,000. In total, Gavin lost $8 million, including $3.3 million of his clients' money, through gambling, and he is now in jail serving a 9-year sentence. Now, Gavin understands he did the wrong thing and takes full responsibility for his actions. But he is not the only one to blame, considering the predatory behaviour of 3 of Australia's largest betting companies who cynically exploited Gavin's gambling addiction. First, there was Tabcorp, where Gavin was quickly promoted to VIP status, assigned a personal customer service manager and offered special treatment, including events, experiences and bonus money to bet with. And no wonder, because Gavin was gambling and losing big time. Indeed, from September 2016 to June 2018, there were 194 times when he deposited $10,000 or more into his TAB account, and 23 times when he made a withdrawal of more than $10,000 from his account, 10 of which were for $50,000. But as Gavin continued to lose money and more money, rather than offering him support, Tabcorp fuelled his growing addiction with bonus money and tickets to sporting events to encourage his gambling. And all the while, Tabcorp never intervened, Deputy Speaker. They never asked Gavin for proof of funds, never asked for proof of income, and never showed the slightest interest in where all the money was coming from. When they finally did intervene, it was, of course, too late, and Gavin had lost almost $4 million. But then, in proof that the industry is systemically and culturally rotten to the core, just 3 weeks after Tabcorp froze his account, Gavin was contacted out of the blue by representatives from Ladbrokes who offered to sign him up with a superior experience, including thousands of dollars in bonus bets. When Gavin disclosed that his Tabcorp account had been frozen, the Ladbrokes representative facilitated an account under a false name. He was never asked for identification nor again asked for any proof of income. But that wasn't to be the end of it, because then along came BetEasy, which is now merged with and is part of Sportsbet. A few months after signing with Ladbrokes, where he had lost close to $700,000, Gavin was contacted, again out of the blue, by gambling company BetEasy, who set up an account for Gavin and gave him $50,000 in free bonus bets. which he lost within the space of 45 minutes. Speaker, over the next 16 months, Gavin lost approximately $3.6 million with BetEasy. And again, BetEasy never asked him for proof of income and only checked his identification in the last 2 months of his gambling with that company. Which brings me back to this bill and the undeniable fact that these companies knew or should have known that Gavin's gambling was suspicious, yet they deliberately targeted him for his addiction, and, Deputy Speaker, that should be a crime. So what about the victims' money? Well, 2 of the companies have kept all the stolen money they received from Gavin, and one of the companies gave just a portion back to the victims, which is obviously not acceptable, but which is all the evidence we need to show that gambling companies should be required by law to return the stolen money to the victims, and that the federal court should have the power to order them to do so. Constructively, this is a view shared by several independent colleagues in the states and territories who are progressing similar bills in their parliaments and assemblies. In other words, Deputy Speaker, change is coming, and the parasites in the gambling industry need to get out of the way, while the Labor, Liberal and National parties need to get on board, because anything less will just go to show how the industry really are parasites and how the government and opposition really don't give a toss about gambling addiction. I now invite the member for Mayo, who is seconding this bill for the 3rd time, I would add, to contribute to the debate in my remaining time. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Is the motion seconded?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I second the motion and would like to commend the member for Clark for never giving up on this issue, despite what has often been, a very disappointing response from several governments. Australians now lose $32 billion every year, more than any other nation on a per capita basis. And many vulnerable members of our community are now having gambling shoved down their throats through aggressive marketing, and we're not doing anything about that either. The ABC reported in July 2024 that before being convicted of stealing $400,000 from her employer to feed her gambling addiction, Carolyn Crawford, aged 64, had never had so much as a parking fine. She was jailed for 18 months. Had the operators been required to undertake due diligence, they may have ascertained that her income was insufficient to cover such losses, or at least to compensate her employer. Apparently, 3/4 of women in prison with Carolyn are also there as a result of gambling addiction. What a waste. Existing laws make it an offence to deal with money which a recipient ought reasonably to have suspected to be the proceeds of crime. However, existing regulators have been slow to use their powers to claw back proceeds of crime from those who benefit. This bill imposes an obligation for gambling companies to notify AUSTRAC if they suspect a person is paying for a gambling service with money obtained illegally. If they do not, the federal court will be able to order the company to compensate for the injured party's loss. That will at least give those harmed some sort of recourse. We are still waiting, Deputy Speaker, for the government to properly respond to the recommendations under what we all know as the Murphy Report. 19 months after it's handed down, we still really appear to be no further. And so I truly commend the member for Clark on this bill and all of the work he has done in this parliament and parliaments before with respect to gambling harm. What we know with gambling companies is that they should have known, both in the case of Gavin Furness or in the case that I just spoke about, they should have known that funds that were being gambled were the proceeds of crime. And how come in every other aspect we go very hard on those who benefit who from the proceeds of crime, but we don't seem to be doing that on gambling companies? I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
I thank the member for Mayo. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 4, Lobbying, Improving Government Honesty and Trust Bill 2024.
And I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Lobbying, Improving Government Honesty and Trust Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the member for Kooyong. Sorry.
Sorry, Deputy Speaker. I move...
Sorry,
oh, no,
the
sorry,
clerk.
sorry. Yep.
First reading, a bill for an act to establish a scheme to promote and enhance transparency, integrity and honesty in dealings between lobbyists and government representatives and for related purposes.
Call the member for Kooyong.
I move that this bill now be read a second time. Deputy Speaker, a year ago I stood in this place and I introduced my Lobbying, Improving Government Honesty and Trust Bill. In the last year, little has changed for the good in the halls and chambers of this place. Trust in government continues to fall. The public believes us less and less. The major parties seem to work together only when colluding against their rivals. Democracy is under threat globally in what we acknowledge is a post-truth world. Speaker, we can combat cynicism and disbelief only by committing to openness, to a radical form of transparency. In the words of Woodrow Wilson, our government should be all outside, no inside. In a democracy, the rights of bodies to make representations to government, to have access to and an impact on policy making, it's fundamental to the proper conduct of public life and the development of sound policy. However, lobbying activities lead to corruption, where they prompt decision-making which is not merit-based, honest and transparent. The existing Federal Code of Conduct, Lobbying Code of Conduct aims to ensure that contact between lobbyists and government representatives is conducted in accordance with public expectations of transparency, integrity and honesty. But that code is toothless and it has failed. It is too limited. It does not engender transparency and it is unenforced. Nothing has changed in the last 12 months. Commercial lobbying is a multi-million-dollar industry in Australia, but the public registry applies only to third-party lobbyists who are paid professionals engaged by clients to influence public officials on their behalf. It doesn't include in-house lobbyists who are employed within an entity purely to undertake that role. So it applies to only 20% of the lobbyists who roam our corridors, who knock on our doors and who seek to influence our decisions. The other 80%, who knows? The register as it stands does not include company executives, NGOs, not-for-profits, charities, think tanks, research centres, religious organisations, trade unions and other bodies. On the 17th of November 2024, the register included 727 third-party lobbyists. About 40% of them were former politicians, ministerial advisors or senior public servants. So, given that that's 20% of the lobbyists in this place, we know that there are well over 3,500 lobbyists regularly walking the halls of the Australian Parliament. We need to regulate lobbying for three reasons. The first is to prevent corrupt behaviour by lobbyists and by public officials. Cash for access, cash for comment, cash for approvals. The second is to ensure fairness in decision-making by stopping secret influences by vested interests. The third is to ensure that all government decisions are honest, transparent and merit-based. But the lobbying of enforcement codes in this country has been dismal. The current code meets only one of the 10 principles for transparency and integrity in lobbying, which have been set down by the Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development. Suggestions that the code needs to be better enforced have been actively rebuffed by successive governments of both stripes. We need an independent regulator which will administer a strong legislative scheme, not a complacent and conflicted government which is waving an administrative framework with the cohesion and the effectiveness of a wet tissue. Australia remains behind the UK, Canada and the US. They have already legislated strong integrity frameworks, the power of which includes their scope, post-employment restrictions, penalties, independence of the administrative entity and transparency both of monitoring and of public reporting. All of those are addressed in this bill. It includes provision for a new publicly accessible online lobbyist register, which will include all lobbyists. It requires lobbyists to lodge online quarterly returns, reporting who they've met with, for how long, where and why. Ministers will publish their diaries online too, so that we can cross-compare and we can verify that reporting. The bill also mandates a longer post-employment prohibition. Ministers and senior staff would be banned from working as lobbyists for 3 years after they leave Parliament. It would legislate a register of senior government appointments so we actually know who is working where and when, both during and after their time in this place. At this point, we have no online record or open record of senior government appointments in Parliament House. The bill would regulate enforceability. It would include fines and bans for lobbyists who breach the bill. Rather than a self-regulated code bedevilled by intrinsic and systemic conflict of interest, the code would be independently enforced by the Independent Integrity Commission. It would be a code in which Australians could trust. Deputy Speaker, we have to hold public officials to a high standard of integrity. When they leave public office, officials shouldn't be able to use their insider knowledge for personal gain or for the commercial benefit of their new employer. And they shouldn't be making decisions prior to leaving office which might advance that employer to be. And yet we have seen, time and time again, the revolving door, the golden escalator, between this House and industry, with ministers and public servants accepting lucrative private sector jobs with unseemly haste immediately upon leaving Parliament. Speaker, sunlight is the best medicine. And it is time to shine a light on the halls of this place, to illuminate the workings of the light on the hill. We need to know who has the ears of our politicians, and we need to stop Canberra's revolving door. Australians deserve to be able to trust their government. In this 47th Parliament, the Albanese government has not brought a single private member's bill to this House for debate. I hope that this will be the first. This bill is an important contribution to the restoration of integrity and transparency to this place, and so I commend it to the House.
I thank the member for Kooyong. Is the motion seconded?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The motion is seconded. I am proud to second this bill from the member for Kooyong today to bring transparency to lobbying practices in federal politics. Lobbying is all about influence, access and advocacy. On the face of it, that shouldn't be a bad thing in politics. It's an expected part of the work of MPs, governments and stakeholders to seek to advocate for special policy responses for investment in programs or infrastructure. But where it becomes a problem is when people seek to exert undue influence, to use special access to get those results, particularly in ways which subvert decisions in favour of particular interests in contradiction to the public interest. Now, we already have some measures in place to keep track of lobbying efforts, as the member for Kooyong says, but these are piecemeal and provide no actual transparency when it really matters. As the member said, the existing lobbyist register lists 727 registered lobbyists, but they're but 20% of the actual number of people who walk these halls. It doesn't include those who are internal lobbyists, government relations officials and others. More than 2,000 people hold orange lobbyist passes, giving them access to this building. That's many, many more than 727 on the register. And that's just one example of the massive gap between what we know and what is actually happening. This bill would help fill in the gaps about what we know. It would mean we'd have much better visibility over lobbying activities that are occurring right now. We would know who gets unfettered access to this building, the People's Building, and who is giving them that access. We would know who ministers are meeting with and when they're meeting, who is influencing decisions before those decisions are made. It would also stop the revolving door between lobbying and government, preventing former ministers and their staff from becoming lobbyists for up to 3 years after leaving the Parliament, to stop that special insider knowledge that is then used for measures other than for the public good. And this is a vital part of the integrity framework we need to strengthen our democracy. Too often, we're left questioning whether the decisions made by those in power are made for the right reasons. Is it a decision made or not made because of who's had the minister's ear, or is it being made truly in the public interest? I want to have faith that decisions are being made properly, but too often I and the general public are left with nothing but doubt, and doubt fosters mistrust. We need to strengthen our democracy. The member for Kooyong has given us a solution. Let's debate this bill and clean up politics in Australia.
I thank the member for Indi. The question is the bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 5. Housing Legislation Amendment, Fair Share for Regional Housing Bill 2024.
And I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Housing Legislation Amendment, Fair Share for Regional Housing Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Housing Australia Act 2018 and Housing Australia Future Fund Act 2023 and for related purposes.
Call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill now be read a second time. 2024 is drawing to a close, yet the housing crisis continues unabated in Australia. Right across the nation, including in regional areas, housing is less affordable and harder to find than at any other point in our lifetimes. Housing prices continue to grow and the average home now costs 16 times the average annual income. Renters are applying for 10, 20 or 50 properties without success because in many towns vacancy rates are well below 1%. For an average aged care worker, it would take up to 19 years to save for a home deposit. For a childcare worker, some of our most underpaid and undervalued workers, this figure is an astonishing 30 years. How can it have gotten to this? The sad reality is that for an entire generation of Australians, home ownerships or even a secure rental feels out of reach and unattainable. The simple and sad fact is that hard work and home ownership have become disconnected in this country. Whereas it used to be that anyone with a decent job could buy a home, it's now your parents' wealth that often determines your chances of home ownership. As a regional independent, I also know that the housing crisis is experienced differently in the regions. In my electorate of Indi, I've heard from a family of 5 on 2 good incomes crammed into a 2-bedroom unit. I hear from key workers in teaching, healthcare or construction who can't take up vital jobs in our regions because there's simply nowhere to live. We know young couples right across Australia are putting off having children because of the lack of affordable and secure housing. The situation in the regions is dire. One woman told my office recently that we are trapped in a constant cycle. We'll never be able to give our kids stability or a permanent home. Unfortunately, I'm concerned the government doesn't fully realise what the housing crisis looks like in regional Australia. Despite more than $30 billion in new housing commitments, as this government is quick to spruik, it's delivered no funding nor programs specifically focused on increasing supply in the regions. So while Labor, Liberals and Greens play political games over housing legislation in the other place, I remain focused on solutions to the housing crisis in regional, rural and remote Australia. By listening to my community, to local governments, to builders and developers, I know that a major barrier to building new housing is the lack of critical enabling infrastructure. This means the sewerage, the water connections, the electricity poles, the roads, the footpaths that must be built before houses can even begin to go up. It's not shiny, but it's critically important. Unfortunately, regional communities struggle to attract the capital investment from developers to build this infrastructure, and regional councils, with their low-rate payer bases, can't fund it on their own. It's why, for more than 2 years, I've been calling for a regional housing infrastructure fund that would help build the paths, poles and pipes to unlock more housing. It's why I'm glad that both major parties have now adopted versions of my policy, even if it's a little late. The government's housing support program and the opposition's housing infrastructure fund show that as an independent, when we listen to the needs of our community to come up with solutions, work together, we can influence the policies of the major parties and ultimately the actions of the government. Unfortunately, though, Deputy Speaker, neither major party has a plan to specifically address the unique housing supply challenges facing regional communities. They're too focused on the major cities and the outer suburbs when we need a laser focus, a context-specific focus on rural, regional and remote Australia. So that's why today I'm introducing my Fair Share for Regional Housing Bill. We must amend key housing legislation to ensure regional communities get a fair share of housing funding. We need to give local governments and utility companies a bigger, fairer slice of the pie, because without them, the builders, developers and community housing providers simply won't be able to build the houses we need in regional Australia. This bill amends the Housing Australia Act 2018 and the Housing Australia Future Fund Act 2023 to specifically address the regional housing crisis. Firstly, my bill amends the objects of Housing Australia and the HAF. It adds that an object of Housing Australia and a function of the HAF is to address the housing needs of people in regional, rural and remote Australia. Secondly, it requires the Minister to scrutinise the action needed to ensure Housing Australia distributes at least 30% of its funds, including through the HAF, to projects in regional, rural and remote Australia. The Minister would also have to table in the Parliament reports on how it has complied with this requirement, ensuring we all know whether the government actually is doing enough for regional Australia. Thirdly, it makes it absolutely clear in the legislation that both local governments and utility providers are eligible for HAF funding and should be supported by Housing Australia. Fourthly, it would increase transparency by requiring Housing Australia's annual reports to set out the amount distributed to each state and territory, to each council and water corporation and to each area of regional, rural and remote Australia. We need to get eyes on this. This will give the public a line of sight on exactly where the Commonwealth housing funding is actually going, because right now we simply can't see it. Fifthly, the bill must ensure critical enabling infrastructure is eligible for HAF funding. This bill will do that. The current legislation does not make this clear, so I'm making sure that it is clear that housing funds can build the supporting infrastructure that unlocks homes close to where people work, live and study. Finally, my bill requires the statutory review of the HAF to consider how the HAF has met housing needs in regional, rural and remote Australia. Speaker, this bill is needed because the government and the opposition are too focused on the cities when it comes to the housing crisis. Regional communities risk being left behind and I won't have it. This bill will equip regional Australia to tackle the housing crisis head-on, to build the homes that will support our regions for years and decades to come. With more well-located and affordable housing, we can attract the workforce we need and ensure that everyone in regional Australia has somewhere to call home.
I thank the member for Indi. Is the motion seconded? I call member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I second the motion for the member for Indi, and I'm very pleased to support this bill. Deputy Speaker, around 1 in 4 people live in regional Australia, and accordingly it is appropriate, it's necessary for our policy settings to reflect the population distribution across our nation. One would expect, if public policy was written with this logic, that the regions would have legislative consideration commensurate with our representative population, but sadly this is not the case. All too often, regions are given very little consideration. In fact, most of the time, we're not really considered much at all. In the context of housing, the importance of rectifying this imbalance is particularly appropriate. Vacancy rates in some of my regions are as low as 0.4 of 1%, considerably lower than the city and inner suburbs. Construction or upgrades to infrastructure necessary for housing developments takes more time in the regions and is typically more expensive. Many of the amendments tabled by the member for Indi have been discussed in this place before, and I commend the member's persistence in advocating for a fairer share of Australia's resources being allocated to the regions. Ensuring proportional expenditure in the regions as laid out in Amendment 1 is sensible and reasonable, as is the requirement of Amendments 2 and 3 to report the amount and proportion of distributed funding to regional and rural and remote Australia. Amendments 4 to 12 to the Housing Australia Future Fund Act address the current shortfalls and inequities in the Act, identifying regional, rural and remote Australia as a group within the Act, clarification of critical and enabling infrastructure for social and affordable housing, and that's really key. Affordable rental housing, as the member for Indi mentioned with respect to childcare workers. The addition of regional housing is a fourth purpose in the Act, requiring the Minister of Housing to specify funding for regions when publishing information. Regional Australia, in fact, so much of public policy in this place is very much city-centric and East Coast-centric, and we need to lift our eyes and we need to recognise that 1 in 4 Australians live outside of a city, live outside of the suburbs, and deserve to have public policy that addresses their needs too. Thank you.
I thank the member for Indi. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 6. Broadcasting Services Amendment, Healthy Kids Advertising Bill 2024. Introduction of Bill.
Call the member for McKellar.
I present the Broadcasting Services Amendment, Healthy Kids Advertising Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Broadcasting Services Act 1992 and for related purposes.
Call the member for McKellar.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to introduce the Broadcasting Services Amendment, Healthy Kids Advertising Bill 2024. The aim of this bill is to reduce the amount of junk food marketing that our children are exposed to every day. Australia, like many other developed nations, is facing an obesity epidemic. This in turn is causing Australians to develop type 2 diabetes mellitus at rates never before seen and at younger and younger ages. Currently, 1.3 million Australians are living with type 2 diabetes, a deadly yet preventable disease. 2/3 of adult Australians and 1/4 of our children are above the healthy weight range. These figures are even higher in regional Australia and amongst Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander and other minority communities. It is a problem because obesity is not only a major cause of type 2 diabetes, but also many other chronic diseases, including heart disease, stroke, dementia, and some types of cancer. Diabetes, in turn, can cause blindness, kidney failure, and amputations. And according to the National Obesity Strategy, obesity costs Australia nearly $12 billion a year. With such a high proportion of our population affected, and with rates growing so rapidly, we know quite clearly that obesity is a societal problem requiring a societal response. It is not, as the junk food and advertising companies would have us believe, the fault of the individual. Instead, at the heart of the problem is the obesogenic environment that we live in. And a very critical part of this obesogenic environment is the constant junk food marketing that we are exposed to. Australian children see at least 15 ads for unhealthy food every day. They see junk food ads when they watch the telly with their family, they hear them on the radio in the car on the way to school, and they are deluged with unhealthy food ads in their bedrooms whenever they are on social media or online. And research does show there is a direct link between unhealthy food ads, the dietary decisions of children and families, and childhood obesity. And yet, in Australia, the average child aged 5 to 8 years old is exposed to more than 820 unhealthy food advertisements on TV alone every year. Children are also seeing at least 100 junk food ads and promotions online every week. Powerful social media algorithms are used to individually target our children. Their online activity is mined, thousands of interest labels are attached to them, and this information is on-sold to thousands of companies. Susceptible people, particularly children, are identified, and then they are served up these harmful ads relentlessly. Simply put, our children are being preyed upon by companies that seek to profit at the expense of their health. So what can be done? Already more than 40 countries around the world, including UK, Ireland, Chile and Norway, have restricted or are planning to restrict junk food marketing on TV, radio and online with positive results. In the UK, a ban on junk food adverts being shown on TV before 9 p.m. will come into force on October 1st next year. This will occur alongside a total ban on paid-for online adverts. Both measures are aimed at tackling childhood obesity. My Healthy Kids advertising bill is similar to this. I'm proposing an amendment to the Broadcasting Services Act. The objective of the Healthy Kids advertising bill is to protect our greatest resource, our children, from the harmful impacts of junk food advertising. This bill is not about telling people what they can and can't buy or eat. It's about creating environments that support our kids' health as they live, play and learn. If implemented, my bill would restrict junk food advertising from appearing on TV, radio and streaming services between the family viewing hours of 6 a.m. and 9:30 p.m. It would also introduce an end to all paid junk food marketing on social media and other online environments. Under the terms of my bill, unhealthy food is defined as food and drink not recommended for promotion to children in the 2018 guide published by the Health Council of COAG. Under the regulations, substantial fines would be imposed on broadcasters, internet service providers and food companies that fail to adhere to the guidelines. It's important to note this bill is just one part of a suite of measures that are needed to tackle the obesity and diabetes epidemics facing our nation. The National Obesity Strategy, the National Preventative Health Strategy and the National Diabetes Strategy all recommend that the Australian Government introduce broad marketing restrictions on unhealthy food. The Standing Parliamentary Committee on Health, Aged Care and Sport reported on its inquiry into the state of diabetes mellitus in Australia this year. It too recommended restrictions on junk food advertising. Our government, Mr Speaker, has a duty to protect Australian children, and the obesity epidemic is the major preventable public health challenge of our time. With millions of our kids already on track for a lifetime of chronic disease, it's well over time for this Parliament to act. So I urge all members of the House to step up and give our children the chance to live a healthy life by backing in this Healthy Kids advertising bill. I would like to cede the rest of my time to the member for Kooyong. Thank you.
I thank the member for McKellar. Is the motion seconded?
Deputy Speaker, I second the motion. I also support the member for McKellar's bill to prohibit the advertising of junk food to Australian children. Today's children consume multiple types of media, often simultaneously. Some spend more time in front of computer, television and game schemes than in any other activity other than sleeping. It's extraordinary. 24% of Australian children spend more than 20 hours a week watching TV or online. Most children aged less than 6 can't distinguish between programming and advertising. Advertising directed at children this young is, by its very nature, inevitably exploitative. Children have a remarkable ability to recall the content of the advertising that they see. They develop product preferences after as little as a single exposure to one ad. This strengthens, though, with repeated exposures. Ads affect what kids ask their parents to buy. They affect what we buy our children. Some of our children are seeing as many as 170 junk food advertisements every week on TV, on the radio, or hearing on the radio, and seeing them online. And they do pay attention to them. Online advertisers use algorithmic networks to create a sense of community, of engagement, of fun and friendship related to junk food advertising. Then they add scarcity marketing, which generates a fear of missing out. Deputy Speaker, we don't allow tobacco or vaping advertising, but we allow our children to be exposed every day to repeated advertising for addictive and harmful products, which increase their risk of obesity and childhood onset diabetes. As the member for Mackellar has already noted, and as a member of the Standing Committee for Health, Aged Care and Sport, which has recently called on the government to outlaw junk food advertising, we have to act to protect our children. They are our most precious natural resource. In my previous career as a paediatrician, I promised to first do no harm. As a politician, it is again my duty to act in the very best interests of my constituents, all of my constituents. This bill will protect our children from harm, and therefore I commend it to the House.
Thank the member for Kooyong. The question is the bill will be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 7, motion relating to Medicare.
And I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to Medicare in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Call the clerk. No, call the member for Solomon.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. There is no higher priority for the Albanese Labor government than health. And by strengthening Medicare and rebuilding general practice. Our government's 2024-25 budget provides $2.8 billion to continue to strengthen Medicare. This is in addition to the historic $6.1 billion investment in Medicare in the 23-24 budget. We are taking the key steps needed to address the pressing challenges in our healthcare system. The Albanese Labor government has delivered more than double the amount of indexation to Medicare than those opposite did in almost a decade. In 2023, we delivered the biggest indexation boost for Medicare in 30 years. And this year, we delivered the second largest increase with almost $900 million in additional funding for Medicare. We are delivering for Australians and we are delivering for my electorate of Solomon, Darwin and Palmerston. Bulk billing. Deputy Speaker, it doesn't stop there. Bulk billing was falling off a cliff because of the 6-year freeze on Medicare rebates by those opposite, which is why we tripled, it's 3 times, tripled the bulk billing incentive from 1st of November last year, in the largest investment in bulk billing in history. Since we tripled the investment, we've seen a turnaround in bulk billing, a national increase of 1.7 percentage points in the first year and 5.4 million additional estimated visits. My electorate saw an increase of 6.1% in the bulk billing rate. Obviously, this is incredibly helpful for families. We saw 61,000 additional estimated visits to health professionals in the Northern Territory. Cheaper medicines is another area where our government went to the election promising Australians that we would make medicines cheaper, and we are delivering on that promise. We have delivered the largest price reduction in the 75-year history of the pharmaceutical benefit scheme. People now pay no more than $31.60 for medicines on the PBS. We've introduced 60-day prescriptions for around 300 common medicines, meaning that millions of Australians are not only saving time, but they're saving significant amounts of money as well. Australians have saved $1 billion on cheaper prescriptions so far. That is real cost of living help. Urgent care clinics. Deputy Speaker, urgent care clinics are making a real difference for patients and for busy hospital emergency departments. We have opened 77 urgent care clinics across Australia, including one in my electorate in Palmerston. There have been almost 860,000 visits to Medicare urgent care clinics across Australia, and all of those visits have been completely bulk billed, which helps with the cost of living, of course, and making sure Territorians and all Australians get the care that they need. We know that the opposition, those opposite, have never supported Medicare urgent care clinics because they have never supported Medicare. The Shadow Treasurer has made it clear that our additional investments in Medicare urgent care clinics are on the chopping block, and that is a choice that Australians will have next year. These urgent care clinics are benefiting our community, but if those opposite were to be on this side of the parliament, they would all be in jeopardy as they would close. I know this would be of a great detriment to our community in Darwin and Palmerston and across the country. Workforce. Finally, but most importantly, the workforce who run our healthcare system, like you, Deputy Speaker. They are the backbone of our system, and I was delighted to see the Territories Midwifery Group practice be recognised as a Medicare Champions in the Stronger Medicare Awards recently, recognising them as outstanding health professionals. Since the Albanese Labor government record investment in Medicare, our general practitioner workforce is growing. The health system added one new doctor every hour last year on average, with more doctors joining in the last 2 years than at any time in the past decade. And I'm really proud that Charles Darwin University next year will start having its own medical program. An additional 17,846 new medical practitioners have been registered to practice in the last 2 financial years, which is really significant. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Solomon. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
I thank the Assistant Minister. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. You know, as a child of the 70s, I have no recollection of a time before Medicare. Yet, as the member for Solomon's motion notes today, that time actually did exist just as little as 40 years ago. Today, our public health system is the envy of the world and stands in stark contrast to the toxic, discriminatory and inefficient systems that dominate some other Western economies, including the United States of America. But as the House notes the 40th anniversary of the introduction of Medicare, I would argue that rather than simply applauding the government for the work it's done in this 47th Parliament, it's important we all reflect on the environment within which Medicare was originally created, as opposed to our current circumstance, and ask ourselves whether Medicare is still fit for purpose in 2024. At its establishment, Medicare promised universal access to health care based on the premise that all Australians should be able to see a doctor regardless of their socioeconomic status. It was believed this would lead to better health outcomes and relieve pressure on public hospitals. From the outset, general practitioners have played a pivotal role in stewardship of not only the Medicare system, but patients more broadly, and for many years they have done an excellent job. Yet today, many would argue the system no longer provides enough support for general practitioners, and as a result, it is unravelling. As health appointments have become increasingly complicated and supportive health services like counselling, diagnostic testing, health screening and specialist referrals have become more demanding, GPs have found themselves being called on to bridge increasingly large gaps with minimal additional compensation. As a result, access to affordable primary care has been diminishing at an alarming rate. From 2013 to 2022, the former government froze Medicare rebates, leading to dramatic increases in out-of-pocket payments for patients and reduced bulk billing by medical practitioners. As a result, today, about 1.2 million Australians annually defer or miss out on seeing a GP due to cost. This government then claims their recent investment in Medicare urgent care clinics, along with targeted bulk billing incentives and the promised reintroduction of bulk billing indexation for selected pathology services, has stemmed that tide. But, Deputy Speaker, this is not the experience of my community in North Sydney, where bulk billing rates have fallen to a record low of nearly 15% this past year. Of 54 primary care clinics in North Sydney, just under 15% offer bulk billing. And while many Labor-held seats have an urgent care clinic, as we've just heard, that is not the case in North Sydney. Ultimately, the conversations I have with people in my community suggest there are real problems that need fixing for Australians to continue to have access to the healthcare we expect. The sorts of issues people have raised with me vary from frustrations at the difficulty in finding a bulk billing clinic through to the impact of managing increasing out-of-pocket expenses for patients. At the same time, people routinely urge me to advocate for vital pathology and essential preventative health measures like basic dentistry to also be funded under Medicare. And while all these issues are valid, the truth is, Deputy Speaker, GPs simply can't afford to bulk bill because the rebate has not kept pace with business costs like rent. The out-of-pocket costs for a standard GP consultation in North Sydney are now around $48. Yet GPs, as both small business owners and individuals, continue to struggle. In fact, analysis by the Australian Medical Association in 2022 showed that Medicare has generally failed to keep up with the real-life costs of operating a medical practice. Ultimately, despite what the government may like to say, the system is breaking. And if we are committed to ensuring it continues to meet our contemporary healthcare needs, our government must do more than just applaud itself. I note the motion moved by the Member of Solomon expresses gratitude to allied health professionals, and this is a truly thoughtful gesture, except I would offer the fact that many allied health professionals that I speak to would rather have that gratitude shown by having their services listed on the Medicare benefits scheme. At the end of the day, healthcare is consistently one of the top issues for Australians, and Medicare was a transformative piece of policy when it was first introduced. But as the Strengthening Medicare Task Force noted, reform is needed to ensure all Australians continue to enjoy access to world-class primary health care, regardless of the politics of the electorate that they live in or their socio-economic status. Thank you.
Thank the member for North Sydney. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Patterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank my friend and Labor colleague, the member for Solomon, for raising this matter of public importance and private members' business about Medicare and our health workers. And while he takes care of up north, I've got the New South Wales beautiful area of the Hunter and the seat of Patterson, and I couldn't be prouder to call Patterson my home and know that under our government we are working to protect this incredible institution that is called Medicare. We've got a long history of protecting Medicare because it was our idea in the first place. And like a lot of good ideas, they do need to be nurtured and cared for, and that's what this Albanese government is doing. In this year, in fact, in 2024, Medicare celebrates 40 years. That's 40 years of a universal healthcare system where it doesn't matter how much you earn or where you live, primary healthcare is yours, and that's such an important and fundamental principle. And we know that it can be transformative in people's lives, but we also know that in 2024 it can be difficult to get in to see your doctor. I know in my seat it can take up to 3 weeks, and that's why we're working on encouraging more people to become general practitioners. We are working with amazing institutions like the University of Newcastle to encourage more people to become general practitioners. And this month I had the pleasure of attending the Stronger Medicare Awards here in Canberra, where we acknowledged and honoured our Medicare champions, those medical practitioners who work incredibly hard to provide accessible, high quality and innovative health care to people. to their patients. I want to congratulate Dr Chris Boyle from Raymond Terrace Family Practice. Dr Chris Boyle is a Medicare champion and he was one of the 8 finalists to be acknowledged by those awards. Dr Boyle has become a vital member of our community, but it hasn't happened overnight. It's taken him 40 years to do that, and he's been doing it for about the same time as Medicare has been around. And in those 40 years, he talks to me about the fact that now about 10% of graduating students go into general practice. When he graduated in the early 70s, it was 50%. So we have seen a decline. We do know that we need to turn that round. We have said that it is a priority for a Labor government to do that. We want to continue to build and rebuild general practice services in all of our communities. The government's 2024 budget provides $2.8 billion to continue to strengthen Medicare. This is in addition to the historic $6.1 billion investment in Medicare from the 2023-24 budget. These actions respond to recommendations of the Strengthening Medicare Task Force and take key steps needed to address the many pressing challenges in our healthcare system. In 2023, we delivered the biggest indexation boost for Medicare in 30 years. We're not freezing the indexation like those before us did. We are boosting it, and that is a critical thing. This year, we delivered the second largest increase with almost $900 million in additional funding for Medicare. This government is delivering. We have delivered more than double the amount of indexation to Medicare than the previous government did in almost a decade. So I just want to repeat that. Under our government, in only just under 3 years, we've doubled the indexation. The previous government froze it. And hear me when I say that they may freeze it again. It is a real worry. They don't love Medicare like we do, and they spend their time trying to condense it, cut it, and generally wind it back, and that's not good enough. We know that we have to take a serious position and action on delivering bulk billing as well, and that's why we tripled the incentive for bulk billing. Since November 2023, we've seen the largest investment in bulk billing. Now, in my electorate of Paterson, that's a 3.1% increase. So since November of last year, there's been a 3.1% increase in bulk billing. That equals 75,737 visits that have been bulk billed in my electorate alone. I just want to say that again, 75,737 visits. That's important. Labor cares about Medicare, and we will continue to.
I thank the member for Paterson. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this motion in relation to Medicare, and I thank the member for Solomon for giving me the opportunity to speak on this very important motion. As 2024 marks 40 years since the introduction of Medicare, this is an appropriate time for us as Australians to acknowledge that Medicare has been transformative in the area of public health, but it is also, Deputy Speaker, an opportunity for us to look at how much better we can do in this space. And I particularly want to talk about my electorate of Hughes, which is down in the Sutherland Shire, southern Sydney, and also now into southwest Sydney. Deputy Speaker, this motion, and I have sat here for 2.5 years now and heard this government talk about the fact that they now have more GPs, and I heard the member for Paterson mention that as well. That may be the experience in her electorate. It is certainly not the experience in my electorate, Deputy Speaker, and it is certainly not the experience that in my electorate there is more bulk billing occurring. There has been between a 20% and 30% drop in bulk billing in 2.5 years in the Sutherland Shire and in the southwest Sydney under this Labor government, under Minister Butler. And I've done the research on this, Deputy Speaker, and I'd be very happy to again send Minister Butler the names of every single GP practice within my electorate that no longer bulk bills. And we return as well to the motion and also to the position of those in government that say that you have increased the number of GPs. In Wattle Grove Family Medical Practice, which is in my electorate, Deputy Speaker, and it serves the local area. It has over 3,000 patients on its books, and Dr John Stanford and I have been advocating to the Health Minister on this issue to no avail. He refuses to meet with me on this and refuses to assist my patients. My electorate, many of those patients are veterans' families because the medical centre is located in Holsworthy. It simply requires a change of designation from inner metropolitan to outer metropolitan, and that would be enough to restore a GP, a registrar, to that practice. And so, Deputy Speaker, while I have all the respect in the world for the Honourable Member for Solomon, it would be helpful perhaps if he could have a talk to the Health Minister to find out why it is that the Health Minister does not care about my electorate there around Holsworthy and Wattle Grove. And, Deputy Speaker, while we are talking about this government not caring, I want to talk about vision health in southwest Sydney, particularly in and around Campbelltown Hospital. I have similarly written to the State Health Minister on this and also the Federal Health Minister. What has happened in southwest Sydney, Deputy Speaker, is that formerly optometrists could refer patients with glaucoma and cataracts for surgery to the Sydney Eye Hospital. That has been cut under this government. And this government further has said not only can optometrists not refer them to the Sydney Eye Hospital, has to go to Liverpool Hospital, and the referral can only be through a GP or an ophthalmologist. So there are people in my electorate around southwestern Sydney who cannot afford to go and see an ophthalmologist or have to wait months and months, sometimes years, to see one. And so, Deputy Speaker, people in my electorate are losing their vision because this government has changed its position on vision health in southwestern Sydney. And I particularly want to thank Clinton Maynard on 2GB. I was speaking to him the other morning at about 4:30. He's similar insomniac to me. And lastly, I want to talk, Deputy Speaker, about pelvic pain clinics. I acknowledge that this government has established some pelvic pain clinics for women. I've been advocating for a pelvic pain clinic for women where endometriosis, menstrual pain, menopause and all of the PSOS and all of the many other issues that are unique to women could be dealt with in the one place. I have been told that my electorate, they can go to Mittagong. Mittagong is 90 kilometres from the centre of my electorate. They can go to Leichhardt. From Macquarie Fields to Leichhardt, that's more than 40 kilometres. This government must do better on Medicare, Deputy Speaker.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for a later hour. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 8, motion relating to inflation.
I call the member for Ford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I move the motion relating to inflation in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Well, Deputy Speaker, the Reserve Bank has made it clear that interest rates are staying higher for longer due to Labor's reckless spending. We have seen under this Labor government interest rates having gone from 0.35% to now 4.35%, with the Reserve Bank refusing to rule out further increases. This means that every month mortgage holders and renters are worried about increasing rates and how they can afford to cover their repayments or cover their rent. Under this government, we've seen some 12 interest rate rises, with the average mortgage holder now some $35,000 a year worse off through increased mortgage repayments. And that's before we get to the small to medium business sector, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm speaking to plenty of businesses who are struggling with increasing repayments or increasing interest costs on their overdrafts or their loans, and that is starting to impact on their ability to continue to do business. Whilst Australians have been watching as interest rates go down in other countries across the world, including the United States, Canada, the UK, South Korea and New Zealand, we are still yet to see a rate cut here in Australia. This, despite the Prime Minister declaring the fight against inflation and the Reserve Bank's position being clear that underlying inflation remains too high, despite the Prime Minister's declaring the fight against inflation being done. Well, it's a long way from the case. The Reserve Bank forecasts show that the core inflation target of 2.5% will not be at that rate until somewhere around December 2026. That's still 2 years away, Deputy Speaker. 2 years more of pain for hard-working Australian families. And let's have a look at some of the prices that have gone up over the past several years. Since the election, the price of everything has gone up by nearly 10% or more in many cases, including health costs up some 10.5%, education costs up 11.2%, food up 12.3%, housing up 13.1%, rents up 16.3%, financial and insurance costs up 17.3%, and gas up nearly 34%. And it's that last one, Deputy Speaker, that I'd like to touch on, because talking to one of my local businesses that uses a lot of gas in their business to produce their fabric products, their gas bill has gone up from $125,000 a year to now $350,000 a year. And they are talking about closing their doors because they are saying now it is too hard to continue to do business. Now, all of this in the context of the Prime Minister saying in the last election campaign that things would be cheaper under a Labor government. Well, as I say to people frequently back in my electorate, Madam Deputy Speaker, you don't listen to what this government says, you actually look at what they do, because 9 times out of 10 they are two completely and utterly different things. And that is exactly what we've seen with the government's promises and the promises by the Prime Minister in the lead up to the election. They all sounded great and sounded very nice, but at the end of the day they have failed to deliver. Failed to deliver. Whether it's in electricity, or it's in cheaper mortgages, or whether it's just in things being cheaper more generally, this government hasn't delivered for the Australian people, and they've actually made things worse. There's only a coalition government that will get things back on track so the Australian people can actually enjoy an improved standard of living. And we need to see this government continue to work to fight to tackle the scourge of inflation. But yet they're not doing that. They're continuing their reckless spending and their ideological pursuits right across the policy suite. And the latest, and we saw again on the weekend, the true cost of their energy plan come to fruition, which is only going to further increase inflation. It's only a coalition government that will work towards bringing costs down for everyday hard-working Australians.
Is the motion seconded?
Right to speak.
Thank the member for Longman. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hawke.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australians are doing it tough. Families have been grappling with rising costs, whether at the grocery checkout, the petrol station, or in their mortgage repayments. For many, these pressures have made it harder than ever to stretch their budgets and make ends meet. We understand this, and it's why tackling the cost of living has been and remains the top priority for the Albanese Labor government. Deputy Speaker, I want to make 2 points right at the front here. Firstly, Australians are not going to cop the arrogant hypocrisy of the Liberal Party coming to this place, crying crocodile tears and pretending to care about working people. Secondly, the Liberal Party, in their last term of government, nearly a decade, did immense damage to our economy. and it will take significant time in order to turn that damage around and set our economy straight. But we are putting in place the critical components to ensure that we have a strong, resilient, sustainable economy that serves working people. When Labor came to office, we inherited an economy burdened by $1 trillion of Liberal debt. And it wasn't just the size of the debt that was concerning, it was the legacy of poor decision-making behind it. Over their decade in power, we saw the worst productivity growth in more than 50 years. We saw deliberate wage suppression that kept Australians' pay stagnant. And we saw reckless spending, including billions in handouts to corporations making record profits. This was an approach that left Australian families worse off and our economy overall weaker. Inflation had soared under the Liberal Party to 6.1%, and real wages were falling, leaving households under immense pressure. That's why the Albanese Labor government took strong and decisive action to stabilise the economy, address inflation, and ease the strain where possible on families and households. Today, headline inflation has dropped to 2.8%, its lowest level in nearly 4 years. And this progress didn't happen by accident. It was the result of tough decisions to repair the budget, improve fiscal discipline, and deliver targeted relief to those in our community who need it most. Our energy rebates, our childcare reforms, and cheaper medicines have all made a difference, but we know that there's more to do. Falling inflation doesn't yet mean lower prices for families. For many, the pressure on their budgets remains severe, and we are under no illusion that our work is already done. To truly ease the burden on Australian families, it is essential that workers see real wage growth. For too long, wages stagnated while prices soared. Australian workers were falling behind, working harder but able to buy less. This was the reality under the previous Liberal government. Under our Labor government, that trend has reversed. Real wages have now grown for 4 consecutive quarters. The latest ABS data shows the wage price index grew by 0.8% in the last quarter, bringing annual growth to 3.5%. Crucially, real wages adjusted for inflation rose by 0.7% in the year to September 24. This is the strongest real wage growth in 4 years. Compare this to the 5 quarters leading up to the last election, when real wages fell by 3.4% under the coalition. That's 5 consecutive quarters where workers were going backward, with rising costs eroding their take-home pay. Since we came to office, nominal wages have grown at an annualised rate of 3.8%, nearly double the 2.2% recorded under our Liberal predecessors. And while wage growth has moderated slightly, it remains stronger than at any time during the coalition years. For the first time in years, Australian workers are seeing their pay outpace inflation. It's not just a statistic. People can feel it at home in their household budgets when they go to the supermarkets. It's not solved. The problem's not solved. No one's suggesting that it is. But it is a meaningful shift that is finally helping families to manage higher costs and improve their quality of life. There's not an Australian worker in this country, no matter who they vote for, no matter what their politics are, who believe that the Liberal Party will do a better job of helping Australians realise real wage growth, realising a regular pay rise and keeping their household costs down.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of the motion moved by the member for Ford. Deputy Speaker, many of the people in the electorate of Longman that I proudly serve are doing it tough. But the question is why? Of course, there are factors that contribute to why we have seen, since Labor came into government, a real decline in Australians' standard of living. But these factors are not unique to this government. The specifics or factors that contribute to why interest rates rise, household expenses rise, inflation grows at a faster rate than real wages grow, they vary. Whether it be a conflict at home or abroad, unforeseen blips in the stock markets around the globe, a GFC or a once-in-a-100-year pandemic, every government has faced unforeseen challenges that affect our Australian economy and way of life. But the test for any government is how these issues are dealt with to minimise or even remove entirely the impacts on the Australian people. This, after all, is one of the key responsibilities of any government, regardless of which party is the incumbent. Deputy Speaker, forget the spin, the headlines, the talk, the political war of words and the name-calling. The real litmus test on the success or failure of any government and how they have performed in neutralising the impacts on the people we were elected to serve, the Australian public, is simply measuring the data and comparing that data to previous governments and long-term averages, but most of all, the actual real-life experiences of people. When we do this measurement and comparison at this time, the results are not good, to say the least, Deputy Speaker. We can see that interest rates have risen 12 times since this government came to power, meaning that people paying off their family home are now paying on average an extra $2,916 per month on their mortgage, while the average household income has only risen by $616 per month in the same period. Electricity has risen by an average of 30% per household, or $420 since the last election. Rents have risen $520 per month on average in the city of Moreton Bay, as investors with mortgages are paying much higher repayments with these 12 interest rate rises, which in most cases they simply cannot absorb and have to pass it on either in full or in part to tenants already enduring this homegrown cost of living crisis. But Deputy Speaker, why has this homegrown cost of living crisis happened on this Labor government's watch? Would the results have been different under a coalition government? Well, history demonstrates that yes, Australians have always fared better under a coalition government. Historically, real wages have been higher, interest rates and inflation have been lower under a coalition government. However, Deputy Speaker, there is an underlying issue people rarely speak of, and that is business confidence. I can testify that in my own small business experience that quite simply, whenever the coalition has been in government, my businesses have experienced double-digit growth, including during the pandemic. In contrast, when Labor have been in government, the businesses I was involved in had either single-digit growth or worse, no growth. In speaking to other small business owners, the experience in the main is much the same. So what does this mean practically? It means when business confidence is down, when we have a Labor government, small and medium businesses stop spending and investing in their businesses. Just the bare necessities are purchased. New staff are not employed, and in some cases staff must be laid off due to the lack of growth. This all contributes to a slowing economy, whereas when the coalition are in government, business confidence is high, and as a result, small and medium businesses invest in new equipment and hire extra staff in anticipation of growth in their businesses. This, of course, leads to cash being fed into the economy through high tax receipts as businesses become more profitable, which slows inflation. Unfortunately, Deputy Speaker, when this fall in business confidence and the following tightening of their purse strings, this means that Labor governments begin to spend taxpayers' money on splashing cash to help alleviate the inevitable hard times the Australian people begin to suffer. A short-term fix that just increases debt and inflation, only compounding the problem. To exacerbate the problem even further, as the unemployment rate rises, Labor governments are forced to employ more public servants to keep the unemployment rate down, as evidenced in this term, which the data from the ABS shows that around 90% of new jobs in 2024 were in the public sector or industries like aged care and the NDIS, which are funded by the federal government, compared to more than 50% of new jobs being created in the private sector under the previous coalition government. Now, of course, we need a healthy public service, but private sector jobs create revenue for government through taxes paid, whereas public service jobs are just a straight-out cost to governments. Australians aren't stupid, Deputy Speaker. They'll see through the spin, the headlines and the personal attacks, and the question they'll ask themselves before they vote at the next election is, am I better off than I was 3 years ago? The answer in nearly every case will be a resounding no.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Parramatta.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I thank the mover of this motion because many Australians are struggling with cost of living pressures and feeling the effects of inflation. Inflation, Deputy Speaker, takes the most from those who have the least to give. It hurts people who can't make their budget stretch any further. It hurts first home buyers who can't pay high interest rates or who are struggling with rents. And it hurts people already experiencing low wages growth over the last 10 years. And nowhere is this more obvious than in my electorate, where financial pressures are palpable. Parramatta Mission's Daily Meals program saw an increased uptake of more than 100% over the last year. Food parcel uptake was up nearly 200% in that same period. And Centrelink referrals have more than tripled. Deputy Speaker, this is the front line of the inflation challenge in Australia. The problem is serious, but unfortunately the motion put by those opposite is not serious. They don't seek to grapple with the causes of inflation, and they don't seek to provide any sensible alternatives on how to deal with it. The first part of this motion notes, and I quote, that the government has failed to tame inflation. Well, Deputy Speaker, saying that the government has failed to tame inflation is a bit like the arsonist asking the fire brigade why it took them so long to put the fire out. Because inflation was caused by the Liberals. Inflation increased in the last 2 years of the Liberal term. It was running at 3.5% in the fourth quarter of 2021, and by the time they left office, it had risen each quarter from 3.5% to 5.1% to 6.1% to 7.3% and finally to 7.8%. In the last year of the Liberal government, inflation was on the escalator going up, quarter after quarter getting worse and worse. They left the inflation problem that this government has had to deal with. And why did it go up so much, Deputy Speaker? Why did the Liberals increase inflation so much to leave it at the highest rate that it had been in Australia in decades? Well, the answer is they had the most expansionary budgets in Australia's peacetime history. They wasted billions of dollars on JobKeeper, the worst targeted program in Australia's economic history, subsidising businesses that were fine, subsidising businesses that had profits going up, subsidising businesses that were employing more people and posting record returns. Treasury analysis shows that JobKeeper wasted $50 billion, paid to Harvey Norman, paid to private schools, paid to Qantas, paid to hundreds of companies that did not need it. They put an enormous amount of money into the Australian economy that stoked the inflation fire. That did, as I said, increase it from 3.5% to 7.8%. So, Deputy Speaker, the reason why inflation is high in Australia is because of the fiscal profligacy of those opposite. Not only did they not deliver a budget surplus, they did not get within a bull's roar of a budget surplus. The second part of this motion, Deputy Speaker, talks about interest rates. And it says interest rates have already gone down in the United States, in the United Kingdom. Well, Deputy Speaker, a couple of things on this. First of all, interest rates in the United Kingdom and the United States are higher than they are in Australia. Interest rates in both the UK and the US are 4.75%, higher than rates in Australia. But secondly, Deputy Speaker, when we look at the record, Australia has actually had a smaller increase in inflation overall than in all of those other countries. The opposition are continually saying that inflation is coming down in these other countries. Well, they had cumulatively more inflation than Australia has experienced. The UK, from the latest figures back to 2020, had 25 points of increased inflation. The USA had 24 points, New Zealand had 23 points, and by contrast, Australia over that same period had just 20 points. We had lower increase in overall price level than all of the three countries mentioned in this motion. And the reason we had a smaller increase in the price level than all of the countries that the opposition mentions in this motion is because we have delivered the fiscal discipline in order to bring inflation back down. In fact, we've more than halved inflation from what they left it with.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I would like to start by thanking the member for Ford for bringing this very important debate into this chamber, the People's House, because any local member that's out in their community talking to and listening to their constituents will know just how tough people are doing it right now across this country. I know how tough they're doing it in my seat of Sturt, and I'm sure that's no different to any other electorate across the country right now. After 2.5 years of this government, unfortunately, things are tougher than ever and families are making very difficult decisions around the kitchen table about the household budget because costs are ever increasing and they are finding it more and more difficult to make ends meet. And coming into the Christmas season, it's a particularly tough time for some families that have to make sacrifices that they haven't before in the period leading into Christmas, because there's just not enough discretionary spending left in the household budget, because the things you can't avoid are so very high under this Labor government. Whether you've got a mortgage or whether you rent, those are dramatically increased 2.5 years into this Albanese government. Whether you're going to the supermarket, buying your groceries, whether it's been, of course, the dramatic increase in energy prices, your electricity bill, your gas bill. We'll never forget that Labor said, of course, by voting for them, that bills would go down by $275 a year. Well, I've never had anyone come into my office since Labor has come to power and said that anything like that has occurred to their household electricity bills. They're all going up. Now, the previous speaker just interestingly indicated or gave us a lecture on fiscal discipline and responsibility, and I suppose maybe he is or isn't on the inside with how this government is going to pursue their own fiscal decisions in the lead up to the next election. Because what we've heard so far, what we've seen so far, is this government seems to be interested in spending a lot of money going into the next election. We've seen the beginnings of some massive multi-billion-dollar commitments, but, Deputy Speaker, we hear rumours of many more to come. We hear that the federal Labor government want to follow the strategy of the Queensland state Labor government. Interesting, given the result of that election just recently. But we hear that massive amounts of expenditure trying to throw money around and buy the votes of the Australian people in the lead up to the election to try and make it look like they have a plan to deal with this cost of living crisis that we're in. And what that'll mean is a lot more, dramatically more, spending from this government. Now, the last thing that we need right now is a huge amount of government spending when interest rates are high, when inflation has been running hot, and the worst thing for our economy that we could see happen right now is an enormous amount of government spending. And you don't have to take my word for that, Deputy Speaker, because we know that the Reserve Bank Governor herself has made it very clear that big spending government programs will increase inflation and will, of course, impact on the decision-making processes that the Reserve Bank go through in the months ahead. Now, everyone hopefully wants to see interest rates coming down, and everyone wants to see the Reserve Bank be in a position where the data supports them reducing the cash rate. I want that for my constituents. I'm sure everyone wants to see that happen. So if the Reserve Bank Governor is making comments and giving warnings about massive increases in government spending, meaning that they will be in a position where they can't reduce interest rates, in fact they might have to go up again, depending on just how much this Labor spendathon that we anticipate happening in the months ahead, how significant that is, then that is a frightening prospect for the average Australian family. Going into this election campaign, if Labor are announcing multiple billion-dollar cash giveaways to try and buy votes from people, I know that the average Australian will know that what that means is that higher government spending is inflationary. It means your mortgage is higher, it means your rents are higher, it means all the costs in our economy will be going up. And at the same time, we might have to see taxes go up as well from this government to meet some of those costs. We don't know whether they'll hand down a budget. It doesn't feel like they will. I wouldn't want to if I were them, given what they've got planned in store. But it is a frightening prospect for the people of this country that Labor are going to spend, and increase interest rates in the process.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to present a bill for an Act to amend the law relating to elections and referendums and for related purposes.
Is leave granted?
Yes, leave granted.
I present the Electoral Legislation Amendment, Electoral Reform Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to elections and referendums and for related purposes.
I call the minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Today, the government introduces the Electoral Legislation Amendment, Electoral Reform Bill 2024. It proposes the largest reform to Australia's electoral laws in over 40 years, delivering on our commitment to strengthen and enhance the integrity of federal elections through improved transparency and accountability. The bill implements the recommendations of the Multi-Partisan Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, JSCEM. Those recommendations and this bill seek to remove the influence of big money in politics, ensuring that our electoral system remains a system we can all trust. Trust that election results are not unfairly skewed by big money. Trust that elections are a contest of ideas, not bank balances. Trust that we know who is funding election campaigns, with more information about campaign financing provided before voting day. Australia has an electoral system that is the envy of the world. This bill will enhance and strengthen our elections and Australia's representative democracy. To improve political donation transparency, the bill reduces the donation disclosure threshold from the current $16,900 to $1,000. The bill applies the disclosure threshold as a cumulative value over a calendar year. This is an important integrity measure to prevent donation splitting, whereby actors seek to avoid transparency and accountability by making multiple donations below the threshold. The bill raises the expenditure threshold for a third party to $20,000 over a year, supporting small, local issue campaigners to continue their advocacy and maintain fair reporting obligations. The bill also responds to community expectations by expanding the disclosure requirements for political donations that will be captured as gifts. The government's bill improves public reporting timelines, requiring gifts that meet the $1,000 threshold be disclosed sooner. Currently, the Australian public wait for up to 24 weeks after polling day. Our bill ensures voters will be able to access information about who is funding elections and supporting candidates on and before voting day. Once an election is called, donation disclosures will be required within 7 days and 24 hours in the week before and after polling day. Outside of elections, monthly disclosures will be required. Responding to JSCEM's recommendation, the bill includes caps on political donations and caps on campaign spending. Gift caps operate effectively in other Australian jurisdictions and internationally. Caps limit the growth and influence of excessive donations that damage the integrity of electoral systems. Disproportionately large donations undermine the integrity of Australia's electoral system. So under this bill, political donations from the same donor to the same recipient have an annual gift cap of $20,000. The gift cap will be indexed annually and apply to all persons and entities engaging in the federal electoral system. It will apply to political parties, candidates, associated entities, significant third parties, nominated entities and third parties. The bill also establishes an overall gift cap that will limit the overall value of gifts an individual donor can give to certain persons or entities in a calendar year. The bill also establishes a state or territory gift cap that limits the overall value of gifts connected to a state or territory. Donation caps will not affect donations made for a non-electoral purpose or donations related to state, territory or local government elections. The bill also implements the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters recommendation to establish caps on electoral expenditure, including campaign spending. In 2022, some candidates spent over $2 million on their own campaigns. The proposed expenditure caps aim to level the playing field. This provides greater access for individuals and entities to participate in political debate. The caps set a ceiling to protect the outcomes of Australian federal elections from being unfairly influenced by organisations or individuals with large amounts of money. Electoral expenditure by registered political parties and their expenditure group will be aggregated, meaning political parties will share a cap with state branches, including related state branches, their endorsed candidates, elected parliamentarians and nominated entities, Together they will have a federal cap of $90 million, a divisional cap of $800,000 and a Senate cap for a state or territory based on the number of divisions in the relevant state or territory. Expenditure caps will be set at a proportionate level for candidates and parliamentarians who are not endorsed by a registered political party. These individuals will be subject to an $800,000 annual cap for independent House of Representatives candidates and members and 1/6 of a registered political party's state Senate cap, or half of a political party's territory Senate cap for independent Senate candidates and senators. Significant third parties, associated entities and third parties will also be subject to expenditure caps of $11.25 million per year, with limits on expenditure targeted to specific divisions, states and territories. Exemptions to the electoral expenditure caps will apply for campaign-related travel expenditure to support candidates running campaigns in geographically large or remote electorates, so they can engage with electors across those electorates. Expenditure on translation and interpretation services to support candidates communicate effectively across culturally and linguistically diverse communities within their electorate. Campaign offices up to the value of $20,000 for a national campaign headquarters and per division, state or territory, and expenditure up to the value of $20,000 on how-to-vote card design and printing for independent candidates. Separate by-election and Senate-only election caps will also apply to all persons and entities. Electoral expenditure caps are already in place in several Australian state and territory jurisdictions, as well as in international jurisdictions with similar democracies to Australia. Other measures in this bill will improve reporting through annual returns. Persons and entities will be required to disclose their gifts and electoral expenditure and submit their returns within 8 weeks from December 31. Election returns will be repealed and candidates will instead submit annual returns. Donors to candidates will report gifts for a federal purpose under the expedited disclosure rules. The bill also implements the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters recommendation that those engaged in political campaigning must establish a federal election Commonwealth campaign account to allow for both better disclosure and monitoring. These accounts will capture all electoral expenditure and gifts received for a federal purpose. Aligned with the Joint Standing Committee of Electoral Matters recommendation, the bill introduces a new system of administrative funding, establishing administrative assistance funding for parliamentary parties and for independent parliamentarians. This provides registered political parties and independent members with the necessary financial support to meet the new transparency requirements. The Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters recommended an increase to public funding for parties and candidates, and the bill increases public election funding for eligible political parties and candidates. The bill will increase the amount of public election funding provided to political parties and candidates that receive at least 4% of the total formal first preference votes in an election. These election participants will now receive $5 per formal first preference vote. The bill will also allow regulations to be made to permit advance payments of this election funding. This seeks to offset some of the impact of gift caps, diminishing the reliance of political campaigns on private donors. The bill introduces a number of other measures and improvements to machinery measures. It amends the Electoral Act to expand the eligibility criteria for pre-poll and postal voting to support those with a disability to vote. This expansion will also apply to carers of persons with a disability if they are unable to attend a polling booth due to their caring obligations. The bill simplifies reporting obligations for members of Senate groups by requiring they only report as a candidate, removing their additional reporting requirements as a Senate group member. The bill will streamline and modernise the Australian Electoral Commission's existing powers to enforce the funding and disclosure requirements. This will enhance the Commission's ability to investigate potential contraventions and broaden its power to prevent schemes that try to get around the funding and disclosure obligations in the Electoral Act. The bill also contains additional protections for voters and polling workers from harassment in the polling place. Inappropriate filming of polling places and polling officials without consent will be prohibited, and as will live streaming or publishing of this filming. Inappropriate filming that harasses Australians who want to vote or that disrupts polling workers who are doing their job will not be tolerated. In conclusion, I want to thank all members of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters for delivering recommendations aimed at strengthening Australia's democracy. I want to thank the former committee chair, the member for Jagga, for her dedicated work on that report. I also thank the Special Minister of State, Senator Don Farrell, and his team for delivering this bill and these reforms to the Australian people. I commend the bill.
The debate must now be adjourned. I call the member for Page.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to present a bill for an Act to amend the law relating to elections and referendums in respect of electoral communications and for related purposes.
Is leave granted? I call the member for Page.
Leave is granted.
Call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Electoral Legislation Amendment, Electoral Communications Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to elections and referendums in respect of electoral communications and for related purposes.
I call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Today I introduce the Electoral Legislation Amendment, Electoral Communications Bill 2024. This bill implements recommendations of the Multi-Partisan Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, JSCEM, to introduce truth in advertising legislation modelled on the existing laws in South Australia. It also delivers on the government's commitment to improving the transparency and accountability of our electoral system. Public confidence in Australian elections is essential to preserve the legitimacy of our democratic processes. Democracies around the world are increasingly facing threats that undermine public trust and promote cynical disengagement with democracy. Perhaps the most concerning is from misinformation and disinformation. Advancements in technology, like artificial intelligence, mean it is easier than ever to create and share misinformation and disinformation. While these technologies have a significant positive impact on our society, when used maliciously, they have the potential to mislead voters and undermine the legitimacy of our electoral processes. Australia's electoral system is strong, but it is not immune from the nefarious activities that we've seen play out in elections overseas. Australia's electoral laws must evolve to maintain public trust and protect the integrity of our electoral system. This bill will create a new civil penalty provisions that protect against inaccurate and misleading statements being purported as fact. These provisions are modelled on the framework that has worked successfully in South Australia state elections for the last 40 years. The bill will also create new civil penalty provisions to address the threat of misuse of AI in electoral processes. This will apply to artificial intelligence deepfakes or voice clones. This bill introduces specific exemptions to ensure the offences are targeted and proportionate. These prohibitions will not apply to expressions of opinion or regulate any private communication, satirical content, art, education material, academic content, professional news media, or anything outside of a federal election or referendum. Under these prohibitions, they will apply to campaign material already subject to regulation under the Electoral Act. These are electoral advertisements and promotional items like pamphlets, posters and how-to-vote cards. Only the person ultimately responsible for the communication will be liable for any breach of those provisions. The prohibitions will not apply to broadcasters, publishers or those who simply share the content. The bill establishes an electoral communications panel to administer these new civil penalty provisions. The panel will be a secondary statutory body within the Australian Electoral Commission. This recognises and preserves the Australian Electoral Commission's neutrality and ensures the operations of the panel are fully legally independent. The government is taking action to ensure the safe and responsible adoption of artificial intelligence in Australia, coordinating a whole-of-government response to the opportunities and challenges of AI, including regulating the use of AI in elections. This bill expands existing electoral authorisation requirements. Under the new requirements, certain electoral matter will need to disclose whether digital technology was used to substantially or entirely create or modify its content. This aligns with the interim report of the Senate Select Committee on adopting AI, such as implementing a credentialing of AI-generated content. Subject to the passage of the bill, these amendments to authorisation requirements will be enforced for the next federal election to help voters make and informed choice. The bill will also remove the media blackout period that prohibits electoral or referendum matter being broadcast on television or radio in the 3 days before and on voting day. Removing the blackout period will provide consistency across the media sector and responds to Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters findings. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, the government remains committed to strengthening the transparency of our electoral system and maintaining voter confidence in elections and referendums. I commend the bill.
The debate must now be adjourned. I call the member for Page.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I need two voices. The ayes have it. I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Under Standing Order 143, I move that the Electoral Legislation Amendment Electoral Reform Bill 2024 and the Electoral Legislation Amendment Electoral Communications Bill 2024 be referred to the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Reform for consideration and an advisory report by 3rd of March 2025.
Is the motion seconded? Does the member wish to speak immediately?
Bills make significant changes to who can get into Parliament, especially the first, the Electoral Reform Bill, and these should not be rushed through. The government has said it has consulted thoroughly, but this is not the case. JSCAM, the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, the remit for the inquiry was much broader and the conclusions were very high level. The government said they've consulted, but we have not seen any legislation until a few days ago. With such a fundamental change, we need to consider all the consequences, intended, unintended, and this has not been done. The Assistant Minister spoke about trust and wanting to build trust, but the process here does anything but build trust in our parliamentary processes and the way laws are passed. There is a need for reform. We desperately need transparency, and I think there's a good case for donation caps at some level. But this bill goes so much further, with a massive increase in public funding and spending caps that tip the balance in favour of parties and incumbents, and we really need to have serious public scrutiny before this is passed. A bit of history and context for why this really needs serious scrutiny now. There's been a consistent decline in support for the major parties over the last 40 years. And at the last election, we saw the lowest primary vote for majors, with 1 in 3 voters voting for a minor or an independent with their primary vote. The will of the people is changing. And this is a threat to the major parties. Parties are now machines that are designed to win, not lead. But like any institutions, the parties have a strong immune system and are fighting to retain power. And this bill is a desperate attempt to arrest that trend. Now, the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters did an inquiry into the 2022 election, and I sat on that inquiry and on that committee. Evidence was heard, a report was put forward. I put in my additional comments all the parts that the major parties ignored in the evidence. And they were positions put forward by experts, by academics, democracy think tanks, people with an interest in the health of our system rather than preserving the existing power structures. I provided a path that the government could have taken that showed that it was respecting the will of the people and the integrity of our political system. Through the Restoring Trust Bill last August, through the Fair and Transparent Elections Bill in February that was introduced in both houses. The government could have worked with the crossbench to pass legislation with appropriate review and appropriate inquiries. The government stated its policy was real-time disclosure about above $1,000, and there have been many private members' bills that have been put forward about improving transparency like this. But the government said it couldn't do this transparency change without addressing other issues, such as banning lies and political donations, which is now in a separate bill anyway. I and other crossbenchers have engaged in good faith with the minister and provided a pathway to good reform without it being a major party stitch-up. The government kept saying that it was working on a bill dealing with all parts of electoral reform together. We now have two separate bills, one massively increasing public funding and imposing caps that will lock out competitors, and one dealing with banning lies, which is probably destined to go nowhere in this parliament. There have been so many delays and radio silence on the basis that this is very complicated and the drafting was very difficult. We suspected that we might see a last-minute stitch-up by the major parties, presented now at the end of the term to lock in party advantage while it's still possible. That's exactly what we've got. And if the major parties want to rebuild trust and regain their vote share, this is not the way to do it. If this bill is so complicated that it has taken an entire term of parliament to draft, surely it needs to be considered by a committee and the public given an opportunity to comment. The experts, the people who don't have a vested interest and are interested in protecting political competition and allowing our democracy to keep evolving, need to be able to look at this in detail before it gets passed as law. Voters can see through this cynical approach and this cynical attempt to lock in the declining support for the majors. Last time electoral reform was attempted, there was public outcry about the increased public funding and it was dropped. Why would it be any different now? It's very hard to see that this is anything other than an attempt to push it through without appropriate review. It needs two types of scrutiny. Firstly, we need scrutiny on the intended outcome of the bill, because we don't let Coles and Woolies make the laws about supermarket competition, but we've got the two major parties here banding together to make the laws about who can compete with them. It also needs scrutiny to look at the unintended consequences of the way it's been drafted. This is 224 pages long. We've had a few days to look at it. No one outside, a few crossbenchers and a few people have been given access to it. It needs external review so that the experts can really look at this. And if it's such complicated drafting, let's make sure we know what it's actually going to do. On public funding, there are a number of issues within the bill that mean it urgently should move to a committee rather than being pushed through. On the public funding, this bill asks taxpayers to pay more to have less choice. There's a huge increase in funding here. Estimates seem to say that it would be about $70 million more in taxpayers' funding if it had been applied in 2022. Now, those numbers may not be exactly right, and all those numbers are based on what we suspect at this point, so we need to understand that more deeply. We haven't had enough time to go through it in detail, but this is a massive slap in the face to Australians during a cost of living crisis, and it has the effect of locking in the major parties and the incumbents. The funding is done based on the last election. So if you didn't run in the last election, you don't have access to any funding. And to add insult to injury, the major parties can tap into this funding in advance of an election based on what they expect to win. Now, the fact that this is possible shows that this is a reliable revenue stream for the status quo and creates another hurdle for challengers. It also includes a huge increase in administrative funding, which in my mind is a ridiculous bribe. There is no relationship between the additional $30,000 per year per MP and the actual increase in administrative costs. This is clearly aimed to get broad support from both the major parties. It translates to about $17 million in extra taxpayer funding every year, 3/4 of which goes to major parties. Now, there is not a linear relationship between the number of MPs and the administrative task, and no boardroom in the country would accept that the administrative costs were going to increase with the number of people involved. There are economies of scale. We know the ALP currently has 4 people to meet the administrative needs of 104 parliamentarians. Well, this would massively increase that, and there needs to be some evidence that it will actually cause an increase in workload that's commensurate with the increase in funding. But there is absolutely no clear argument being put forward for why that number was chosen. On spending caps sound great. No one likes to see too much money in politics. But effectively, they lock in the status quo and create not a level playing field. In drafting my legislation, I tried to find a model that worked on spending caps, but it is almost impossible. But if you address transparency and donation caps, the spending caps become obsolete. If 5,000 people donate $200 each to a candidate, why shouldn't they be allowed to spend that on a campaign? The spending caps model locks in the incumbents in two ways. Firstly, it doesn't account for incumbent advantages. Now, as a sitting MP, I have these advantages. I have an office, I have a car, I have a team, I have a budget in the hundreds of thousands for communications. None of these count towards my $800,000 cap, but a new challenger would have to fund all of these things. That is not a level playing field. And secondly, it doesn't account for party advantage. And there's an outrageous exemption to the divisional cap for party advertising. So as long as they stay within their $90 million cap, a party can advertise as much as it likes against a challenger, saying vote for the Liberal Party or vote for the Labor Party, and that doesn't count towards the $800,000 cap. That is not a level playing field. Now, the government will say they're caught by the $90 million cap. Sure, if a party intended to run a hard campaign in every seat in the country, then they would have to spend less than $800,000 in each seat because of this cap. But we all know how this actually works. If, for example, a party ran a full $800,000 personalised campaign in 100 seats, they then have a $10 million spare party funding budget, which they could use and target in 12 contested seats and double the spending of their challenger. They could double it, and that's not even counting their incumbency benefits. On transparency, we desperately need transparency. People should know who's funding their candidates before they vote. But this could have been done on any day of this parliament with the support in both houses. This does not need to be bundled up with this package of reforms that lock in the status quo. The problem with it now is they've left it so late that it doesn't start in time for the next election. So at the next election, you will have no idea how much the parties are spending in each electorate. But passing this now will not solve that problem. If it's not going to work in time for the next election, we might as well slow it down and actually look at the legislation and see if this is what the Australian public actually want, when now 1 in 3 are casting their primary vote for someone other than the major parties. Even within the transparency legislation that's been put forward, there are so many exemptions to the definition of gift, and we need to go through those with a fine-tooth comb. The definition of gift has been expanded in some small ways, but there is a 3-page list of exemptions to what is a gift. That includes subscriptions, memberships, related party payments, annual levies on members, staff and employees, a disposition of property between members of a party's expenditure group or branches, any equipment sharing, office accommodation, a bequest, a loan, a gift to an MP for their personal use, a gift not paid into a federal account. Some of these might be very valid, but these need to be looked at. If we're going to make these changes, the public deserves better. So in summary, this bill is a travesty. It dresses up a cynical, anti-competitive oligopoly play as reform, which is being fed to an unsuspecting public, pretending that it will actually make our system better. There are huge problems with the process it's gone through. There are problems with the massive increase to public funding, which locks in the status quo. There are problems with limiting spending in a way that creates an uneven playing field for new challenges. The transparency reform is too little too late, and is a huge disappointment and an insult to the electorate who demanded better. The major parties are relying on the increasing disengagement of the public, the complexity of this bill, the crowded media space, and rushing it through to get away with the only path they've got left to arrest the trend of declining support for the sclerotic leadership the two parties offer to the public. My community sent a message to the major parties at the last election that they will not be taken for granted. They will not be taken for fools, and they expect something better than what the major parties are offering. If this goes through the parliament with no inquiry, no public scrutiny, the only choice the public will have is to speak to the major parties in the only currency they understand: votes. I urge the government to act in the public interest, not in its own interest, and refer this to a committee hearing so that the unintended and intended consequences can be fully understood and the experts and the public can have an opportunity to comment and decide whether this is the direction we want to take our democracy. Thank you.
Is the motion seconded? I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I second the member for Curtin's motion and strongly agree around the call that that these two bills must go to inquiry and be properly examined. The hubris and hypocrisy from the government today in justifying their actions is breathtaking in bringing forward this legislation. And I call on every member of the government side and the opposition to think carefully about what you are doing if you put your name to this legislation. At a time of cost living pressures, these two major parties have cooked up a new deal on new political donation laws designed to keep them in power, and they want the public to pay for it. The hubris is staggering. We need to reform our broken system of political donations. No one disagrees with that. It is wrong that a billionaire can spend $132 million on trying to get his candidates elected, and that there is no limits on corporate donations, especially when companies actually have government contracts, and that it takes months for donations to political parties to be disclosed, and when they are, they're not broken down in a seat-by-seat way. But what we do want to see is scrutiny on a major piece of reform. This piece of legislation is substantial. It has taken a huge amount of time to bring it here, and the government is proposing to table it today, force a debate this week, and then have us vote on it by the end of the week. That is just the height of just insult to the Australian people, is the best way we can put it. No one wants Australia to drift towards a US system where political campaigns have become multi-billion-dollar exercises, forcing candidates into an unholy dance with big donors to raise the cash they need. But we also don't want to end up like the US with a malaise of only two choices, and two poor choices at that don't end up delivering good policy for the future. The bill introduced today, and I have, the member for Perth has really given the dud job of the government to have to table this bill and put your name to it, I've got to say. It's said to have the coalition support, so it'll be interesting to see that every coalition member maybe exercise their free vote and think carefully of their integrity if they are genuinely going to support this bill. It is highly beneficial to major parties, and it smacks of a dirty deal designed to cement their duopoly. Independents and minor party representatives now make up 12% of the House, 27% of the Senate. Yet we have not been consulted on this legislation for months. I first saw a copy of this and was briefed 12:30 yesterday, less than 24 hours ago. Independents, this bill will have such a long consequence to our Australian democracy, and yet there is no scrutiny being allowed on this bill. We're being presented with this 215-page bill making significant reform to our electoral process with less than 24 hours, and now a proposal that the Labor and the Coalition intend to rush it through the House this week without proper inquiry, despite the fact that it's not intended to come into effect until 2028. So the question is, send it off for inquiry, get a report in the new year, unless the intention is that we're not going to come back in the new year. So maybe the government can come clean to the Australian people on that. There appears to be a flagrant double standard. I also understand, whilst the donation reform is going to be pushed through with no scrutiny this week, the truth in political advertising is intended to languish. The government has no intention to push that one for debate and to a vote, because it wouldn't want to be stopped from lying when it comes to its advertising. So not only are the Australian people being asked to pay more to political parties, they're actually going to have to pay for the privilege of being lied to as well, because there's a delay, constant delay, in introducing voter protections. The last time the two major parties got together to agree on an integrity measure was the National Anti-Corruption Commission. And look how well that turned out. A body that has not held a single public hearing, failed to deal with some of our biggest sector scandals like Robodebt, and has an adverse findings about its handling of internal conflicts of interest. Worse still, the government is proposing to reach into public coffers now when it comes to donations to top up the shortfalls the major parties will experience as a result of their new fundraising constraints. At a time when cost of living pressures are a daily worry for households,
They are proposing to give themselves an extra boost of funding. Under the government's proposal, public funding per vote will rise from $3.50 to $5 at a cost that is north of $100 million. They can't find the money to top up payments for people on JobSeeker or to deal with the rental crisis, but apparently we can afford additional largesses to the political class. The hypocrisy is staggering. Asking taxpayers to pay more to fund the major parties while making it harder for new entrants to participate has the unmistakable feel of rigging the market. The bill proposes restrictions on the size of donations and the total amount that can be given by individuals, but it is the proposed spending caps which, in my view, are deliberately designed to put a foot on the scales in favour of our major parties. The government has made it sound like the problem is from the billionaires that fund candidates, but the real problem comes from within the parties, with 23% of the major parties' donation receipts to the Australian Electoral Commission shows as a non-declared ink source. There counts to around $290 million over the past 5 years going to the major party coffers with no public record of where it came from. Under this proposed bill, major parties will now be able to spend up to $90 million nationally, while a person, an independent that chooses to stand as an independent in a seat will be restricted to spending $800,000 in a particular seat. And sure, the major party MP or candidate will also be subject to that candidate cap in a particular seat. But at the same time, the major party can run a parallel Senate ticket campaign and its political party advertising. And it's clear that that $90 million cap will not be spent evenly across candidates by the parties and can be put disproportionately in marginal seats to fend off a challenger. The major parties will run national television brand campaigns to reach into everyone's living rooms. They can run a centralised campaign office, databases, infrastructure. An independent taking on a major party candidate must set that up from scratch. And to add insult to injury, the proposal in this bill is that an incumbent party or MP will have access to a $30,000 a year admin cost, and it's a linear increase for the parties, but a challenger has nothing. So the challengers has the thanks for coming, you can bear the cost, but a major party MP gets the public purse to pay for it. It's such a gross imbalance, and it will be such a weakening of our democracy. It is not a strengthening, because the contest to enter into Parliament will be less fair. Duopolies stifle competition, just like with Coles and Woolies. If the major parties make it too difficult for new players to enter, Australians will end up with fewer choices and poor policy outcomes. Independence brings smart solutions and positive impacts. That is the difference, and that is why the Australian public are turning away from major parties. They can see through this. They see through it. And whilst the government delivered this on a Friday afternoon, like putting out the trash, no different to the Morrison government when it comes to that tactic, the Australian people will absolutely see through this. And so what the big call will be in the 2025 election, we need to get as many independents into this parliament as possible, because this piece of legislation is stifling competition. It is there to make sure that political parties are just here for power, not for actual smart solutions and real legislation. We need to deal with lies in political advertising. The government has put forward its misinformation and disinformation bill, and that's been contentious and is concerning many. It's a necessary guardrail, but there are concerns. It would be the height of hypocrisy if then the government does not proceed with pushing for the Truth in Political Advertising bill to be debated and voted on with urgency. The public can have one standard, but political class has a different one. It is outrageous. So I very strongly support the motion for Curtin's motion that this bill should be sent to inquiry. Both bills should be treated equally. The Australian public deserves a robust democracy, the opportunity to participate fairly. We need a fair and equal playing field, and this bill is just trying to lock in a monopoly by the major parties.
I thank the member for Warringah. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call give the minister.
Just speaking
is the minister seeking the call?
Just to speak in the debate, Deputy Speaker.
The minister has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I just, given some of what we've heard, and I know we'll hear from a range of members who want to make contributions on suggestions of where this bill should now go, but I just want to, for those listening or watching along, just to restate, while we've moved on to a different topic, just to restate some of the background to how we've ended up at this point, all of the consultation that has occurred up until this point, and also the intention of these reforms. These, as I said before, the largest reforms and improvements to Australian democracy in some 40 years. And this latest round goes back to 5 August 2022, when the Special Minister of State wrote to the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters requesting that they initiate a review into the last election as a standard practice, but with a specific focus on donation reform, on the funding of elections, on limits on spending, on truth in advertising, and how do we enhance electoral participation. And I commend the Special Minister of State for doing that, because rather than just providing the normal reference, he looked to what it was that we needed to preserve Australian democracy for the future. And then we saw incredibly diligent work from the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, releasing an interim report on the 19th of June 2022 and their final report on the 27th of November 2023, recommending, amongst the things that we now see in front of us, lower disclosure thresholds, real-time reporting, donation caps, spending caps, introduction of administrative funding, and a number of other electoral participation reforms. And I'm sure that having gone through all that process, all of that work done by members on the crossbench, the opposition, government, Greens Party, elsewhere, all of that work being done, you would expect that the government then follow through on our commitment when we did. The Minister released a statement welcoming and accepting the findings of that review and committing that we would find ourselves in the place we find ourselves today. That is, in this term, looking at what we can do to further enhance our electoral system, but with a specific focus on the influence of big money in politics. And I think that is something that many in the Australian community are concerned about, where they see those who have access to millions, hundreds of millions, or even billions of dollars. When people have access to that amount of capital, does it mean that we have a less than level playing field? And indeed, I've come to the conclusion that it does, and that we need to do something about it. That's the conclusion the government has come to. And just to remind those following along this debate what is actually being proposed, because these are very sensible amendments to, again, Australia's electoral system is one of the strongest in the world. We have people time and time again look to our system about what can be learnt for other stable or emerging democracies. And again, I think Australia proudly does that work, whether we be sending parliamentarians on parliamentary exchanges to share insights, or be sharing across the public service, or indeed having the Electoral Commission itself engage with other election regulatory bodies. But these broad policy proposals, let's just go through them again. Caps on receiving donations, a capped amount of $20,000 for each individual donor per calendar year to a recipient. That's reasonable. That's not just about making sure that we don't have big money. It's also about making sure that you don't have people who might have those $2 million campaigns have it disproportionately funded by one source or another. An anti-avoidance measure to ensure that individual donors can only donate a capped amount per calendar year, and only a capped amount to any individual state or territory per calendar year. A cap on campaign spending, ensuring that entities are only able to spend electoral expenditure a capped amount per calendar year, tied into the federal caps. Again, making sure that it is the quality of the ideas, not the quality of just your fundraising, that determines who ends up in Parliament. Clarifying the definition of a gift so that we actually capture more of the funds that are coming into those federal campaign accounts. Lowering the disclosure threshold. At the moment, we see even those who claim to be disclosing every donation, we see time and time again declarations of anonymous donations going from that $16,900 index figure down to $1,000. Again, making sure that we have a much better idea of who is putting money where and who is funding what campaigns, and making sure that Australian voters know where that money is going in real time. I just said before that currently under the current system, voters have to wait up to 24 weeks to find out who funded a campaign. That's just not acceptable, and we should take action to change that. That's why this bill requires that entities will be required to disclose monthly in arrears during the term, weekly once the writ is issued, and then daily within the 7 days leading up to an election and the 7 days after the election, because it's really important that we have that transparency and that people don't time or game the system. We've got mandated federal campaign accounts to make sure that it is possible and easy for the Australian Electoral Commission to audit donations and election funding and to make sure that electoral expenditure is paid out of it. Again, to enhance compliance both for those who are standing for election, and I note that everyone who will speak in this debate is someone who has been successful at an election. Indeed, by having the mandated federal campaign accounts, we're also making sure that those who are unsuccessful are both held to a higher standard of scrutiny and accountability, but also that there are sensible ways that encourage people to participate in Australia's great democracy. We should encourage people to nominate. We should encourage people to have that contest of ideas at the ballot box. And again, this bill does that. We do have increases to public funding and provisions for advances of public funding. And again, unashamedly, this is all about reducing the influence of big money on elections and recognise that we have a higher level of transparency and accountability, that work needs to be done. I don't want to be standing here in 3 years' time where someone says they couldn't comply because they didn't have the resources. Every member, including independents, will be provided with additional support to make sure that we have compliance and to make sure that the Australian people get the information that they want. And also, there is sensible transitional provisions to make sure that the Australian Electoral Commission, again, admired around the world, can implement this in an effective way. But what we know as we stand here today is that billionaires, people with hundreds of millions of dollars, people with millions and millions of dollars are using their wealth increasingly to influence Australian elections. If we don't act now, our democracy is on track to become an arms race of the biggest spending with endless fundraising and vested interests. We should act to restrict big donors, and we should act to strengthen Australia's independent electoral commission. I'd like to note that those who might say this comes as a surprise, I want to point out we've had the minister not only give the referral more than 2 years ago, indicating the policy directions that he was interested in exploring. The Special Minister of State has talked about this. There's transcripts available on his website of interviews going back to 26 March 2023, 19 June 2023, the media release of 28 November welcoming the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters final report. We've got interviews this year on ABC Afternoon Briefing in April. He gave a speech to the McKell Institute on the 24th of September 2024. He held a press conference announcing this legislation at the end of last week. We've had multiple inquiries. We've looked at this over multiple terms. We've got members who are speaking on the crossbench, including the member for Curtin who sits on the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters. The minister has been public about his intentions on donation and spending caps. And I want to note that when it comes to how we've put this legislation together, we have put that report of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters as the impact analysis to meet the impact analysis requirements. That report itself is the impact analysis because it looked at these things so thoroughly. We had some 1,496 submissions. We had hearings here. In Parliament House. We had a range of community organisations. We had 4 days of hearings in Parliament House, came back for another round, another 3 days of hearings. People got to have their say. And what I really think is important to note in this debate is that if the position of the crossbench is that there should be no spending cap, they should just say so, because that position is an unsustainable position to hold. There should be a spending cap. I also note that a number of members, either collectively or individually, have met with the Special Minister of State. I put on the record that the member for Curtin has met with the Special Minister of State multiple times. And if you disagree with capping of expenditure, just say so. It is an unsustainable position. It is time to set things right. It is time to act on the recommendations of a committee report that's been on the table for a year. It is time to get this done.
I thank the Minister, and the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to remind the Minister that the substance of the motion is a request for the legislation to be referred to a committee.
Yes.
It's not a big ask, particularly when the Minister in the other place himself has said for months how complicated this legislation is, and indeed it's taken 6 months to draft. The Minister stood in a press conference on Friday with the legislation in his hand and said to journalists, "This is a very complicated piece of legislation." Well, I received it as I was watching the press conference and, with apologies to the Forests, printed it out and brought it with me to Canberra. That and the explanatory memorandum, I would say, is the equivalent of about 4 bricks. So if Qantas had weighed my bag, I probably wouldn't have been allowed onto the plane. But certainly I have not had the opportunity to go through the detail of the legislation, and that is what the committee is designed to do. The Minister seems to be asking us to take this piece of legislation in good faith. I don't think this is a good faith conversation. And I say that because the major parties have been happily trucking along together until they were under threat, and now suddenly it's time to change the rules without proper scrutiny. Since I've been in this place, I have barely seen the 2 major parties cooperate on anything. Yet now, self-interest unites a cabal of arch-enemies to the detriment of the Australian public and arguably against the will of the Australian public to entrench their collective power. Now, I take exception to a few things that the Minister has said. Transparency, great. Real-time disclosure, great. Pretty much already doing that. And no one in this place, I don't think, wants to see US-style politics in this country, least of all me. But what the crossbench is asking for is a committee to analyse this evidently very complicated piece of legislation, which won't even apply, Deputy Speaker, to the next election. So why can't we at least have that? Well, I'll tell you why. Because the major parties don't want scrutiny on this bill because it's full of loopholes that suit them. People should know, for example, that while expenditure caps would apply to individual candidates, the major parties could line the highways of my marginal electorate with billboards saying vote Liberal, vote Labor, uncapped. Those would not come under any expenditure cap. That is not a level playing field. I say to the government and the opposition, do better to get people to vote for you. That's why people aren't voting for you. Don't change the rules to suit themselves. Send this to a committee at the very least, because this legislation could change the shape of democracy in this country for a generation, and it needs close scrutiny.
I thank the member for Goldstone, and I give the call to the member for North Sydney.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. I want to take a moment to just reframe this debate, because I think there's a lot of heat in this chamber at the moment, and rightfully so. We are all incredibly passionate advocates for our community and for our democracy. And I think there's not a single person in this building who doesn't believe that the reason this parliament operates at its best, when it's operating at its best, is because we come here presenting the opinions of hundreds of thousands of people now. The truth of the matter is every member in this chamber represents over 100,000 Australians. And our democracy was built from the very basis that every community should have the right to send somebody to speak for them in a way which is consistent for their voice. I rise today to support the member for Curtin's motion because I cannot see how it is an unreasonable motion. This reform is warranted. This reform is necessary. Australians need to know that their democracy is healthy. Australians have a right to know who is giving what money to whom, and they have a right to know how that money is being spent. You are not going to get an argument from me against that reform. What is egregious in the way that this legislation is proceeding is that, and I say this with respect to the Assistant Minister, through you, Deputy Chair, there has been a very long process of consultation to even get us to the point for this legislation to be tabled. There have been many voices that have heard been heard. We know there were hundreds of submissions on this matter made. But the report that came from the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters was incredibly high level. And there was a dissenting report. There were additional comments made to that report. It's great that we finally have a minister who said he's prepared to listen to a committee, to work with his staff to bring forward a piece of legislation. But why stop that transparency, that accountability, that reviewing process now? This is the bit that makes no sense to me. We've done the work, we've done the consultation, the legislation's prepared, great. This parliament still has near on 6 months to run. May next year is when this parliament formally expires. Why is the government insisting on introducing this massive piece of legislation as of Friday, I got it on Sunday, and telling us they want it through the House this week? What I've come to learn in this place is that we do not do good policy when we seek to rush it. We do not do good policy when we're afraid to have it scrutinised. And the very first independent in my seat of North Sydney, actually, Ted Mack, was very clear when he said that it is true that the best policy comes when the opinions of many are weighed up against the opinions of few. Whether we want to believe it or not, or whether the government wants to accept it or not, at the moment, this is the opinions of a few. This is the opinions of the government in terms of how they've listened to the JSCAM report, how they've interpreted it and how they've turned it into legislation. I support the member for Curtin's motion to have it referred to a committee, because by doing that, what we enable is for the opinions of many to be taken on board in terms of what this reform looks like. And as a participatory democracy, as a democracy that exists to represent ordinary Australians should have every right to know that this piece of legislation has gone and been laid open in the sun for all to see and really deeply understand. So I do not understand why, in the interests of transparency, accountability and integrity, the right course of action for this legislation is to be referred to the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, for that to be taken through an inquiry process and for a report from that committee to come back, if you want it before the next election, next March. And that would give us ample time to still deal with this legislation before this parliamentary term ends. Thank you.
Thank the member for North Sydney, and I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This bill smells like the Christmas ham on January the 6th. It is a sneaky piece of legislation which is aimed at entrenching the dominance of the major political parties in this country. It looks superficially attractive, but any close examination reveals that its dominant purpose is to protect the self-interest of Labor and the Coalition and to pull up the drawbridge against the independents and the small parties. The bill will limit donations and spending on federal elections. In principle, that is a good thing. We all want to see the financial influence on government in this country restricted. The bill will also increase the amount of taxpayers' money used to reimburse political parties and candidates, and that could be a good thing. However, caps on spending benefit those MPs who are already in this parliament over the candidates who choose to run against them at elections. They allow parties to concentrate their spending on target seats. They enable them to outspend independent candidates in those seats. Similar legislation, we've seen it already in Victoria and New South Wales, decimated independent representation in those states, and it shored up the flagging, bloated and tired major parties. Donation caps do not prevent cash for access payments to ministers or to shadow ministers, and they are unlikely to limit the effect of the associated entities, which now account for a third of the cash which flows to the Liberal and Labor parties. Let's be open about this. This legislation is aimed at propping up incumbency. It's aimed at helping those people who are in Parliament already to stay there, and it's aimed at stopping independents and small parties coming aboard. And that is why the Labor Party and the Coalition have worked together secretly for months on this legislation. They have cooked up something which are now rushing through Parliament at the last possible minute. This is not the sort of transparent, bipartisan reform that our voters would like to see, that they deserve. It is a dodgy deal cooked up behind closed doors, because the big parties are, with good reason, increasingly spooked by the independents. The legislation has not been, and the government does not propose to subject it to, appropriate review by either House, by parliamentary committee or by independent experts. It won't affect the 2025 election, so there is absolutely no reason to push it through with this unseemly haste. The only reason the government is doing this with the coalition is because it does not want the public to recognise how poorly the major parties are behaving with this bill. Deputy Speaker, in 2022, 1/3 of Australian voters voted for independence and for small parties. In 2025, we will encourage them to remember this sort of cynical political manoeuvring when they decide who they can trust to represent them further.
I thank the member for Kooyong. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to add my voice to those in this section of the House, the crossbench, in support of the member for Curtin's call for an inquiry, a referral to the Joint Select Committee for Electoral Matters on this piece of legislation. We're talking about legislation. We're not talking about a report that was tabled. We're not talking about some vague set of principles and ideas. We're talking about laws. And the parliament that I love is the parliament that uses all its tools to interrogate laws that will be sitting on the statute books for a long time. The community that brought me to this parliament brought me with a very clear mandate to ask for greater scrutiny, to shine a light into dark corners, to turn up the torch, and indeed to turn up the heat when I see something that isn't right. And when I look at this legislation, and so far it's only been a look, because as my colleagues have said, no exposure draft was circulated to the broader parliament, no opportunity to look at the detail on this legislation. The only opportunity, it seems, that was given to interrogate this legislation was a cosy interrogation that happened behind the closed doors of goodness knows where between the government and the opposition. Now, any person listening to this debate out in broader Australia can smell a rat. I certainly can. There are good elements to this bill, elements that I've called for a long time. Lowering the disclosure threshold, good idea. I've been doing it since I was elected, not that hard. The major parties, though, of course, need to have significant investment of public funds in order to do that, on every seat, it seems, even though most funds, of course, go into a general pool. The details are thick in such a piece of legislation, so thick that we don't want to investigate them or interrogate them through an inquiry. I think when you look at this bill, you say, well, what's the label on the can? The label on the can says electoral reform. Who could argue with that? We need it. Clearly we do. We need big money out of politics. Absolutely we do. We need transparency and real-time exposure of who is donating to who and influencing policies and politicians. We do. We need a diverse parliament. And how many times have I seen members of this place stand up and beat their chest about having representation from all kinds of people coming into this parliament? But this legislation, the details of this legislation, the bits that the government doesn't want you to see, is really designed to make sure that we can't flip a seat from an incumbent. Now, when it comes to self-interest, this legislation is not going to affect many of us, myself included, because I am an incumbent and I have all the advantages that goes with that. But I don't want to win a race that I have all the advantages in. That doesn't bring me a sense of having been the best competitor. This is not about levelling the playing field. This is about making the mountain more difficult to climb for anyone who dares to say that the major parties don't have all the answers. This was an opportunity for this government to come and be statespeople. This was an opportunity to come and show the Australian public what integrity is all about, what courage is all about, by saying, you know what, the Australian people have lost so much faith in their democracy, we're going to help to restore it. But when it comes to the scrutiny, well, we're not going to allow that, actually. We're not going to circulate an exposure draft for the whole parliament to see. No, we're going to introduce a bill into the House of Representatives. We're going to drop it on a Friday. Maybe some of the independents will get their hands on it on the weekend and then cause a bit of a fuss on a Monday. Here we are doing that. Glad that we have fulfilled that destiny. And And then we're going to ram it through the House as quickly as we can. And won't it be fascinating to see who's on the speaking list when we do this debate? How many members of the coalition will stand up and call for greater scrutiny? How many members of the government will stand up and look to the detail, look to those pages of exclusions when it comes to the definition of a gift? I'll be very curious to see who's on the speaking list, actually. So, Madam Deputy Chair, just imagine, as one of my colleagues, the member for Goldstein, said, that we saw the two major parties walking into this chamber in a spirit of collaboration on some of the big existential questions that this parliament faces. Imagine, just imagine, if they've gone away together on a little camp, perhaps, and come together into the parliament with strong, evidence-based, scientifically backed policy on climate change and said, Australia, this is what we're going to do and we're going to do it together. Just imagine that. We'd all be here cheering. But no, we're not doing that. This is one of those kind of moments, really, if a person was a bit cynical. I don't know why they would be out there in constituency land, but it really feels like a Deirdre Chambers what a coincidence moment. That we're in this chamber today with the two major parties coming together with this wonderful gift for democracy that's called electoral reform. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I fully support this legislation going to a joint select committee on electoral matters. If it is as good as the Minister has told us it is, and he's really confident, then he won't be afraid of scrutiny. He'll be welcoming it. He'll be using every parliamentary tool that there is, because there is no rush on this, is there? No rush whatsoever. The only rush is to get truth in political advertising, and we're not going near that. The only rush is to get real-time political donation transparency, and no rush on that either, it seems, but a big rush on making sure that we lock this in before the potential of perhaps a different makeup in the chamber come the outcome of the next election, and when it may not be so easy to do a cosy deal. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will pause here and allow others to speak. My central contention here right now is, if this bill is as good as the government says, then let's not just leave it to trust, let's leave it to scrutiny, which is what a parliament's all about. Thank you.
I thank the member for Indi, and I give the call to the member for Melbourne.
Deputy Speaker, you've always got to be careful when this parliament heads towards Christmas, because that's when Labor and Liberal try and put a lump of coal in your democracy stocking. Their rush legislation is very often bad legislation. And we just heard the minister say that this, I think I'm quoting him correctly, he said the largest reforms in 40 years to the foundations about the way that our democracy works. What the motion that we're debating right now is, and this is important for people who are listening to understand, is not about whether we're voting for or against that bill, or whether there's good provisions in it or bad provisions in it, or provisions that need to be improved. It's about whether there should be any inquiry into whether the bill does what it says on the tin. Now, it is the usual practice in this place that when bills are brought here, a committee of one house or another, or in this instance both, scrutinises that legislation. That's the normal course. That's the normal course. And it's especially the normal course when there is very significant pieces of legislation that are brought here. And what we've seen, in the way that this chamber has worked in the past, is that when bills are allowed to go through that process of scrutiny, they are very often improved. Yes. Yes. Not only that, but you often find flaws in the bill that were unintended. Now, that is why we have this process that has worked this way for a very, very long time. That is even more important when you're passing legislation that, on the government's own admission, has no need for urgency because it won't affect this coming election, but will affect the one after that. Right? That's what the government has said. So there's absolutely no justification for not doing the thing that we do with pretty much every other piece of legislation in this place, which is have an inquiry into it. Now, for a very, very long time, the Greens in this place, together with others, including others who have spoken here today and others who have come before, for a very, very long time, we've been arguing strongly that the rules around who gets to fund and in many instances own politicians in this place need to change, that we need greater transparency and that we need greater disclosure. We have argued that for a very, very long time. And as others, including here on the crossbench, have said, there are some good measures in what the government is proposing in many instances because they've picked up measures that we've been advocating, that we've all been advocating for a very long time. But there's a lot more in the bill. There's a lot more in the bill. And as the point was made, one of the other things that I think most people would expect should exist in our laws, truth in advertising, is not part of this rush. It's not part of the rush. So the onus is really on the government to explain why, in what they are calling the largest reform in 40 years, they want to bypass the standard practice of this parliament and not have any scrutiny on it whatsoever. One of the things they might say, and I saw the minister shaking his head at the table before saying, oh no, there is an urgency. Well, do you know what? Let's just take that for a moment. Let's assume that the government is right. Do you know what else? And this is critical that people listening understand this. When the government has brought legislation to Parliament before and said we need to get this through, say, in a week, even then they've had inquiries into it. Now, sometimes those inquiries have run for even just a couple of days. In one of those instances, we saw it here this year in Parliament, the government brought a piece of legislation in. We in the Senate managed to secure an inquiry into it. Through that inquiry, so many problems were found in the bill that the government pulled it all together, right? And hasn't even brought it back, if I recall correctly. So inquiries into legislation can do their job and often find problems in it that even the government in this parliament has used to say, okay, well, we may not progress the bill or we are going to fix it. And in the context where people are raising some very serious concerns about what this means for democracy, about this entrenching a two-party system, about this being used to try and effectively tilt the playing field so a certain outcome is more likely than a different outcome in a way that affects the will of the people, given the seriousness of that, that is all the more reason for there to be an inquiry into this legislation. Because I think the test that most people in this country now will be asking about every piece of legislation that comes past here, especially legislation that's about changing the rules of the game, the Australian people will be asking, well, does this legislation allow for more voices in Parliament or not? They'll be asking the question, does this piece of legislation make the Parliament work in a way where different voices have to come together and fix the problems that we're facing as a country and get outcomes that make my life better? Like that's the test. That's the test that most people increasingly have for the laws that pass this parliament. And that is a fair test and it is a right test. And so on behalf of, we are in a situation at the moment, and I've said this several times before, we're now in a situation where less than a third of the country voted for this government. Right? Less than a third of the country, and a bit more than a third voted for the opposition, and about a third is voting for someone else. And about a third of the country is voting for someone else. And there's two ways you can deal with that. You can either deal with that by saying, oh, well, we better have a listen to what that third of the country that's voting for someone else is saying, and maybe lift our game and put forward some policies that might actually make people's lives better. Or you can say, we'll just try and change the rules of the game. If this legislation is as good as the government says it is, then they will have nothing to hide from an inquiry. If it's that good, then let people run the ruler over it, okay? This practice that we're getting into of saying we can't even scrutinise legislation in this place anymore is very concerning. Now, I've got views about this bill. You know, it's been tabled now, but there will be other people who will have views about this bill, and they should be given a chance to be heard. Ordinarily, the experts, people who've had lived experience of this, people who are going to be affected by this, any other bill, when any other bill comes up, there's a chance for people to have their say in an inquiry. That's the usual process. And as I've said, people can often find flaws in the bill that no one even knew were there. And you get a chance to fix that by having scrutiny. But critically, it gives people a chance to have their say. Nothing I've heard from the government so far can put forward any legitimate reason as to why we should be denying people a chance to have their say and some scrutiny into this legislation. And I think, yes, we have a view as the Greens about what the rules of the game here should be to ensure that this parliament starts to reflect the will of the Australian people accurately and is not distorted. But even if you don't agree with me, even if you take the government's view at face value, that's still no reason for excluding people from the right to have scrutiny of the bill and their right to have a say. And that's what this motion's about. That's what this motion's about. This motion's not actually about the merits of this bill and about whether or not it does prop up a two-party system. That's not what this motion is about. This motion is about whether or not the usual practice that applies to just about every other bill in this place should apply to this one as well, and that there should be an inquiry into it to find the flaws that the government didn't even know was there, to hear arguments that may force a bit of a rethink when you think, oh, I didn't think about that, maybe we do need to fix that. Nothing put forward by this minister today makes one single case for removing people's right to have a look at this bill, which, as the minister himself has said, is the largest reform in 40 years and won't affect what happens at this election, but only affects the one after that. So I support this motion.
Thank the member for Melbourne. And the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in support of the member for Curtin's motion today for this electoral reform legislation to be referred for scrutiny under a parliamentary committee. If ever there was a piece of legislation that should be referred for further scrutiny, this is probably it. It goes to the heart of our democracy. Our democracy is our greatest strength and our greatest asset. A piece of legislation as complex as this and as important as this, of course, must be scrutinised by a parliamentary committee. I think the member for Curtin's motion request is an extremely simple request, and it's a very reasonable request. And as we've heard from other members on the crossbench, there is no rush. There is no reason why it can't go through that inquiry, why the experts can't scrutinise it, why it can't be interrogated. This is our democracy, and we know that democracy is fragile and we can never take it for granted. We must never take democracy for granted. We do see what's happening in other nations who have strong and long history for their democracies as well, becoming more and more polarised. That is something that we do not want to see in this country. We saw at the last election and previous recent elections where there has been growing diversity in our parliament. More eyes, more voices, more debate. That is what makes our democracy strong, and many of us here on the crossbench are concerned. We are worried, and many people across the nation are concerned, that this legislation may undermine our democracy, maybe in an unintended way, but it may. So we absolutely need it to be scrutinised, properly scrutinised, the proper process for one of the most important pieces of legislation that has come in this term. As the minister himself has said, it must be scrutinised in a parliamentary committee. It must have proper process. Our democracy is our strongest asset. There is no rush. We must do everything to keep it as strong and as vibrant as possible. Thank you.
I thank the member for McKellar. And I will put the question. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. Noes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells.
Who I caught through for three as soon as he hit it. And when he got to two, I was up with him. And when I turned to go around, I said, yeah, I said, oh, I've looked at him. So he's ripped really well. So I'm actually we won by 7, so you know, I think that's just... I did a rotator cuff. I won't tell you now, but I did a rotator cuff years ago. Hi, man. Well, thank you. Good self. Justin. Very well, my dear. So, how many overs to roll? Oh, jeez. This is so really easy. That's such good.
Sprint down
Lock the doors. The question is that the motion be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Kooyong and McKellar as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 14, noes 50. The matter was resolved in the negative. Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible.
I'm so lucky she lived my area. You know,
Order. If members can just leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. I'll give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that notice number 1, government business, be postponed until a later hour this day.
I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I have received advice from the Chief Government Whip nominating members to be members and supplementary members of the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy. The call to the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of members to the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy.
Is leave granted? Give the call to Riverina. The member for Riverina has given leave. I'll give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member for Riverina. I move that Mr Perrott be discharged as a member of the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy and Dr Molino be discharged as a supplementary member of the committee. And Dr Molino be appointed a member of the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy and Mr Perrott be appointed a supplementary member of the committee.
I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk. To give the call to the honourable member for Fisher.
You, Mr Speaker, this was just sprung on me. I had no idea it was coming on. It was supposed to be tomorrow, but anyway. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, I present the committee's advisory report incorporating a dissenting report on the Cybersecurity Legislative Package 2024. And I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? Give a call to the Assistant Minister.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. Give the call to the member for Fisher.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, I present the committee's advisory report on its review of the Cybersecurity Legislative Package of 2024. Cybersecurity and the protection of critical infrastructure are increasingly important components of Australia's national security and economic resilience. As has been demonstrated by multiple events in recent years, cybersecurity incidents have the potential to compromise the privacy and security of millions of Australians, enabling fraud and extortion on a scale that was not previously possible. Even more seriously, hostile nation-states are increasingly seeing cyber vulnerabilities as a possible means to sabotage critical infrastructure and damage Australia's interests in a time of conflict. Hardening Australia's cybersecurity against threats is essential to Australia's ongoing security and prosperity. As cyber warfare expert James Scott said, there's no silver bullet with cybersecurity. A layered defence is the only viable option. But the reality is that more must be done. To that end, the cybersecurity legislative package aims to continue the world-leading work of the former coalition government to boost Australia's cybersecurity and capabilities. It consists of 3 bills: the Cybersecurity Bill 2024, the Intelligence Services and Other Legislation Amendment Cybersecurity Bill of 2024, and the Security of Critical Infrastructure and Other Legislation Amendment Enhanced Response and Prevention Bill of 2024. Collectively, these bills provide a suite of measures intended...
Apologies, I need to interrupt you. You will be granted permission to continue your comments when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to member for Durack.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My electorate of Durack is changing again, with the AEC having announced the final electorate boundaries for the upcoming federal election. The redistribution has sadly meant that the shires of York, 2J and Northam will no longer be in Durack. It has been a real privilege to represent these communities, but I have the utmost confidence that the fantastic Liberal candidate for Bullwinkle, Matt Moran, will be elected and he will become a terrific representative. However, I'm very much looking forward to welcoming back many of the areas that I previously proudly represented prior to the 2022 redistribution. And these include constituents in the following shires: Cunderdin, Calabarin, Corder, Merredin, Mount Marshall, Muckenbudin, Nangarran, Tammin, Training, Westonia, and not forgetting the wonderful people in the Shire of Wildcatcham. So yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is a lot of shires, but you already knew that. In fact, Durack will now encompass 49 different local government authorities. These returning communities are particularly impacted by Labor's planned abolition of the live sheep trade and failures to support regional Australia. I've already begun reconnecting with locals across these areas as I look to reinvigorate my old electorate office in Merredin, so look out for that. I do look forward to hopefully having the opportunity to reconnect and to be able to be the representative for what we call the old new Durack.
Fraser.
Deputy Speaker, I'm passionate about the power of education and the opportunities it creates. Education is the underpinning of individuals having the chance to realise their potential. It is also the pathway out of cycles of disadvantage for so many. The Albanese government's recent announcements in relation to education policy are game changers. Firstly, we'll be cutting student debt by 20% for everyone. Secondly, we'll be raising the threshold people can earn before they need to start repaying their loans. Almost 20% of people in my electorate have a HECS debt. They will directly benefit from these changes. These changes, on top of already legislated changes to the way HECS is indexed, will help immediately with cost of living and, by reducing debt, will enable more home loan applications. This government has also ensured that fee-free TAFE is here to stay. This will enable training for more tradespeople, more carers and so many other professions that our society needs. It will reduce barriers for more Australians to not only progress their own lives but also to build Australia's future. Employment projections show that 90% of future jobs will require post-secondary education. Therefore, it is extremely important that universities and TAFEs are accessible and affordable, and barriers to opportunity are lessened, as this is what will reduce cycles of generational disadvantage. These changes to HECS and TAFE will enable so many more people to attend university and TAFE, especially in communities like mine. This is both fairer and better for the economy.
Member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last Thursday, November the 14th, was World Diabetes Day, and this chamber will have heard many times one of my honours in this place has been to be the co-chair of the Parliamentary Enemies of Diabetes. Along with my good friend, who's not in the chamber at the moment, the member for Moreton, we have been the co-chairs of this organisation for some time. Next week, the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation will once again be holding its Kids in the House event, and I often remarked in the past, I think this is one of the most effective lobbying methods or programs that I've seen in my time in Parliament. It is just fantastic to see these young Australians in here searching for help with their life from the point of view of keeping research going in the right areas to finding a cure for diabetes. So in preparation for this event, last week I took the time to go down to the bottom of York Peninsula to meet Fletcher Buchanan, a fantastic little outward-going 2-year-old, and his mum Alex and father Luke, who Alex and Fletcher will be here next week, and I'll be looking forward to meeting up with them in their house and introducing to some of my friends. In this same time frame, I'll also be meeting up with Mike Wilson, who is the retiring CEO of the JDRF Foundation, announced his retirement in September after 20 years. Thanks for your service, Mike, and we are now working with Sydney Yovek as the new CEO.
Member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, last week the following Canberrans gave up 5 days of their time to support and walk in the Men's Link Great Walk. Paul Eccles from PSC Insurance Brokers, Fabian Muscat from Elite Heating and Cooling, Craig Davis from the Canberra Innovation Network, Sarah Hardy from Isla and Gray Financial Advice, Michael O'Grady from Foresight, Andy Friend from Performance Friend, Katie Binstock from Thompson and Gear Lawyers, Jeremy Archer from Working Gear, Rupert Cullen from Vantage Strata, Emily Schumark from SHG Lawyers, Ben Henderson from PCI Sports, Sarah Darcy from PwC, Jess Peel from Bravehearts, Michael Hull from Approach Consulting, Bjarne Cray from Southside Physio, Julie Dobinson and Teresa Dowling from DDCS Lawyers, Jim Bokel from Blue Ridge, Stephanie Bates from Charter Tech, Pete Russell from International SOS, Anthony Simpson from BAL Lawyers, Alex Brennan from Blue Inc, Jim Roy from Page Executive, Kane Piper from Queanbeyan Toyota, Pierre Hooter from Purdon, Karen Smith from Vikings Group, Todd Wright from Three Sides Marketing and Lachlan Exton from High Road. Thank you one and all for your generosity and leadership and support of Men's Link and their incredibly important programs right across the Territory.
Member for Wentworth.
I'm delighted to amplify Nicola's voice today as part of our Raise Our Voice in Parliament program, Deputy Speaker. This year, young people across the country were asked what they wanted their community to look like in the next 10 years and what this Parliament could do to achieve it. In Nicola's words, stable and positive mental health is crucial for our well-being, yet it is often overlooked. I've seen friends struggle silently, unable to find the help they need. This needs to change. In 10 years, I envisage a community where mental health support is accessible to everyone and as readily available as physical health services, where schools have dedicated mental health professionals and workplaces provide regular mental wellness programs. These changes would create a supportive environment, reduce stigma and save lives. The next Parliament can help achieve this by increasing funding for mental health services, implementing mandatory mental health education in schools, and supporting initiatives that promote mental wellness in all areas of life. This isn't just a personal issue, it's a community issue that affects us all. Ultimately, a future with robust mental health support will create a stronger, healthier community. I urge our politicians to prioritise mental health, ensuring no one has to suffer in silence. Thank you, Nicola, for your wonderful words. I wholeheartedly agree, and I think you show a great commitment to our community and what can be achieved in our Parliament. Certainly something to keep on aiming for. Thank you.
Member for Cullingham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Destination Wollongong has been instrumental in promoting tourism and economic growth in the Wollongong region. This not-for-profit organisation works closely with local government, businesses and community partners to attract visitors to our area. Through strategic marketing, event coordination and partnership building, Destination Wollongong enhances Wollongong's profile, contributes to the local economy and showcases Wollongong's unique attractions. I would like to make a special mention to their former General Manager, Mark Slay, for his role in promoting Wollongong as a prime tourism destination over the past decade. For the past 12 years, under his leadership, the city has gained recognition, not only for its natural beauty, but also for hosting some world-class events. In 2016, through Destination Wollongong, Mark welcomed the first cruise ships to be docked at Port Kembla, allowing visitors to explore Wollongong and surrounding attractions. He was a key advocate for the 2022 UCI Road World Championships and the upcoming World Triathlon Championships in 2025. Through hosting these events, Destination Wollongong has significantly boosted Wollongong's international profile. Mark's dedication to enhance Wollongong's tourism can be seen through his work to build a vibrant nighttime economy and promoting key sporting events like the National Youth Championships. Again, thank you, Mark, for 12 incredible years highlighting what Wollongong has to offer, not just locally but internationally as well.
Hear, hear.
Member for Ryan.
I can't tell you how many young people I meet who are crushed by student debt. With indexation through the roof, their HECS debts are growing faster than they can pay them off. I went to uni for free and so did the Prime Minister. Today's students, though, are paying through the nose for an education. Not fair. The Greens have been fighting for years to wipe student debt completely, to ease this massive burden on young people particularly. Now Labor's finally listening, promising a 20% reduction in HECS balances and raising the payment threshold. But why wait until after the election? With Greens support, Labor has the numbers to deliver their promise right now. Students and graduates need cost of living relief right now, not in some hypothetical future. They should not have to wait. Labor could wipe student debt completely by wiping tax handouts to massive corporations and shifting their focus to helping everyday Australians. Instead, they're playing politics with people's lives in the middle of one of the worst cost of living crises in decades. The Greens are willing to work with Labor to offer real relief for thousands of people with HECS debts right now. What is Labor scared of? Thank you.
Member for Bendigo.
Deputy Speaker, earlier this year I held a roundtable with local automotive dealers, and one of the main issues that they raised with me is whilst they are keen to see more EVs on our roads, they were concerned with EV infrastructure, charging stations, making sure that we had the charging stations required. The good news for my community is through a joint partnership between our government and the NRMA, $40 million grant has gone towards building supercharging EV stations all throughout Australia, in particular from Melbourne to Adelaide. And the town of Morong in my electorate will host one of these supercharging stations. I went out to visit the EV charging station that we have in Morong, and it was already in use. So hardly a moment to celebrate its switching on. People were already logging onto the app to see that they could supercharge their EVs. It's been great news for the local community, with regular people visiting the Morong Family Hotel and the Elmore Bakery, which have an outlet in Morong. It is a little hamlet that is fast becoming part of Bendigo's growing suburbs. And to talk to Trish, who was a local using the EV charging station on this day, she said it's just great to be able to charge your car quicker than getting a coffee from the Elmore Bakery. Whilst we were there, people from Melbourne were using this service. This is what our government is doing, investing in EV charging stations.
Yeah. Member for Wannon.
Hume.
Hume.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As real disposable incomes have gone backwards, many Australians are not just feeling poorer, they are poorer. Deputy Speaker. This is a direct quote from the final report of the Senate Select Committee on the Cost of Living. Following a 2-year inquiry, the report confirms that Australians are worse off under the Albanese Labor government. In the 2.5 years that Labor has been in power, our standards of living here in Australia have collapsed more than any other advanced country. We are at the back of the pack. Why? Let me read another direct quote from the report. The Labor government's unnecessary and undisciplined spending continues and perpetuates the cost of living crisis. They have made the cost of living crisis go on for longer than it needs to. This demonstrates what we all know, that Australia's inflation crisis is homegrown, and it's hard-working Australian families who are paying the highest price. Since Labor came to office, the typical Australian family with a mortgage is paying an extra $35,000 in after-tax income in repayments. Electricity prices are up $1,000. That's despite the $250 cut promise. And whether it's the food they buy from the supermarket, the insurance they pay on their homes, on vehicles, or the everyday services that they need,
It's all costing a whole lot more under Labor. This government, Deputy Speaker, is asleep at the wheel, talking about plans for plans and continuing to spend.
Member for Solomon.
Speaker, in your electorate, the University of Newcastle is bucking a trend and beginning a new Indonesian language program next year. But in my electorate as well, Charles Darwin University is enhancing its Indonesia focus. But, Deputy Speaker, I'm worried about our primary and secondary schools, and I met with the chair of the Australia-Indonesia Institute Board in the last sitting, Emeritus Professor Greg Fearley, and regrettably, Indonesian language studies are declining in our schools and outside of our fine jurisdictions in universities too. This is a matter of concern to us and also to the Indonesian government. Deputy Speaker, it should be a great concern to all of us. If we stop teaching Indonesian in primary and secondary schools, then we will lose our Bahasa teachers and lose our nation's expertise. It has been confirmed, unfortunately, that a second private school in my electorate, secondary school, is going to stop teaching Indonesian for a lack of Indonesian teachers. Now, why is this important? Mengapa? Why? Because Indonesia will enter the top 10 economies in the world by next decade and be a top 5 economy by 2040. And, by the way, they are our closest neighbour. So as they become an economic powerhouse, and as we concentrate on our Southeast Asian economic strategy, Indonesia is simply so important. Let's start learning their language again. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Barker.
For those who haven't heard about Nancy Wake, aka the White Mouse, she was a World War II Aussie heroine and deserves widespread recognition as such. A group of Australian Defence Force ex-service women in Barker are telling her story in schools and community groups to give her the recognition she deserves. Local Barker veteran Liz Wheeler, who had the privilege of meeting Nancy before she died, is leading the charge with a group of women who will undertake the same 520-kilometre bike ride Nancy endured during the war, riding through what was then German-occupied France. Nancy arrived in France just prior to World War II. She joined the French resistance and saved the lives of countless Jewish civilians and Allied servicemen. Liz and her group sought funding through the Department of Veteran Affairs but have been denied support because the commemoration of Nancy's heroism will not take place on Australian soil but in France as they retrace Nancy's steps. I ask the Minister opposite reassess that request for funding. Minister, reconsider this decision and help acknowledge and recognise an unsung but well-deserving heroine. I joined Liz and her group on Saturday to help raise money through a sausage sizzle at the Mount Gambier pageant. Congratulations to Liz and the women joining her in France. This commemorative ride is an opportunity to honour and promote an Australian female hero in circumstances where female heroines go too often unrecognised in this country.
Member for Werriwa.
Deputy Speaker, Nobel Peace Prize winner Nelson Mandela once noticed that education is the most wonderful weapon you can use to change the world. Labor knows the enduring truth of these words, but more importantly, Mandela's words are etched into legislative programs and policy announcements by this government. Let me give you just 3 recent examples. Firstly, I'm delighted that Macquarie Fields in Werriwa will be home to one of the 10 new suburban university study hubs. Study hubs will provide student support and campus-style facilities for those studying a university or TAFE course without needing to leave their community. The study hub will not only encourage more young Australians to enrol in post-secondary education, but also finishing their studies. Secondly, the Albanese Labor government will support national vet system by continuing to offer free TAFE places. The first 18 months of fee-free TAFE has seen over 508,000 enrolments. Labor believes in equal opportunity, and by making TAFE free, we're removing the financial barriers to access and ensure everyone has the chance to achieve their potential. And finally, at a university level, the Albanese Labor government has announced a raft of measures regarding HECS, not the least being a further cut of 20% of all student debt. Deputy Speaker, Labor is a champion for education on all levels, ensuring no one is left behind.
Member for Deakin.
Well, the housing crisis under Labor is just getting worse. The
Australian Bureau of Statistics has shown again that the housing crisis is being exacerbated by terrible decisions of this government, and their 1.2 million home promise, the so-called promise of 1.2 million homes, is going to fall 400,000 homes short, and this compares to the more than 1 million homes that were commenced under the coalition between 2017 and 2021. To put it into some context, the Labor Party is bringing in record levels of migration, nearly 500,000 migrants a year when we're building fewer homes. Only 158,000 homes were approved last financial year, with more than 500,000 new migrants. Now, you don't need to be a genius to know that this government has no plan for where those record levels of immigrants will be living. We've seen median rents in this country increase by 23%. No wonder more Australians are paying 23% more in rent, to $632 on average per week as a result of the migration policy of this government. And Australians with a mortgage are paying more than $20,000 a year or more in interest repayments because inflation has remained elevated due to the poor decisions of this government. Only a coalition government after the next election will ensure that housing is available for all Australians to purchase or rent.
For Holt.
Deputy Speaker, education is the driving force of social mobility in our country. Labor is committed to strengthening our education system and rebuilding the tertiary sector. This is a system we inherited on the brinks of collapse after a decade of neglect by the former Liberal national government. There is no better example of our commitment to the sector than Labor's fee-free TAFE program. This program has enabled thousands of Australians to upskill in crucial areas such as childcare, aged care and construction. We are also reducing university costs for millions of Australians, slashing $3 billion from student debt and making the repayment systems fairer. If re-elected, Labor will go further, cutting student debt by an additional $16 billion to ease the cost of living pressures and boost productivity. This is about supporting young Australians because no one should be burdened with a lifetime of debt to gain the skills our economy needs. This is tangible cost of living relief. Relief the Liberals have called wasteful and voted against. Labor is delivering real support at building a stronger education system for Australia's future.
Member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to welcome Emma Vullen MP and her partner Matt to the chamber today, and also acknowledge that Member for Bruce Julian Hill's been taking her around and known Emma since the age of 12. Now, I first got to meet Emma at Carrum Downs prior to the last state election, and I must admit, after meeting Emma, I thought there's not a nicer person I could meet, a CFA volunteer, and I was very concerned you would actually win the seat of Pakenham, which you did, from the Liberals. When I've known Emma over the time, I've always had all these injuries, and Emma and I have been comparing stories. In actual fact, I can recommended a surgeon to her. But the sad thing was, and the reality was, Emma has motor neurone disease, and you've been absolutely incredible going to citizenship functions with us, and also last week at an Anzac Day service. And even when we had the motor neurone disease walk recently, you were more worried about how I was going to go around the lake, and yet you're in a wheelchair. So, Emma, can I just say you're an inspiration to all of us and all those other 2,000 in Australia who have MND. And I thank you and Matt and your family. You've gone through hell and back. You're a fighter, an inspiration, and it's sad, very sad to see what you're going through. But can I just say, we all walk in your shoes. Thank you so much.
Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yesterday I was honoured to wear the number 6 for the Riverside All-Stars in their 3rd annual Hope Cup charity cricket match against the Gawler Police 11. It was a fantastic afternoon with a brilliant turnout by our community and a lot of action on the pitch. We saw this humble member weave 5 overs of pure magic with the ball. Nathan Lyon is good, but he's never seen me, Speaker. We also saw Senior Sergeant Rob Moday bowl for a golden duck. I imagine plenty of defect notices were handed out on the drive home. And we saw Damien McGee, the well-loved proprietor of the Exchange Hotel in Gawler, named man of the match. He's not quite Damien Martin, having also been bowled for a duck, but most importantly, he raised the most funds out of all players, with $32,000 going towards people sleeping rough in total. And that monumental effort means people like Troy, who I met yesterday, can be lifted out of homelessness and into a full-time work to get their lives back on track. And in Troy's case, he'll have the joy of becoming married in the very near future as well. I give my full credit to Darren Dwyer of the Salvos for producing outcomes like these through incredible initiatives like the Hope Cup in partnership with Rob Moday. Your work does not go unnoticed, and our community is lucky to have you both. And just in closing, to the fabulous ADF members up in the gallery today, thank you for your service, and I hope you have a fantastic week here on Exchange with the other members of Parliament in our respective offices.
Member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week I had the Deputy Opposition Leader to my electorate, and it was a great experience to be able to introduce her to a number of my businesses. We went and called in on Heidi and Parvo Walker at Walker Seafoods, which are one of the fishers of Fisher at Mooloolaba, the largest fresh caught tuna fisher people in Australia. And talking with Heidi, she asked me this question. In fact, she asked the Deputy Opposition Leader this question. When did the government declare war on small business? Because there's been no formal declaration of war against small business by this government, but Heidi Walker, I think, exemplified the feelings of just about every small business in this country when she asked that question, when did the government declare war on small business? Because small businesses around this country are bleeding. They are bleeding with government red tape. They are bleeding with the cost of living. The cost of living just doesn't impact households. It impacts upon small business people, particularly in relation to their energy prices. And the regulatory costs that small businesses are enduring are driving unprecedented numbers of them to the wall.
Member for Paterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Minister for Education and I have something in common. We were the first people in our family to go to university. And I have something in common with you, Deputy Speaker, in that the beautiful University of Newcastle is in your electorate, and in 1989 I attended that university for the first time as the first person in my family. And driving to uni in those days was probably about 45 minutes. Well, it's gotten a lot busier and a lot harder to get to Newcastle Uni because we know a lot of people want to live in our magnificent region. So that's why I'm so delighted to be part of a government that is doing the suburban university hubs. And in the Kurri Kurri Community Centre, we have now announced that we are going to set up a university hub. Now, Kurri Kurri is my hometown, but in the wisdom of the Australian Electorate Commission, they have redistributed it to the seat of Hunter. And the member for Hunter will now be taking over, looking after my beautiful hometown of Kurri Kurri, and I know he is going to do a magnificent job. But I just want to say to all of those students that are going to come from Hedengreta, from Maitland, from Cessnock, wherever you're coming to study at the Kurri Community Centre as part of a Labor government university study hub, it is going to be such a great place. You won't have to battle for parking at uni. There'll be other people who are studying university courses, trying to get assessments in there. It is going to be a great thing. Enjoy the university study hub at Kurri Kurri.
Member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And today I'm launching a petition calling on the Albanese Labor government to invest in Australia's and in Victoria's road network, because the lack of funding and the cutting to maintenance across our road network is seeing our road network collapse before our eyes, and it is a shame. And once again, all it goes to show is that the Albanese Labor government has its priorities wrong. What it should be doing is immediately investing in our rural road network in particular. How in good conscience can you be cutting funding cutting funding to our regional and rural roads. And I hear an interjection from the Minister for Infrastructure. Why won't you fund the Princes Highway on an 80-20 ratio? Why have you dropped that back to a 50-50 ratio? That means that you are cutting road funding on that major network that runs right through my electorate. And not only that, we're seeing the Victorian State Government reduce maintenance funding by 95%. It's a disaster. And the real concern and the real worry is, it's starting to cost people lives. We're starting to see the road toll increase. You need to fix our road network starting today and do it now.
Speaker, I want to share a story of Claire from Ryde which tells us exactly what Labor's free TAFE program is all about. Claire has spent years in an industry she's fallen out of love with, but she stayed there because she had to pay her bills, she had to provide for her family. She's wanted to change job for a while, but the cost of reskilling was a barrier for her because not everyone has a couple of $1,000s laying around. And that's where Labor governments come in. Thanks to our commitment to working families and to addressing skill shortages, Claire has enrolled in a free TAFE course. She's now building new skills and setting her own sights on starting a small business in her new profession. And she's not alone. Over 500,000 Aussies have enrolled in free TAFE, and we want to make that permanent, Speaker. Free TAFE means more people like Claire, no matter their background, can access better wages and reskill, because under Labor we want Claire to reskill, to earn more and keep more of what she earns.
Yeah. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. I just invite members to take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. The call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I inform the House that the Prime Minister will be absent from question time today until Wednesday, and I will answer questions on behalf of the Prime Minister. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy will be absent from question time all this week, and the Minister for the Environment and Water will answer questions on his behalf.
We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? I'll give the call to the honourable member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. Given that the Albanese Labor government is refusing to release its 2035 emissions reduction target before the next election, can the government guarantee that Australians will not face an increase in energy prices as a result of Labor's secret target?
Order. No. The Acting Prime Minister will pause. Not sure if everyone has forgotten how question time should be operating, but that was an example of how it shouldn't be being conducted. So, we'll start strong this week. The member for Lindsay will begin her question again. And there won't be commentary, there won't be remarks, there won't be add-ons, because I can't hear what she's saying and she's earned the right to ask her question in silence. So the member for Lindsay has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. Given that the Albanese Labor government is refusing to release its 2035 emissions reduction target before the next election, can the government guarantee that Australians will not face an increase in energy prices as a result of Labor's secret target?
Call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the member for her question. Since coming to government, what this government has understood is that the cheapest form of energy today is renewable energy, which is why we have increased renewables in the grid by 25%. And we are, in doing so, on target to both putting downward pressure on energy prices but also meeting our emissions reduction target by 2030. But one thing that I can absolutely guarantee is that the $600 billion plan that the Leader of the Opposition has to introduce nuclear power into Australia's electricity grid will absolutely increase energy prices, because what this man is doing and what those opposite are doing is doubling down on the single most expensive form of electricity which exists in the world today. And what we see is the prospect of households paying $1,200 a year more by virtue of the...
Order. Members on my left will cease interjecting. I'd like to hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, Mr Speaker, on relevance, a very tight question. Can the government guarantee that Australians will not face an increase in energy prices as a result of Labor's secret target? If the acting Prime Minister cannot give that guarantee, he should sit down. What he's saying now is not relevant.
The acting Prime Minister is able to compare and contrast to some degree, but for the remainder 1 minute 50, he won't simply be able to talk about the opposition's policy because he wasn't asked about alternative approaches. He can do some compare and contrast, but I'm going to draw him back to the question.
Speaker, I thank the Speaker. What we face is the prospect of what policies are on offer and what policies we reject. And one of the critical policies which is being put forward by those opposite is in respect of nuclear power. And that is a policy that we will not pursue because we will be focused on increasing more renewables into the grid. And so the prospect which those opposite are suggesting, which will not see any new electricity in the grid for many, many years to come, and at its peak will represent about 4% of the energy grid, is a prospect that we will completely reject. This government, each and every day, has been focused on energy bills for the Australian people. That's why we provided energy relief to every household around the country. We did so in the face of the opposition of this man. We did so in the face of the opposition of those opposite. So what I can guarantee to the honourable member is that in the Albanese government there is a government which will be focused each and every day on reducing the energy prices, putting downward pressure on the energy prices of Australian households.
The member for Page will cease interjecting. So I can hear from the member for Swan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government working for Australians to bring down cost of living pressures, and what would the impact be if some of those measures were not delivered?
Call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. Global inflation in the aftermath of the pandemic and with conflicts in different parts of the world is impacting every nation. Wherever you go, there are communities around the world which are feeling the pinch, and that is no different here in Australia. We know that Australians are doing it tough. We know there is more to be done. What we offer is a government which is utterly focused each and every day on the household budgets of every Australian. Now, when we came to power, we understood that the most important step that we could take in the war on inflation was prudent economic management, which is why in our 2 years in office we have produced 2 surpluses, putting downward pressure on inflation. And, Mr Speaker, that is starting to work. Because what we inherited from those opposite was an inflation rate of 6.1%. Indeed, in their last full quarter in office, the quarterly inflation rate was 2.1%, the highest this century. And now the inflation rate is down to 2.8% annually within the RBA band. Now, our economic management stands in stark contrast to those opposite, who in every one of their 9 attempts failed to produce a surplus, despite promising it on each and every occasion. They had no idea how to manage the budget. There was never an issue that they wouldn't throw money at. Whatever Robert Menzies or John Howard might have imagined for their party, the sad truth is that for this bunch of Liberals, economic management is not their strong suit, which is why the biggest risk to the household budgets of every Australian is the prospect of a future Dutton government. Now, when we have spent money, we have been focused on cost of living relief, such as tax cuts for all, increasing the minimum wage. But that has been done in the face of the opposition of this man, and if the Leader of the Opposition had had his way, the average household in this country would now be $7,000 worse off. And the only idea that they have in terms of budget management is $315 billion worth of cuts. That's the age pension, that's bulk billing, that's Medicare. So Australians should be under no illusion whatsoever. The single biggest risk to their household budget, the single biggest risk to their future, Mr Speaker, is sitting right there.
Before I call the member for Fairfax, who got the call, the member for Latrobe was not interjecting, he was yelling all throughout question time. If I can hear you from that far away, I can only imagine how loud it was disruptive for members around you. Order, members on my right. So the member for Latrobe will leave the chamber under 94A. I'm just going to ask all members, I know it's first day back, it's a big fortnight, but I want everyone to show some restraint today and to show each other more respect. The call to the honourable member for Fairfax.
Mr Speaker, my question is to the Acting Prime Minister. The Albanese Labor government has claimed its renewables-only plan would cost $122 billion, but the real price tag is over $642 billion. That's more than 5 times as expensive. Why is this weak and incompetent Labor government hiding the true cost from Australian families who will have to foot the bill for its renewables-only plan?
Order. The Treasurer will cease interjecting. The Minister for Infrastructure and the Minister for Environment shall also join him and otherwise will be warned. The Acting Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. But I definitely do not accept the assertions which are contained in the body of that question. What is clear in the world today, whether those opposite understand it or not, is that the cheapest form of electricity is renewable electricity. And that's why we have got the renewable sector going again, something which those opposite did their best to absolutely crush, something that in the process of which those opposite were doing everything they could to see an upward pressure on energy prices in this country. But we have got investment in renewables going again such that there is a 25% increase in the grid. Now, we are doing that in terms of putting downward pressure on energy prices. What those opposite have to offer is a $600 billion nuclear plan which will cost Australian households an additional $1,200 a year because it is understood around the world to be the single most expensive form of energy in the world today. And there is no prospect of that energy coming onto the grid for years and years to come, and when it does, it will represent about 4% of the electricity grid. So that is what is being offered by those opposite. I mean, there is a head stuck in the sand by literally every single one of those on the other side. They refuse to acknowledge modernity in terms of walking down the path of renewable energy. They are busily trying to discover bronze, and in the process— The
Acting Prime Minister will pause. The member for Fairfax on a point of order.
Speaker, point of order is on relevance. The question went to the Acting Prime Minister, pointing out the difference between their claim of a $122 billion cost and the real cost of $642 billion. And the question was, why are they hiding this true cost from Australian families who will have to pay for it?
Resume your seat.
He hasn't answered that question.
Yeah. The Acting Prime Minister, I listened carefully at the beginning, said that he rejected the assertions in the question, so he obviously doesn't agree with the proposition, and he's outlining why he's disagreeing with it. He needs to stay on the topic. He can't, as I've warned him already, he can't veer into alternative policies for the entire answer. But if he's disagreeing with what you're suggesting, he's going to outline to the House why that is the case. The Acting Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This government is committed to having our nation climb the technological ladder and face modernity by having a transition to net zero emissions by 2050 and having more renewables in the grid in a way which is completely firmed. That's what we are doing, because that is what every responsible economy on the planet is doing. And the only other option that you hear in the developed world, literally, is from those opposite, which is talking about establishing a civil nuclear industry from scratch at an enormous cost to Australian households, and that is a policy we will not pursue.
Call to the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Speaker. And my questions to the Treasurer. What action is the Albanese Labor government taking so Australians can continue to pay cash for essential items? And how does this approach differ from alternatives?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Can I thank and acknowledge the member for Newcastle for her focus, which is shared by every member of this side of the House, on the cost of living pressures that people in her community are under, and as part of that, making sure that people can continue to pay cash for essential items if they need to and if they want to. And here as well, Mr Speaker, I want to shout out the work of the Assistant Treasurer. He and I have been working together very closely to make sure that as we modernise our payment system, we make sure that as we're phasing out cheques, we do it with a long run-up, and that we also make sure that there's an ongoing role for cash in our economy when it comes to essential items. Now, we know the direction of travel in the economy is that more and more people want to pay digitally, but there are still 1.5 million Australians who do most of their payments via cash, more than 80% of their payments by cash. 1.5 million Australians. And so what we want to do, Mr Speaker, as the Leader of the Opposition again fails to engage in a meaningful way on anything to do with the economy, is what we want to do is we want to make sure that people can continue to pay cash for essential items if they want to or they need to.
Order.
We understand, even if those opposite don't, that cash can be a really important lifeline. Cash can be an important backup. Cash can give people a sense of security, a sense of peace of mind, knowing that they have cash there as a backup, and we want to maintain that as an option and as an ongoing feature of our economy. So, Mr Speaker, we intend to do what a lot of other countries have done and what a lot of states and jurisdictions in the US have done, and that is to mandate make sure that cash is acceptable when people are buying things from supermarkets or whether it's the pharmacy or petrol stations and in other ways. Now, Mr Speaker, you would think that those opposite would enthusiastically support our efforts to give people that peace of mind, but sadly no. Sadly, no. We know from Senator Hume this morning that those opposite don't support our efforts to maintain an ongoing role for cash in our economy. She made that clear. And so what that means, Mr Speaker, the logical conclusion of that is that those opposite are a risk to cash in our economy in the same way that this opposition leader is a risk to household budgets more broadly, Mr Speaker. And we know that they're a risk because we know their record when it comes to Medicare, when it comes to housing, when it comes to wages, and now when it comes to a role for cash in the economy as an important backup, Mr Speaker. He is a risk, this opposition leader, to household budgets because we know his record and we know that his reckless arrogance would set Australians back in tangible ways. We're in the third year of a three-year parliamentary term. They know that they're against everything that this government proposes, Mr Speaker, but they still haven't come up with anything credible, coherent or costed by way of economic policy.
Before I call the member for Indi, I just have a number of announcements to make to the House. I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the Special Visitors Gallery today is a delegation of female leaders from wiser Pacifica communities, whose organisation aims to empower the next generation of Pacifica people. I'm also pleased to inform the House that present in the Southern Gallery today are members of the Australian Defence Force personnel participating in the parliamentary exchange element of the ADF-PP. And also we have a number of state representatives with us today, including Ms Emma Voolan, the member for Pakenham in the Victorian Legislative Assembly, and members from the New South Wales Parliament, Mr Dougal Saunders, the Honourable Sarah Mitchell MLC and Mr Brendan Moylan. I'm also pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is Her Excellency Ms Anne Greta Riche, the Ambassador of Norway, and with us today is representatives from the exercise and active health sector who, in collaboration with the parliamentary gym, will be launching AusActive's Fit for Office competition tomorrow as guests of the member for Bisha, and also the former member of Victorian Parliament, Don Kilgore, and his wife Cheryl are with us today. Welcome to you all. The call to the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My question is to the member for Kooyong under Standing Order 99. I refer to private members' business, Order of the Day number 4, Lobbying, Improving Government Honesty and Trust Bill 2024, standing in the member's name. Can the member tell the House why debate on this bill should be resumed urgently and what process is needed for the House to fully consider this bill and ensure that it is passed?
Under the standing orders, the question is permissible under Standing Order 99. And I give the call to the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Speaker. And I thank the member for Indi for her question. She has asked about my private member's bill entitled Lobbying, Improving Government Honesty and Truth, also known as the Clean Up Politics Act. This bill introduces several measures to improve trust in government decision-making. These include extension of the Register of Lobbyists, publication of ministers' diaries, and closure of the revolving door between ministries and the private sector.
Order. Members on my right. The member will continue.
The member asked whether there is urgency in debating this bill, and there is. I first placed this bill before the House last year. It was not debated. With the help of Senator David Pocock, we secured a Senate inquiry into the bill. That received 346 submissions but received only a single day of hearings. That inquiry concluded that the government should improve its regulation of lobbyist activities in this House. The government has not done so, and it has not indicated any plan to do so. In this 47th Parliament, the member for Indi and many of my crossbench colleagues have placed integrity measures before this House. Bills to stop pork barrelling, bills for truth in political advertising, bills for meaningful and equitable reform of electoral donations. We've seen what goes on with that. Bills to stop jobs for mates, bills to protect whistleblowers. Not one of those bills has been debated by this government. Like me, the member was elected in 2022 because her community said that it wanted greater transparency, integrity and honesty in government.
The member must confirm her remarks to timing and procedure. You are weighing into commentary now, so I'm just going to return you back to the question, and under the standing orders there is limited scope for you to answer the question, so it must refer to timing and procedure.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. Standing Order 99 permits members to ask when bills might be debated. This government has not debated a single private member's bill in this 47th Parliament. I want to reverse the onus, Speaker, and I want to ask the government. I want to ask the acting Prime Minister and the Attorney-General when they will act.
Order. Order. Members on my right, the member for McEwen.
I would like them to tell my electorate and the electorates of the other members of the crossbench when and how they are going to take action to restore Australia's faith in the integrity, transparency and honesty of its government.
Call to the honourable member for Tangney.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing. How is the Albanese Labor government's plan to build 1.2 million homes helping Australians with housing costs? What is standing in the way?
Call to the Minister for Housing and the Minister for Homelessness.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and I want to thank the fantastic member for Tangney for his question. He's just a brilliant representative for his community. Speaker, the Albanese government has the boldest and most ambitious housing agenda that the Commonwealth has had for decades. A landmark $32 billion to help Australians manage this huge problem in our lives. We're helping Australians build, build, build. We're helping get a better deal for renters, and we're helping more Australians realise the dream of home ownership. Now, Speaker, as the member suggested, building more homes is at the very centre of our agenda, because more homes means more affordable housing for Australians. And all of us in this chamber know that there are a lot of people in our communities doing it tough. All of us in this chamber have met families who are moving their kids from rental to rental, some of them having to disrupt the school year while they do it. We've got working families with mortgages who are really feeling the pressure, and a whole generation of young people out there who are increasingly saying to us that they feel that home ownership is out of reach for them permanently. It's not good for them and it's not good for the country. Now, Speaker, when we came to office 2.5 years ago on housing, the cupboard was absolutely bare. There was a lack of Commonwealth ambition, there was a lack of Commonwealth action, and for most of that time there was a lack of Commonwealth Housing Minister, Speaker. So the Albanese government stepped strongly into that void and, through our Prime Minister, negotiated an ambitious target of building 1.2 million homes over 5 years. Now, Speaker, we're working with the states and territories to make it easier to build homes. We're funding infrastructure to unlock greenfield sites. We're training more tradies to build those homes, with more than 35,000 construction-related courses being taken up through fee-free TAFE. We've expanded home ownership opportunities, with more than 130,000 Australians helped into home ownership since we've been in office. And we're supporting the construction of more social and affordable homes. Speaker, you might have missed this one, but when we announced the first round of the Housing Australia Future Fund announcement, just in round 1 alone, we will build more social and affordable homes than the Coalition did in their entire decade in office, Speaker. Now, this is a problem 30 years in the making, Speaker. It's not going to get solved overnight. But what you have here in Canberra is a government with fierce resolve. We are throwing everything we can at this problem, and we're making real progress in the face of very significant opposition, which no doubt you can hear coming from them right now, Speaker. There's going to be a real choice at the next election when it comes to housing. An opposition whose nasty negativity and reckless arrogance has probably affected housing policy as much as any issue facing the country. We're in the middle of a massive transformation program here, helping Australians build, rent and buy. All that is going to be at risk if the member opposite becomes the leader of our country. Thanks, Speaker.
Call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. Can the Acting Prime Minister confirm that state Labor governments have entered into contracts to extend the lives of coal-fired power stations into the 2040s?
I'll hear from order. I'll hear from the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, contracts entered into by the federal government or between the state and the federal government would always be in order. But I'm not sure how any minister here is meant to be responsible for contracts that states undertake that have no connection with the Commonwealth.
The question didn't go to the responsibilities of the government or the Acting Prime Minister. It's more of an awareness question. Well, I haven't finished, so just cool your jets for a sec. What I'd like to give the Deputy Opposition Leader a fair go is to maybe just rephrase it so it is the responsibility of the Acting Prime Minister, because if we open this box up, you'd have quite a long bow then that you could ask any leader regarding what a state government had done or hadn't done. And obviously I want to make sure that all questions are within order and everyone gets a fair go. So perhaps if we could rephrase the question just to make sure that it is within the responsibility of the Acting Prime Minister, so it can get through. Give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. Given the government's responsibility for the national energy market, which includes coordination with state Labor governments, can the Acting Prime Minister confirm that state Labor governments have entered into contracts to extend the lives of coal-fired power stations into the 2040s?
Order. That question is within order. And the Minister for the Environment and Water has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I'm not sure why the Deputy Leader thinks that our responsibilities only relate to dealing with state Labor governments. Of course, the Commonwealth Government would always deal with governments, whether they are state Labor governments or state coalition governments, in the same manner. But on the question of delays, keeping coal and gas power generation going longer, the biggest reason to keep coal and gas power generation going longer is the expensive 20-year delay proposed by those opposite, which is the fantasy nuclear energy policy they have. Mr Speaker, the biggest risk is a nuclear energy policy that, by their own admission, won't be operational for 20 years and then will only provide 4% of power. And it will cost $600 billion, and it will add $1,200 to the average person's household bills. The other thing that I think is worth saying, Mr Speaker, about the delay that those opposite would cause to the energy transition is 1.7 billion extra tonnes of carbon dioxide would be released into our atmosphere if those opposite get their way and delay the transition by 20 years.
Minister will just pause. She's straying into alternative policies, but I'll hear from the... I just want to make sure that for the remainder of her answer she's not talking about opposition policy because she wasn't asked about opposition policy. So just as the question had to be relevant, I'm going to make sure that the answer is relevant as well, directly relevant.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The reason that state governments are contemplating having to extend the life of any of these stations is because those opposite were warned that 24 coal-fired power stations were closing. And what did they do in response to those 24 coal-fired power stations that gave their closure dates to those opposite? They did nothing. They did absolutely nothing in response to the delays that were telegraphed while they were in government. They had 22 separate energy policies. They didn't land a single one. Of course, we're having to double down to move more quickly because of the delay and dysfunction that we inherited. And that's the same position the states and territories are in.
Has the minister completed her answer? Has the minister completed her answer? Yeah. Call to the honourable member for Aston.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. How is the Albanese Labor government boosting productivity and investment in our economy? What alternatives are there?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The member for Aston knows that Australians are under pressure, and that's why every member of this government is focused primarily on the cost of living and getting inflation down. And that's why progress has been so important. Inflation was 6.1, as the Deputy Prime Minister said, now more than half, back in the band for the first time since 2021. Underlying inflation is moderating. The Reserve Bank's lowered their forecast for inflation. When we came to office, real wages were falling substantially, now growing 4 quarters in a row. The gender pay gap has narrowed as well. 1 million jobs have been created. Unemployment's still in the low 4s. Participation is at record highs, Mr Speaker. And our economy has continued to grow while most of the OECD has had 1 or more negative quarters of growth. Every taxpayer is getting a tax cut. We're rolling out cost of living relief, and we've delivered 2 budget surpluses for the first time in almost 2 decades and saved $150 billion in Liberal debt. Now, we've done all this, Mr Speaker, without the support of those opposite, but also without losing sight of the bigger structural issues in our economy at the same time. We do have that primary focus on the cost of living, but we're also focused on making our economy more productive. We had seen the weakest decade for productivity growth under those opposite in more than half a century, and we want to turn that around. Not with their approach, which is to make people work longer for less, but with our approach to boosting competition in our economy, building a more skilled workforce, harnessing data and digital technology, delivering care more efficiently, and maximising the benefits of the net zero energy transformation. Now, this government already has a big and ambitious agenda when it comes to productivity, but we also made 3 new announcements in the last week alone. A $900 million productivity fund with the states, to incentivise economic reform, a new single front door for major investors to get capital flowing more effectively in our economy, and PC inquiries for each of the 5 pillars of productivity to help inform the next steps. And we'll have more to say about productivity and investment in and around the Investor Roundtable on Friday and the Treasurer's meeting the Friday after that, Mr Speaker. Now, Australians know our priorities are cost of living and inflation, budget repair and investing in the future. But they also know that they will go backwards if this opposition leader unleashes his risky and reckless arrogance on the Australian economy. I'm asked about alternatives, but we are deep into the 3rd year of a 3-year parliamentary term, and they still have no costed, coherent or credible economic policies. And with that, Mr Speaker, is it any wonder that in a profile piece in the Saturday paper, when the colleagues over there were asked about the Shadow Treasurer, they said that he had, quote, vacated the field. They said that he had no, quote, clear, defined direction. And they said that he is, I quote, just throwing rocks, Mr Speaker. The time has come to come up with alternatives, to cost them and then put them forward. Otherwise, we will conclude, as your colleagues have.
Call to the honourable member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Acting Prime Minister. Frontier Economics has revealed that the Albanese Labor government's renewables-only plan ignores key costs, including billions of dollars in so-called sunk costs for projects yet to commence and for which the Australian taxpayers still have to pay. Is this the case?
Order. The member for Fairfax will pause. I want to hear from the member for Warringah on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. A point of order under Standing Order 100D, where a question must not contain statements of facts unless they can be authenticated. And pursuant to the practice book, it is when a member refers to facts, they must vouch for the accuracy of the facts, not just the reporting of them, but the actual content of the facts being included in the question. So I ask whether or not the member for Fairfax vouches for the facts and figures included in his question.
The leader, I'll hear from the order. I want to hear from the member for Warringah.
I'd ask the Leader of the Opposition to withdraw.
Well, I could see there was an exchange going on, but when someone turns their back on me, I can't hear what they're saying. So, order. I will decide who withdraws. Will not take direction from members on my right or left. Did the Leader of the Opposition say anything unparliamentary? Order. Order. Had the member concluded his question? I'll just hear from the Leader of the House before we circle back to the member for Warringah.
Yeah, Mr Speaker, just to the point of order, it's one that has been rarely raised but was raised a number of times by the former member for Hunter, Joel Fitzgibbon, during the first term of the Abbott government, and on those occasions the questioners who then when Joel was raising it, it was members of the government, were asked to vouch for what they'd stated.
Yep. I hear from the Leader of the Opposition.
At the invitation of the Leader of the House, I'm happy for you to arbitrate and declare whether this was an unparliamentary or offensive remark. What I said was...
No, the Leader of the Opposition...
I'm very happy to oblige.
We're talking about something else.
Very happy to oblige.
The Leader of the House...
Sorry, just to assist, I wasn't referring to anything that you'd said at all. No. If this is the moment of this term when you can say you were happy, we'll take it. But I was referring to the point of order that was raised by the member for
that point. Yeah, I dealt with that and we've moved on. So we're dealing now. We're dealing with the member for Warringah's point of order regarding the validity of the question, not the other issue that's been dealt with. The member needs to be aware of the standing orders to make sure any member who is raising a question does contain fact. If I was to sit here and to ask for every question to contain proof of everything that was said, it would be a very long question time. We'd be here for hours. The member for Warringah on a point of order.
Just in relation to the standing orders, it is clear that a member can be asked to vouch for the accuracy of the information that they are including in their question. That is pursuant to the standing orders that is in the practice book. And so it is a decision upon a member in framing their question to include facts that they are comfortable to vouch for their accuracy before the Parliament.
I'm just going to listen to the question again, because he made reference to a report. I just want to make sure it is within standing orders and following. So I'll listen to the question carefully.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And my question went to the Acting Prime Minister. Frontier Economics has revealed that the Albanese Labor government's renewables-only plan ignores key costs, including billions of dollars in so-called sunk costs for projects yet to commence and for which the Australian taxpayers still have to pay. Is this the case?
So I'm going to allow the question because he's referring to a report. I haven't read the report. I'm unaware of the accuracy, but if a member of Parliament refers to a piece of work, a news article, a piece of work, I assume that it is an accurate report. So the member for Warringah on a further point of order.
It's simply asking for the member to vouch for the accuracy of the facts that he is reporting. That is what the standing orders provide. Because once it is on the record, it is assumed as accurate. So it is simply asking for the member to vouch for the accuracy of that information.
Resume your seat. We're going to move forward because any member of Parliament could announce, including a member of the crossbench, reference a report or, and if I was to simply sit here to ask for every report to be verified, and I assume, given that this report's been announced, every single member and everyone watching across Australia will now check the accuracy of that, and I would hope that in any world that it wasn't accurate, the member would have to come back to and apologise to the House if he has misled or said anything inaccurate. Give the call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, the short answer is I don't accept the assertions which have been contained in the question that's been asked by the honourable member. What we see around the world is that the cheapest form of electricity today is firmed renewable electricity.
On my left.
And if you go to any developed economy on the planet, they are investing in firmed renewable energy. That is how the world is walking down the pathway of decarbonising. That is how modern nations are engaging in the economic transformation which puts them at the frontier of technology. And that is what this government is going to navigate as well, and is doing so through increasing renewables in our grid, through increasing investment in the renewable sector. Now, the series of questions, Mr Speaker, that we have had from those opposite makes it plain for every Australian to see that this is a party which is opposed to renewable energy. What is absolutely clear is that this is a party still wrestling with itself and the Nationals about whether climate change is actually happening at all. This is a party which is stubbornly and determinedly refusing to move with where the planet needs us to go, needs governments to go. It is an opposition which is refusing to acknowledge the conversation which is happening in Baku this week, as it has happened each and every year, about transitioning our globe and facing one of the great challenges in our lifetime. Now, we are going to do that because we understand the importance of Australia's contribution to reducing global emissions. But more than that, what we understand is that a fair and efficient transition in terms of decarbonising our economy is what is in the nation's economic interest. And that is what we are pursuing, and we are doing that by pursuing the cheapest form of energy out there, which is firmed renewable energy. Now, those opposite and the member in particular are out there championing, along with the Leader of the Opposition, an idea of pursuing nuclear energy, which we won't see for 20 years, which is the single most expensive form of energy on the planet, which will see an increase in household electricity bills of $1,200, and when it's all said and done, might contribute 4% to our electricity grid. Well, those opposite can be completely stuck in the past when it comes to these policies, as they were for an entire lost decade, as we saw 22 different energy policies which took this country nowhere. On this side of the House, we have intent, we have a direction, and we are transitioning this country to a cleaner, better, more prosperous future.
Call to the honourable member for Werriwa.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to give more people from the outer suburbs the opportunity to go to university? How does this differ from other approaches?
Call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my friend, the wonderful member for Werriwa, for her question. Mr Speaker, today the Senate is debating legislation that will wipe $3 billion of HECS debt for more than 3 million Australians. This is the bill that fixes that spike in HECS indexation that happened last year. It wipes that out and it makes sure that this never happens again. And it is the first step in making HECS fairer.
Manager of Opposition Business.
The next step is what we announced a couple of weeks ago. If we win the next election, we will cut all student debts by a further 20% for 3 million Australians nationwide. And both of these things help with the cost of degrees. If we win the next election, we will also reduce the amount of money that you have to repay in your HECS debt every year. So, for example, for someone on $70,000 a year, this means that you'll pay about $1,300 less a year than you currently have to. It means more money in your pocket, not the government's. It means more help with cost of living. But, Mr Speaker, we also have to do something about the cost of a lot of kids missing out on the chance to go to university at all. Now, today, almost 1 in 2 young people in their 20s and 30s has a uni degree, but not everywhere, not in regional Australia and not in the outer suburbs of our big cities. I know, as a kid growing up in Western Sydney, that for a lot of my mates, university just seemed too far away. It seemed like somewhere else for someone else. And part of fixing that is bringing university closer to them, closer to where people live. And that's what university study hubs do. We've already got more than 40 in regional Australia, and where they are, they work. More people sign up for a degree, more people finish a degree. And now, for the first time, we're going to put them in our outer suburbs. On the weekend, I announced the locations of the first 10. Broadmeadows and Epping in the northern suburbs of Melbourne. Melton in outer western suburbs of Melbourne. Macquarie Fields in southwest Sydney. Kurri Kurri just out of Newcastle. Elizabeth, north of Adelaide. Sorrel, just outside Hobart. And Armidale, Ellenbrook and Mandurah in the outer suburbs of Perth. And Strathpine, just a couple of 100 metres up the road from the opposition leader's office in the outer suburbs of Brisbane. This is all about building a better and a fairer education system. It's all about helping more kids from the outer suburbs and the regions to get a crack at university, and there's more to come.
Call to the Leader of the Nationals.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture. Given the cyclical nature of the cash flows of farming, can the Minister explain, under the Albanese Labor government's changes to superannuation concessions, will a farmer who has their farm held in a self-managed superannuation fund have to pay tax on unrealised capital gains on that farm? And will that tax be payable when they have had a failed season with no income?
Order. Order. We'll hear from the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, just drawing attention to the policy carriage of that with a different minister.
Order. Order. No, we're just everyone We're just going to take it one at a time, and we'll hear from the
It is a central agency that has determined that, Treasury, but it would have been at the behest and the advice of all the departments, including the Department of Agriculture, of how a farmer would in fact pay for this. I would have thought that is prudent governance.
The Attorney-General is warned. I'd just like to give everyone a fair go when they raise their points of order. We've done that. The Minister is now going to get the call. She's happy to answer the question, and we'll go forward that way. The Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for that question. As the member knows, the government is targeting tax breaks and superannuation to make them fairer, particularly for individuals with super balances of more than $3 million. And all Australians will continue to receive their tax concessions to help them save for retirement. Can I say that all superannuation funds, including self-managed funds, are required to have sufficient liquidity? That's already a principle and requirement of our current superannuation system. So under existing superannuation law, funds are required to have some liquid assets to meet any existing and prospective liabilities, cash flow requirements and expected tax concessions and consequences of their investments. Individuals can choose how they pay their tax, Mr Speaker, either out of their superannuation account or from their own pocket, and this is similar to other parts of the superannuation system.
Order. The House has come to order. We'll hear from the member for Wills.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Skills and Training. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting Australians to get the skills they need by removing financial barriers to training, and is there any opposition to this?
Give a call to the Minister for Skills and Training.
Thanks, Speaker, and I thank my friend, the member for Wills. Unfortunately, the Minister for Education dealt with alliteration earlier for his question. Labor is providing cost of living support for more Australians to access high-quality, affordable training to help them get good, secure, well-paying jobs. Our Free TAFE initiative is delivering the training Australians want and the skills that we need for them to get ahead. Last week I was in Western Australia, and on average students there are saving over $2,700 for a Cert 1 qualification or better with fee-free TAFE this year. And I was at Bentley TAFE with the member for Swan. There I met Kayla, a single mum, one of the thousands of Australians benefiting from free TAFE. For Kayla, not having to find the money to cover course fees means she's got the opportunity to upskill. She's been working in kitchens most of her life, but now with her kids in school, she wants to get a qualification towards a career she can do for the next 20 years. This is a really big deal, Speaker. Kayla told us what she was telling her kids. I'm going to school to get a better job so we can have a better life. Now, I was asked whether there is any opposition to this. Shockingly, there has been opposition. The Liberals continue to call fee-free TAFE wasteful spending. Now, under them, Speaker, Australians like Kayla working hard to create a better life for themselves and their families would be worse off. Last time they were in government, we saw the damage that their disregard for the vet system had done. They left Australia with the worst skills shortage in 50 years. They ripped $3 billion from TAFE and training after a decade of reckless neglect. And we know that the Leader of the Opposition is a big risk because we know his record. He's opposed every single one of our cost of living measures. And what's more, he's refused to back additional fee-free TAFE and vet places for construction. Likewise, expanding access to new energy apprenticeships, expanding capacity for training facilities and the trainer workforce, support for women's careers in vets, and increased financial supports to priority apprentices and their employers. Speaker, we can't risk the Liberals limiting access to vocational education and cutting off pathways like free TAFE. Under them, Australians would be excluded from opportunities to upskill and make the contributions that we need.
meaning the experience of older workers would be lost because they wouldn't have the chance to train for new careers. Housing and energy projects would be forced to look, wouldn't get the skilled workers they need, and business would be forced to look overseas for workers instead of employing Australians at home. Now, the Leader of the Opposition's reckless arrogance has real costs for Australians. His agenda is wrong for Australia, and he's wrong for Australia too. Yeah.
Give the call to the honourable member for Fowler.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Given that the Labor member for Fairfield, who should have a voice in government, has resorted to protesting against his own Labor government with placards on social media to secure a long overdue upgrade for Carramar Station in my electorate of Fowler, what commitment do you have to ensure our community in south-west Sydney receive its fair share of Commonwealth infrastructure investment, noting that the Metro line through Fowler was cancelled by state and federal Labor?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank you to the honourable member for her question. My colleague, the Infrastructure Minister, reminds me that we're investing an extra $2 billion in infrastructure in Western Sydney. An extra $2 billion of investment in infrastructure in Western Sydney. And that's because if you look around, the members on this side of the House from Western Sydney, they come here and represent their communities with enthusiasm and with great success, making sure that in a budget which has some pretty serious fiscal constraints, we still find the room to invest billions of dollars in one of the most important communities in our country and one of the most important parts of our national economy. And we will continue to make those kinds of investments in Western Sydney, whether people are waving placards around or not.
Before I call the member Before I call the member for Dunkley, I'm also pleased to advise the House that the Honourable Terry Stevens, President of the South Australian Legislative Council, is joining us today. And I give the call to the honourable member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. How will the Albanese Labor government's legislation for social media age limits support families and promote safer and healthier outcomes for young Australians?
Call to the Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. The Albanese government understands the deep concern of many parents about the harmful impacts of social media, including screen time addiction on their children. And they've told us that they want help managing their children's use of social media. And this is why we are progressing this legislation. This is about helping families when they are sitting around the kitchen table to have the hard conversations about accessing social media. Mr Speaker, our laws will enable parents to say no. The normative value is immense. But Mr Speaker, this is not about government telling parents how to parent. It's about getting kids back out in the playgrounds and on the sporting fields. And this aligns with what we are hearing from experts. We know there are benefits for young people from accessing social media, but we also are hearing about the hazards of excessive use. In 2022, a group of UK psychologists and neuroscientists analysed longitudinal data on 17,400 young people, and they found that young girls experience a negative link between social media use and life satisfaction when they are 11 to 13 years old. And for young boys, it's when they are 14 to 15 years old. Mr Speaker, this legislation will help relieve some of these pressures for young people, the fear of missing out, the infinite scrolling and the addictive features. Now, the government appreciates the views that have been advanced by young people and mental health advocates. We know online environments can be an important avenue for young people to connect and to find their tribe. And we know the harms don't go away when someone turns 16. And that's why last week I announced the Albanese government's intention to legislate a digital duty of care. It will place a legal obligation on the platforms to take proactive steps to protect their users. This is landmark reform recommended by the independent review of the Online Safety Act. Our decision to legislate age limits for social media also builds on the changes I introduced to the basic online safety expectations in May this year. These changes mean that platforms are required to place the best interests of the child at the core of their services. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know the challenges of online harms is something that everyone in this House would be concerned about. And that's why we are looking forward to working with all members to deliver this critical legislation for age limits to access social media.
Give the call to the honourable member for Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. Australian parents were shocked to hear the Minister for Communications state on November 14 that Snapchat could be exempted from the government's social media age limits legislation. Snapchat has wreaked havoc on Australian families, often with devastating consequences. Will the Albanese government reverse course and guarantee that Snapchat will be included in the law?
Call to the Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. Mr. Speaker, the government's made it clear that under this legislation there will be a broader definition of social media to what is currently in the Online Safety Act. Defining an age-restricted service is a new legal term, and we've been clear that the definition is likely to capture what is commonly understood to be social media. The framework will be clearly stepped out for the public and the Parliament when it's introduced.
Give the call to the honourable member for Solomon.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is for the Acting Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor Government working with our partners to deepen cooperation and expand military exercises to contribute to the security of our Indo-Pacific region?
The call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the member for his question and acknowledge his distinguished service. Yesterday, along with the member for Solomon, I participated in the 14th US, Australia, Japan trilateral defence ministers meeting, along with US Defence Secretary Lloyd Austin and Japanese Defence Minister Gen Nakatani. There is no country with whom we have more in common, with whom we have a greater strategic alignment than Japan, which is why we have seen that our strategic and defence relationship with our old friend has developed rapidly over the past few years. And part of what we have in common is that for both of us, our most important relationship is with the United States. We are both American allies in the Indo-Pacific. And so this gathering of the three countries was profoundly important for Australia. It is a gathering which is based on practical, real action. Secretary Austin's visit to Darwin was the highest level visit of an American official since President Obama visited Darwin in 2011 to announce the marine rotation. In 2018, Prime Minister Abe visited Darwin, but we understand that the visit of Minister Nakatani is actually the first visit of a Japanese Defence Minister to Darwin, which carries with it a poignancy. This was a historic gathering, and it was a gathering that was carried with weight. And the outcomes of this were as significant as any of the previous trilaterals. Yesterday, we announced that Japan will now make regular deployments of its amphibious rapid deployment brigade to Australia, with a particular focus of not only working with the Australian Army but also with the US Marines as part of their rotation. Japan will also participate in Talisman Sabre 25. Now, this obviously builds the familiarity, the interoperability between our respective defence forces, but it sends such a powerful message about how our three countries are making a contribution to the collective security of the region in which we live, and we are asserting the rules-based order within the Indo-Pacific. We also agreed that our three countries will commit to consulting with each other on regional security issues and contingencies, and that means that our three countries will coordinate and cooperate on contingencies from conflict through to responding to natural disasters. Our three countries are the deepest of friends, and yesterday was an affirmation of our enduring commitment to each other.
Call to the Leader of the Australian Greens.
My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. At the Global Climate Summit, the UK announced a 2035 emissions reduction target of 81%, along with a ban on all new licences to mine coal. Despite promising Australia's target by February next year, the Prime Minister is now ducking and weaving on a pre-election climate target while approving 28 new coal and gas projects and lifting emissions higher than under Scott Morrison. Why won't you announce a new climate target that builds on the UK's ambition instead of opening new coal and gas projects?
Call to the Minister for the Environment, the Minister for Water.
Thank you, and I thank the member for his question. It contains, of course, an inaccuracy right at the centre of it, and that's the number of coal and gas projects he's pointed to. We have approved 10 times more renewable energy projects than coal projects. 10 times more renewable energy projects than coal projects. But on to the specific question about the 2035 target, can I reassure the member that the Climate Change Act that he voted for included within it a limitation that says that the Climate Change Authority must provide advice before a 2035 target can be included. Now, that was an amendment to the bill that was proposed by this side. It was an amendment that was proposed by the member for Warringah, and it was voted for by the Australian Greens political party. So that legislation that we passed enshrined both our national targets under the Paris Agreement and a process for determining the 2035 target. And that process, as I say, was voted for by you at the time, not by you, Mr Speaker, but by the Australian Greens political party. And it was also welcomed by the member for Ryan, who said at the time, we welcome the requirement that the Climate Change Authority once again advise on emissions targets. So, Mr Speaker, the explanation for the member's question is that we're awaiting advice from the Climate Change Authority that's considering the important issue of setting a 2035 target, which will be both ambitious and achievable.
Call to the honourable member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Minister for Financial Services. What is the Albanese Labor government's plan to protect Australians from criminal scammers? Are there any alternative approaches?
Call to the Assistant Treasurer and the Minister for Financial Services.
Thanks, Speaker, and can I thank my friend, the member for Gilmore, for the question. And I know that from Bomaderry to Bateman's Bay, from Kiama to Ulladulla, she's working hard to keep her constituents' money and their information safe. Speaker, we've introduced legislation into this House, and it is no exaggeration to say when passed it will make Australia the hardest target anywhere in the world for criminal scammers to make a dollar. We will literally have the toughest scam prevention framework anywhere in the world. It will ensure that there is a significant uplift in prevention required right across the economy. It'll be the toughest and hardest legislation anywhere in the world because it'll apply to banks, to social media companies and to telecommunications companies. It'll require them to prevent, detect, disrupt and respond to scams. It'll provide victims with a pathway to compensation. I'm asked what are the obstacles to this legislation passing and us keeping Australians' money and information safe. Well, frankly, Speaker, it's the indifference of the opposition, their indifference to this as a problem. And we know that under the Leader of the Opposition's watch, scam losses doubled every year since 2016. They doubled because the Leader of the Opposition was weak and soft on criminal scammers. He was weak and soft on criminal scammers. Australians were a sitting duck.
And frankly, this is the approach that they are persisting with in opposition. I'm asked why I make that statement because this morning, when the Leader of the National Party was presented with a very simple question, will you support Labor's legislation, he responded that they did not yet have a position on this. Well, Speaker, you're either on the side of the criminals or you're on the side of Australians, and you're on the side of the Albanese Labor government who is keeping Australians safe from these criminals. Under Labor,
the Leader of the
scam losses have reduced. They reduced by 13%. The only country in the world that can make that claim. The only country in the world that can make that claim. Well, the clock is ticking. We could pass this legislation in this fortnight. $7 million a day. $7 million a day. That is how much Australians are losing. You can say in this parliament this week, I'll stand on the side of Australian consumers and I'll pass these laws, or you can continue to be weak on the criminal scammers. You can't be strong in the telly and weak in parliament. Pass these laws, back Australians.
Just remind members and ministers to direct their comments through the chair. Call to the honourable member for Hume.
My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. Recently, the RBA has said underlying inflation has eased further across advanced economies, more so than Australia. Interest rates have fallen in the United States, Britain, New Zealand, Europe and Canada, but not in Australia. Isn't the reckless spending of this weak and incompetent Albanese Labor government fuelling homegrown inflation?
Order. Give the call to the Treasurer. Members on my right. Treasurer has the call.
It's my only chance to get one from him, Mr Speaker, to jump up at 5 minutes to midnight on question time. Mr Speaker, if the Shadow Treasurer, wants to make international comparisons, let's make international comparisons. If Australia was to measure core inflation the same way that the US and the UK does, ours would be lower. And if he wants to talk about movements in inflation around the world, he should be honest enough to say that inflation just went up in the US and it went up in Europe as well. And if he wants to make international comparisons about inflation, he should fess up and say that our services inflation is lower than the UK and the US as well. And while he's at it, Mr Speaker, he could fess up and say that our inflation here peaked lower and later than the countries with which he compares us. And while he's at it, he could point out for the House, he could concede for the House that interest rates are higher in the US, in the UK, in New Zealand. They're still higher than they are in Australia, and they went up by more. And while he's at it, Mr Speaker, he could probably fess up to the House, while he's on a roll, that unemployment is higher in a number of the countries with which he compares us. And so the point that I would make again, for the very slow learner who's under heavy attack from his colleagues in the Saturday paper on the weekend for having no direction and no coherence and no idea, and this is what they mean by it. When his colleagues are bagging him in the paper, this is what they mean by it. Because Australians know that when this government came to office, inflation was more than double what it is now. When this government came to office, real wages were falling. Now they've been growing for 4 consecutive quarters. They know that when this government came to office, there were deficits as far as the eye can see, and we turned 2 big Liberal deficits into 2 big Labor surpluses, something they were unable to do in almost a decade in office, Mr Speaker. Now, we are under no illusions about the pressures that people are under, but we also say that any objective observer looking at the Australian economy would acknowledge the progress that Australians have made together since the hole that they were left in under those opposite when we came to office, Mr Speaker. So I say to the Shadow Treasurer, try and get a question at the business end of the pack, if you can, and try and ask me a question, Mr Speaker, because every time he jumps up here and asks these dishonest international comparisons, he leaves out the key facts, and that is precisely why his colleagues behind him are speaking to the Saturday paper about a Shadow Treasurer that only throw rocks that doesn't have any direction, that doesn't have any coherence and doesn't have any costed economic policies 3 years into the term.
The call to the honourable member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government making medicines cheaper for all Australians, including providing Australian mums and newborn babies free access to important vaccinations? Why are cheaper medicines such a high priority for the Albanese government?
Call to the Minister for Health and the Minister for Aged Care.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank my friend for that question because he knows we have one of the best medicine systems in the world, and he promised at the last election to make it even better and, importantly, Mr Speaker, to make it cheaper. And in a bit over 2 years, we've made 250 or more new or expanded listings to the PBS, giving Australians access to some of the world's best treatment at affordable PBS prices. But we've also listed new vaccines on the National Immunisation Program, Mr Speaker. 12 months ago, we introduced the most comprehensive protection program against shingles, and since then, more than 1.6 million older Australians have received the new Shingrix vaccine. Before then, they were paying $560 each, but now they get it for free, saving older Australians $900 million in just 12 months, Mr Speaker. And last Sunday, as the member indicates, I announced another world-leading vaccination program, this time protecting little babies against RSV. RSV, Mr Speaker, is the leading cause of hospitalisation for babies. An average winter will see around 12,000 babies put in hospital, a quarter of whom will spend time in the intensive care unit. But now, pregnant mothers will have access to a new, highly effective vaccine to take in their third trimester, which will give them protection, but importantly, give their newborn babies protection for several months in their new life. And usually that would cost the family $300, Mr Speaker, but now it will be completely free. And all states will also now provide a backup protection for families who haven't taken the vaccine before birth by giving them a treatment when the baby is born in the first few days. Now, Catherine Hughes, this terrific founder and director of the Immunisation Foundation of Australia, who joined me at the announcement of this program at the Women's and Children's Hospital in Adelaide, Mr Speaker, said this. She said, "This is a monumental milestone for preventative health and makes Australia a world leader in RSV protection, Mr Speaker. This new program is going to cut the annual hospitalisation of babies through RSV of 12,000 now by more than 10,000. 10,000 families who will be relieved of the trauma, the stress, the anxiety of their precious newborn babies, usually only a few months old, who are hospitalised in their first few months, all while helping relieve the enormous pressure that we know our hard-working public hospitals have through respiratory illness during winter. Our government is absolutely committed, Mr Speaker, to listing new medicines, to listing new vaccines, and we're committed to making them cheaper because we know that's not only good for their hip pocket, it's importantly really good for their health as well.
Give the call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Before we go to papers, the member for Fairfax has indicated he is seeking the call on a misrepresentation.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. During question time—
Do you claim to be misrepresented?
Yes, I do, Mr
You may
Speaker.
proceed.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. During question time, the member for Warringah challenged the validity of a question I had put to the Acting Prime Minister, in which I had referred to a Frontier Economics report, and I quote from my question, "Billions in so-called sunk costs for projects yet to commence."
Just need to explain where you were misrepresented, but I'll hear from the Leader of the House.
This has started with a misrepresentation of what the member for Warringah said. You can't claim to be misrepresented and then open with a misrepresentation, which is exactly what she's done.
Just order. We're going to do this in an orderly way. The member for Fairfax is entitled to claim. We'll come to the member for Fairfax in a moment. Just a member for Warringah in a moment. You need to claim quickly where you've been misrepresented and to demonstrate why that's so.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To demonstrate where billions in so-called sunk costs for projects yet to commence was reflected in Frontier Economics' report. The report says...
I'll handle this. I don't need to be explained what the report says. You simply need to say the member for Warringah claimed this. This is the actual...
Seeking to do, Mr Speaker.
Don't be bullied by this guy.
Order. The Leader of the Opposition. Yeah, we're just going to... We can get through this if everyone ceases interjecting and everyone follows the standard practice. The Leader of the House.
So I've got the call? Yep. So in terms of stating a misrepresentation, the first part is to state what the other person has claimed. Now, the only thing he has attributed so far to the member for Warringah is something that the member for Warringah did not say. She simply raised a point of order asking the member to vouch for what he had said. Now, that issue was resolved a different way under your ruling at the time. You can't then, the member can't now use a statement of personal explanation to try to revisit where he was not misrepresented in any way. And the only way he's been able to concoct the misrepresentation is by misrepresenting what the member for Warringah said.
Exactly. Order. Exactly. If the member can came very quickly where he was misrepresented, you don't need to read the report out. Just state whether the member had, you believe the member had misrepresented you, and then if you wish to table a document, which I can see there, you may proceed, but just get to it quickly.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The member misrepresented me due to... Excuse me? I'm addressing the Speaker.
Order. Members on my right, this cuts two ways. There's plenty of members who wish to claim... We're not going to have this. You're not going to interrupt while someone is claiming a misrepresentation. We're not doing that. Members are going to continue and be heard in silence, or ministers will be asked to leave.
The member had challenged the validity and veracity of the information I put in the question to the acting Prime Minister, and therefore, to assist the House, I offer to table that report, which includes mentioning of $62 billion, which is not accounted for.
That's right. That's right. Is leave granted? Order. Members entitled to do that. Is leave granted?
Of course leave's not granted. The whole concoction there was based on a dishonest statement.
All right. The member has used the form of the House, which is entitled to do under the standing orders, as any member is entitled to do. The member for Warringah on a point of order.
Yes, Mr Speaker. The member for Fairfax has misrepresented the point of order that I made during question time. I asked whether or not, in pursuant to the standing orders, he would vouch for the accuracy. He did not stand up and vouch at that time. To come up now after question time is a misuse of the standing orders. Again, it was entirely in his purview to vouch at the time I raised the point of order.
The member has raised her point. We're just going to keep moving because there are a number of valedictory speeches we'll need to get through this afternoon. The member for Mayo.
Mr Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 105, I request that you write to the Minister for Aged Care seeking reasons for the delay in answering my question in writing number 664, asked on the 12th of August 2024, and there's 9 parts to that question. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I shall write to the Minister as the standing orders permit. And I'll just table report before we get to the Leader of the House. I present the following Auditor General's Audit Report for 2024-2025. Number 12, Performance Audit, Management of Conflicts of Interest by Corporate Commonwealth Entity Boards across entities. And number 13, Performance Audit, Implementation and Award of Funding for the Growing Regions Program, Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts, Department of Industry, Science and Resources. Now, the Leader of the House with papers, patiently.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. I also present the supplementary explanatory memorandum for the Aged Care Bill 2024. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
And on indulgence, I give the call to the honourable member for Higgins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. When asked about what they're learning, the children at Ewing Kinder, Malvern East and Windsor Childcare Centre cite Caring for Country. They appreciate the teachings from traditional owners of this land, as do I. When elected in 2022, I knew that politics had a shelf life, but I didn't expect mine to be this short, well before my best-by date. The seat of Higgins, established in 1949, was flagged for abolition a mere 2 years into my term. It is named after Justice Henry Bourne Higgins, who became a peace activist after the loss of his only son in World War I, who raged against the authorities due to their dereliction of care following his son's death, and who handed down the Harvester Judgment, which delivered the minimum wage. As a man of principle, he fought for what matters. I took a page from his book, Facing Each Day with Urgency, Focusing on the Things That Matter. I internalised the Prime Minister's never waste a day adage, amplified by the departing member for Barton, who reflected that you can achieve more in 1 day of government than in years on the opposition benches. I can confidently say that I never took my time here for granted, using it to advance worthy ideas, often from my own community, and to advocate for better outcomes on behalf of the people of Higgins, who in turn advocate most strongly, not for themselves, but for others. They are a lion-hearted community. A seat steeped in history, producing 2 Prime Ministers, Holt and Gorton, 4 if you count Menzies and Fraser, who lived there, as well as Australia's longest-serving Treasurer. This Liberal stronghold, for the first time in the seat's 75-year history, put their trust in Labor. Yeah. That I was elected in a seat like Higgins repudiates the claim that people are sick of the major parties. Lifelong Liberals voted Labor. It was extraordinary. As a child of this pandemic, I was indignant at a distant political class who gaslit frontline healthcare workers, ignored calls for better safety protections, and who did not step up when we were stepping into harm's way. Add the deprioritisation of women, our embarrassment as a climate laggard, and a casual approach to integrity by the former government, meant that I was primed when the member for McNamara and the acting Prime Minister proposed this crazy idea. As Mandela said, it's only impossible until it's done. I chose to be in a party of government because I wanted to act on problems, not just complain about them. And I wanted to pull in a team. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Yeah. Among my proudest achievements has been the elevation of clean indoor air on both the Labor Party's national platform and to the peak scientific body that advises the Prime Minister. With my partner in crime, the member for Cooper, who is unwell today, enabled by the Minister for Industry and Science and a recommendation from the long COVID inquiry that I was part of, we persuaded the Chief Scientist to deliver an evidence synthesis of what works. Arguing the case for clean indoor air at the National Science and Technology Council and subsequently launching the report at a public webinar was a personal highlight for me. The community response has been overwhelming. Australians understand that we spend 90% of our time indoors and that clean air reduces airborne threats like viruses, allergens and smoke. A community advocacy group supported by experts from the Australian Academy of Sciences and the Burnett is launching this week in Parliament to ensure that leaders don't drop the ball on this. It's not my pet project anymore. Implementation of indoor air quality standards will take time, but when productivity is on everyone's lips, keeping people healthy is low-hanging fruit. Sick people are unproductive. It's as simple as that. There are other issues I've advocated for which have made it past the budgetary post. A national one-stop clinical trials shop will cut red tape, providing Australians timely access to life-saving drugs and will help attract more pharma-sponsored clinical trials to Australia, which could be billions in economic activity. With hospitals groaning, research for the virtual clinic will help manage illness at home, better for patients and better for hospitals. Expanding the shingles vaccine to patients with weakened immune systems means that disseminated shingles that spreads all over your body, in the cancer and transplant patients I used to treat, will vanish. The newly launched Genomics Australia will allow patients to access personalised treatments that they've read about online for years. Clinical guidelines for patients with chronic fatigue syndrome will be finally updated after 22 years, much to the relief and joy of 250,000 Australians with this condition, all thanks to the Minister for Health. Frontline community legal centres like Southside Justice and Eastern Community Legal will have funding for youth and domestic violence services, thanks to the Attorney-General. The ill-advised Jobs Ready graduate program will eventually be dismantled, and public schools will get the highest funding ever, thanks to the Minister for Education. I've had a few wins with my state colleagues, but that's for another day. But it emphasises that this federation only works when Commonwealth and states work together. I established parliamentary friendship groups for men's health and electric vehicles and thank colleagues from right around the chamber, corporate sponsors, as well as community advocates for their engagement. Locally, I helped resolve a funding dispute between the National Institute of Circus Arts in Higgins and Swinburne University in collaboration with the Minister for Arts. And finally, with the Parliamentary Health Committee, chaired by the endearing and much-loved member for Macarthur, put long COVID on the radar, ending the testimonial injustice for these patients. I have held community events, walked the streets, stood on street corners, called up people, jumped on socials, which I do under duress, due to my Gen Z staff, all in the name of doing politics differently. I tried to be proactive and approachable. One of the most gratifying experiences was striking up a conversation with a pensioner on a bench outside Malvern Central. He disclosed that he was renting and lived with his son. We got him Commonwealth rent assistance. It made his day and it made mine. It's a full bingo card. Zooming out, I believe that the defining feature of this term has been overlapping crises, from the pandemic, an energy shock, regional wars, mass human displacement, punctuated by natural disasters due to climate change. Our term has been defined by a polycrisis, also known as a permacrisis, a state of permanent crisis. Unleashing inflation and a cost of living crisis, we responded with support, not austerity, reducing inflation while keeping people in jobs. Going forward, keeping the inflation dragon subdued will demand continuous effort, given that global and local shocks may well be the new normal. But inflation was not the only thing unleashed in this term. Social discord from anti-Semitism, doxing and violence has threatened lives and livelihoods of Australians and Labor parliamentarians, disrupted the wider community, fanned by the unforgivable weaponisation in here of a tragic conflict for political gain. I repeatedly call this out, and I hope that Australians at the next election call time on those political players who peddle division. Throwing manure on police will not expedite peace anywhere. As Australians, our allegiance is first to each other. Sectarian grievances should not be imported nor amplified here. Leave them at the door. That stuff is combustible. We need to learn to disagree agreeably, not with 32 characters in uppercase, but in a tone more akin to the letters of the editor. Labor recognises that our locus of control is here, not there, but here. That's why we outlawed Nazi and terrorist symbols of hate, introduced anti-doxing laws, appointed a new race discrimination commissioner because racism is a barrier to belonging, conducted our first ever multicultural framework review to pinpoint why multiculturalism is uneven and what we can do about it, funded intercultural activities and security measures, installed Australia's first ever special envoys against anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, created a national student ombudsman with teeth so that university students feel heard, and we are imposing social media controls, given that social media has devolved from the town hall into a pogrom. This is our track record of real actions, not empty words. But there is another threat to our social cohesion, a slow-moving one, represented by communities exposed to fading industries. When economic deprivation sets in, social dysfunction follows. The UK community of Sunderland lost 1 in 4 jobs between 1979 and 1985 from the decline of its coal and shipbuilding industries. Fast forward 40 years and the problems came home to roost this year, when anti-immigrant rioting needed an army of police to quell. This cannot be Australia's fate. As a coal and gas nation in a decarbonising world, we cannot be blind to economic realities. In that regard, Labor's Future Made in Australia is as much an economic policy as it is a social one. Yeah. We aren't picking winners, but we have picked markets in areas where we have a competitive edge. Low-emission tech, defence, agriculture, critical minerals, quantum and medical science, backed by massive government investment like the National Reconstruction Fund, to compensate for declining business investment. We want to give children in the Hunter and Higgins pathways into secure, well-paid, rewarding careers.
Thank you.
I am for AUKUS and for quantum. Big bets that will have similar economic multiplier effects as our car industry once had, but on steroids. The tech and talent spillovers into our wider community and economy from a future made here cannot be underestimated. It will be evident as startups, patents, inventions, collaborations, jobs, 1 million flowers blooming, provided that the seeds we have planted are not poisoned by the Achilles heel of politics, short-termism. We cannot keep surrendering the 8,500 PhDs we make every year to the Hunger Games of academia, or worse, to other countries. They need local industries, and we are pulling levers to make that happen. I'll cop the criticism if it means preventing the emergence of Rust Belt towns in Australia. Labor can see the writing on the wall, and we are acting so that no one is left behind. Responding to the poly crisis means embedding resilience and redundancies right across the economy. In the way critical infrastructure like planes and bridges are over-engineered, we need redundancies we can summon at a whim to tackle whatever is coming: terrorism, war, infectious outbreaks, which may be natural or man-made, cyber attacks, natural disasters, or all of those at once. The most important countermeasure, of course, is our people. Skilled up, paid a fair wage, pull back from precarity so that they can be deployed like a trained army when the sirens ring. One of those armies is our public service. It is a national asset that Labor is building up again. Good luck to any government managing the new normal of multiple overlapping crises without a strong public service. I recall that at the start of my term, a constituent who in desperation paid someone to camp outside the passport office for 2 days. She was livid. The good news is that we have been on a recruitment drive because Australians rightfully expect decent public services. A skills update depends on access to decent education. To that end, we have championed education along the lifetime continuum. I never miss an opportunity to emphasise how foundational the early years are to leading a productive life. Better than thanking our early childhood educators, we are giving them a pay rise. However, undermining the efforts of our parents and teachers is an unwelcome house guest: social media. Excessive screen time is associated with myopia in kids, but of more concern is the myopia of the mind it is fostering, narrowing our horizons like tunnel vision, driving us into corners, fracking our attention and killing our negotiation skills. Unscrambling complex problems in the poly-crisis era will not be possible if we end up with a generation unable to concentrate, unable to negotiate, and unable to listen. Neither can we treat our way out of the mental health harm caused by algorithms targeting boys and girls. This is why we are imposing bans on social media and a duty of care. Social media is more about marketing now and less about connection. Although education is the most powerful lever against disadvantage, it is not enough. For Australians to prosper, we are building out the scaffolding that helps them succeed, like housing, Medicare, childcare, and job security. Known as the social determinants, this scaffolding is bread and butter for Labor. Bread and butter. Our target of 1.2 million homes in the next 5 years is ambitious, but so was the renewable energy target set by a previous Labor government. Last week, incidentally, Australia clocked 4 million households with rooftop solar, thanks to a target set years ago. With people in tent cities and young people locked out of home ownership, we need this difficult Senate to pass our housing bills. Enough's enough. To my children, Annika and Ash, you make me look like an underachiever. Dad and I are so proud of the way you have grown, despite my absences, often during formative events like VCE exams. I couldn't make snacks during those exams, but I did order Uber Eats, often from this chamber. This has been a character-building chapter, and you could both write the manual on resilience. My husband has been a rock for us all. I could only pursue politics thanks to what we built together. To my siblings, Romaine and Steve, who are here, and my parents, thank you for all your support. I have deep gratitude to my staff. This is not a typical job because we never switch off, and the stakes are high. But you have served Higgins with professionalism, care, and attention to detail. Thank you to my long-standing staff, Drew, Josh, Khalida, Braden, Neve, Gabby, and Ro. Thank you to Lou and to my friends for your counsel and unwavering support. It helps to have a sounding board outside of this place. I am grateful for the many friendships across the aisle with colleagues from the Liberals, the Nationals, and Independents. Too many to name. We had some laughs while doing business. My community groups, parents, and schools in Higgins, a profound thanks to you. Your volunteerism nurtures that which is best in us all. My federal Labor colleagues, especially the class of 22, we are a unit. Yeah. The gender pay gap is at its lowest level ever because of a majority female government, which is acutely tuned to the aspirations of Australia's women, aren't we? I'm straying into dangerous territory now by singling out people, but I wish to thank the Chief Government Whip and the Member for Hawke for their care and counsel. Labor delivered cultural diversity, which I hope continues into the 48th Parliament, because having people with funny surnames in this place helps shrink policy blind spots. We should be laser-focused, not just on policy, but on implementation, especially in healthcare. I had been reviewing a spate of migrant children, Australian children, dying in Australian emergency departments, but I have run out of runway. Colleagues across this Parliament, I urge you to root out institutional bias in healthcare because it kills. It kills. When people look back, this government will be remembered for legacy reforms. Tax cuts for all, not for some, but for all. Gutsy, but the right move. The National Anti-Corruption Commission, not one, but two budget surpluses that allowed room for the things that matter, like paid parental leave, super on PPL, the Housing Australia Future Fund. We've introduced electoral donation reform to stop elections from becoming auctions sold to the highest bidder. Supermarket scrutiny, aren't they enjoying that? Competition changes because it is the consumer's best friend. And a climate policy which won't deindustrialise our economy nor see the lights go out, but has upped renewable energy generation from 30% to 42% in less than 3 years. Student debt relief, free TAFE, Medicare urgent care clinics, Medicare mental health clinics, endometriosis clinics, a national anti-scam centre, a future made here, not there, but here, a better NDIS, confidence in aged care, a nature repair market, tax cuts for EVs and high-speed rail. Can we go faster on that? The Prime Minister is overseas currently repairing international relationships because friendshoring in the poly-crisis era also shores up supply chains and jobs. We have shown that you don't conquer the future with press releases or personalities, but with policies for today and tomorrow. Populist leaders and their perpetual grievance machines will seek to undermine our legacy, but they trade in a bogus simplicity, hawking simple solutions to complex problems that are hard to deliver in the cold light of day, leaving voters with buyer's remorse writ large. I entered Parliament because of people and purpose, only to find that politics is what gets in the way. But for all its imperfections, this place still gets things done. There is nothing like politics, as Gillard said, for delivering impact at speed and at scale. I've also learned that nothing is preordained. In the face of the poly-crisis, the decisions we make today will determine whether we emerge with an inflationary hangover or not. Knowing that we are masters of our own destiny makes me not just an optimist, but, as Desmond Tutu said, a prisoner of hope. I am seeing that hope baked into our work every day. Every day. As the first Labor member for Higgins and its last ever member, I reflect that although it is not a utopia, it is a strong community where the environment is itself therapeutic. People living productive lives, close to jobs, close to opportunity, close to services, who are supported from the cradle to the grave. Places like Higgins, my friends and colleagues, should be the norm, not the exception in this country. It has been an honour to serve this community and to serve in this Labor government. I thank the House.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Forrest.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Now, I began my first speech in this parliament by thanking the people in my electorate of Forrest for the faith and confidence they showed in electing me to represent them in the federal parliament. In this, my valedictory speech, I thank them most sincerely for that faith and confidence over 6 elections. It has been an honour and a privilege to share you, the people of Forrest, during these years, and I've been absolutely grateful for every single day I've had here. Can I also thank my colleagues who are here in the chamber today? They're here in the same way that many of you supported my maiden speech 17 years ago as the 1038th member of this House. Only out of 1,244 in total now. I was part of the class of 2007, the election where there were only 7 Liberals, Rowan Ramsey, Luke Simpkins, Steve Irons, Scott Morrison, Alex Hawke and Stuart Robert, and our one National Party member, Mark Colton, newly elected. And now, even though the coalition lost that election, I can well remember the excitement we all shared. We have worked so well together. To me, this speech is my opportunity to say thank you. Firstly, I thank those who have actively worked with me over the years to identify and help me secure, which has actually been unprecedented federal investment in infrastructure projects and programs delivered into the Southwest during my time as the member for Forrest. This includes the people in my electorate and my coalition colleagues during our 9 years in government who understood and responded to the need for and supported this critical investment. Investment that was so badly needed in what is one of the fastest growing, most economically diverse, dynamic and productive regional areas in Australia, with mining, resource manufacturing, agriculture, forestry, fisheries, construction, tourism, retail. The Southwest is its own economic powerhouse. It's also a region where people increasingly choose to live, to work, to raise a family, to invest and to retire. The federal government investment has been critical to sustaining and the development of the region. It was often basic infrastructure funding, roads, bridges, the life-saving mobile phone towers, airport freight at Busselton Airport, in aged care, in local government infrastructure, often basic infrastructure that can be taken for granted in metro areas. Well, let me tell you that those of us who live in the regions respect and value every single taxpayer dollar that is spent in our communities. We know that this infrastructure is critical and saves lives. Well, it took over 6 years of work and persistence for me to secure what is now $1 billion, 80% of the value of the project for funding the Bunbury Outer Ring Road. Thank you to my colleagues. And the dualling of the carriageway from Capel to Busselton. My focus, though, for the project delivery has been on local procurement in our southwest. I want to thank the unsung heroes I've met and worked with and for. Our local police, who I believe are at increasing risk every single day. They're out on the road. A special thank you to our emergency services volunteers, our transport sector, and amazing truck drivers who are on the road delivering day and night. In my opinion, Australia runs on the back of a truck. The unsung heroes who are also our farmers who day in and day out supply us with some of the highest quality, fresh, locally and regionally produced, homegrown food, some of the best in the world in our southwest. Our farmers need far less red, green and any other form of tape you want to talk about, and less interference from activist groups. As Michael Partridge, a local dairy farmer in my electorate, said, I feed 50,000 people every year. How about you just say thank you and let me get on with it? Well, as a dairy farmer, I agree. And where water flows, food grows, which is why our farmers need ongoing access to quality local irrigation and water supplies. Harvey Water in my electorate is a farmer-owned cooperative supplying gravity-fed irrigation water to its farmer members and fit-for-purpose water for industry through a series of pipes and channels, multi-award winning and great at their job. Perhaps to the great frustration and disappointment of some who at the time didn't think our farmers were up to the job and openly said that Harvey Water would go broke and fail. Well, nearly 30 years on, Harvey Water and those very same farmers have proven them wrong. And no, our farmers are not stupid. They are business people in their own right. But I must thank our community services volunteers and sporting club members who in our regional parts of Australia are often the glue that hold our small regional communities together. These are the people I've loved meeting with and listening to, hard-working, selfless Australians, our volunteers, the ones who stand up when our communities are most at risk or in need. They are also the people I have great respect for because of their direct involvement in their communities and our communities. They know best what is needed and what will work in their own communities. To me, along with our current Australian Defence Force members and veterans, our volunteers represent the best of us, which is in part why regional Australia matters and regional people have earned and deserved respect. No one should ever forget that it is regional Australia, its industries, its businesses and its people that have and do create the wealth that supports the basic services that Australians rely on every day. We should not be merely the dumping ground for endless kilometres of offshore wind and onshore wind, solar farms and transmission lines at the expense of prime food-producing land. Yeah. We should also not be bearing the brunt of the closure of industries such as live sheep or live cattle and our globally acknowledged best practice working hardwood forestry sectors. I wish every Australian could visit our southwest Wellington Discovery Forest to see how this most renewable, sustainable industry actually works. Being the member for Forest, though, has given me the opportunity to provide the strong voice for these regional Australians. For those of us who live and work in the regions, the tradespeople, our tradies, who work in the businesses and industry, and that, as I said, create Australia's wealth. I am so proud of them. Regions like the southwest of WA, where my family history is, and where I was brought up by my parents, both of whom died in 2000 before I entered the Parliament. Now, I know they would be incredibly proud of my work. However, my mother would have been quietly worried sick at some of what I've had to deal with. By comparison, my dad, who was blunt in the extreme, it's where I get it from. Okay? He would have constantly reminded me, as always, as he always did from a kid, just do, and I would bear your indulgence, Deputy Speaker, please insert a particular swear word here. Please just do the so-and-so job, will you? Right? That was Dad. Just do the so-and-so job. Get the job done. And my dad was a pioneer of earth moving and cartage in the southwest. He was the only person I know to have a licence to cut wood out of Kings Park in World War II to keep Princess Margaret Children's Hospital operating with steam. My mother fundraised and worked tirelessly to provide our tiny little hometown of Brunswick Junction with its first and second ambulance. This was Brunswick's first ever emergency medical service. Now, a home phone as a kid was the ambulance phone, and we had to be able to get an ambulance to the right place with the 2 drivers each time. She was not only, my mum, an ambulance volunteer, but she also provided that critical first aid in our house, I threw here out there, and delivered a baby in the front seat of a car whenever it was needed. Her instruction to us, Dad said, do it the so-and-so job. Mum said, if a job is worth doing, it's worth doing well. I thank them both for their values, their hard work ethic, and their lifetimes of volunteering and working for our community. They were great role models, and by their actions, gave me a hands-on apprenticeship of what's needed in a small community. Get involved, help out, get the job done. I often refer to my mother as the wind beneath my wings. And my father, who was a migrant, never forgot what he owed this great country for the opportunity it gave him. The opportunity to work hard, to save his money, to put a roof over his family's heads and run his own small business. What a great country. Now, he was never going to be wealthy, but he was always going to enrich his own community. My husband and I bought our first dairy farm on the day we got married. He said, well, don't marry me for my money, because it's all printed in red, and he was right. But interest rates went from 17% to 23%, and yes, it was tough, but we built a small business. I became very involved in the dairy industry, including voluntary marketing and promotion with our milk industry group and the Australian Dairy Corporation. Now, farming, water and regional issues followed, and as a community volunteer, spent 10 years, was a fabulous 10 years, as the president of my local AFL footy club. Now, I thank my husband, Charlie, who encouraged me to take on this role, who, as you will understand, never made me feel guilty for not being home. And for the many years he did everything he could to make my job easier. I thank my family, my son Kim, daughter-in-law and Deanna, and their family who took on all the dairy farming jobs over the past 17 years. A special mention of my 3 much-loved grandchildren, Dylan, Simon and Sophie, who've grown up with a nonna. If you're Italian of descent or anything, you understand nonna, who has missed many of their special birthdays and events, but are great kids who never complained. I thank them for fitting in with my schedule for our family tradition of Italian sausage making and sauce making days. Now, they were very patient when people would stop for a chat when they were out with me in public. And at times, using my grandson's own words, they doubled up as my bodyguards at certain times. I also thank them for what they've had to put up with because they shared the same surname. To my precious daughter Kylie, who is with us today, thank you for your love, support and strength, and for allowing me to tell your story of your very personal and dreadful endometriosis journey. Now, this motivated me to work with my wonderful colleagues here to deliver the first ever National Action Plan for Endometriosis, which brought ongoing investment and commitment for women suffering from this incurable lifetime disease. 11 days in ICU with you, sweetheart. All I wanted for you was to live, and so far you have. I'm sorry your partner Mark is not here, but together you've catered for, and the Leader of the Opposition can vouch for this, for so many dinners and functions at my home, along with our reliable and efficient outsider, Scott Chatley. I thank my sister Judy, my brother Lindsay and all my family, close friends who've been absolutely unwavering over these years in their love, support and patience. And I cannot forget my loyal Harvey Bulls Football Club crew. Well, Jenny and Naira Matla are here today, my dear friends, who live in Sydney and every election flew over to the southwest to work on my toughest booths because they were tough as well. Thank you both. I am so pleased you're here. I thank the Liberal Party of Australia and in particular our Forest Division branch members for their unwavering commitment and support and their practical help and support in manning booths, and I also pay tribute to and remember past members who are no longer with us. I thank Dr. Steve Thomas, who chaired each of my campaign. Now, Steve's straightforward, practical approach and advice was a major reason we won 6 elections, and we've done so much more since together. A very sincere thanks to the late Senator Judith Adams. Judith showed me the ropes of door knocking for half a day in Augusta and then said, "You'll be right," and just get on with it. Thank you to the colleagues who were there to mentor and support me in the early years, the wonderful Dr. Mel Washer and Bronwyn Bishop. I learnt so much from them. They were tough, they were experienced, but they were generous MPs who were prepared to share their wisdom with me. I thank my fiercely loyal and hard-working electorate office team. Vicky Rake, who started as my campaign secretary and went on to work with me for 12 years in many different roles, including as Whip's clerk in our Chief Government Whip's office team, along with Nathan Wynne, whose knowledge of the history and workings of the Parliament were and are invaluable. To Julie O'Sullivan, who was wonderfully calm and extremely efficient in her role during what was a seriously challenging 45th Parliament that began with a one-seat majority. The Whips team of Bert Van Manen, Rowan Ramsey and our National Party Whips worked so well together during this time. Thank you all, and thank you to all of the colleagues who worked so well with me during this time. Thank you very much. A very special acknowledgement to all of my WA colleagues when we all worked so hard to deliver a fairer GST arrangement for Western Australia. To Kerry Dawson, Jamie Martin, Robin Roney, Samantha O'Connor, Dylan Gorski, his carers, and the Newton Moore Education support students and their carers who've done work experience in my office over the years. My electorate staff deserve thanks for all that you've done, not just for me, but for the councillors' constituents, businesses and community groups who you've helped over the years. They were often needing your care and compassion, and you gave it. And ongoing, we have Robin, who's currently working with the service clubs to help a man who's an auto electrician who provides second-hand vehicles for women who are escaping domestic violence, Nathan Reid. Your ongoing work shows your compassion, and we will make sure that that gets done by you. Thank you also to the electorate office staff who have moved on to other opportunities over the years. One of these is Ryan Hadji, who only heard yesterday that my valedictory was today. Well, he flew all night just to get here, to be here. Ryan, thank you so much. And I cannot forget my Christmas mail-out volunteer envelope stuffers. Right? You all understand the value of envelope stuffers. We tallied it up today, and I think they've actually stuffed over 1 million envelopes in my time. A massive thank you to my Assistant Regional Development Ministerial team who are here today for their exceptional advice. Sophie Beaton, Sam Shirley, Rob Terrell, DLO, Andrew Wilson. Thank you for your hard work and dedication, particularly in dealing with the challenges we faced during the COVID pandemic, the global pandemic, when we looked after the needs of Australia's most remote communities in Christmas and Cocos Keeling Islands and Norfolk Island. I must also thank the 53 Regional Development Australia committees who dialed into me in my kitchen table at home 3 times a week to provide live, invaluable, accurate information about what was happening on the ground in each of their regions during the pandemic. From these meetings, we developed a regional intelligence bulletin, which was passed on to every ministry, the various ministries necessary to directly assist in the government's COVID response. I am proud of what we all achieved together, and our key department staff as well. And my teams know that they are just like family to me. And like my family, they are worth their weight in gold. Thank you to all our truly amazing parliamentary staff, Mr Speaker. The Chamber, the committee and support staff, security and Comcar drivers, the gardeners, the maintenance workers and cleaners, our hospitality and catering, as well as our baristas, I see many of you using those, who work on the coffee carts. And I must thank the AFP, who work so hard to keep us safe. Their constant protective security deserves our respect. In my opinion, they're legends. Those here in and around the Parliament House are WA AFP, who looked after me with great care during a risky situation. I really appreciate everything you do for us domestically and for Australia around the world. Another person I need to thank is Julian Krieg. During his time as WA's Regional Financially Counselling Service as a chair, but whenever one of the men who had the courage to ring me when they were in desperate personal circumstances, Julian was my emergency go-to for practical help. On one occasion alone, he drove all night to get to a man I was particularly concerned about. Now, to Julian's great credit, each of one of those men he helped has gone on with their lives, the best results we could have hoped for in the circumstances. Equally, many other Wheatbelt families and men supported through the Regional Men's Health Initiative, who've relied on Julian and his team over many years, have made sound decisions about their family and or their business future. But I thank you, Julian, if you're watching, for the lives you've saved. This is more proof that every day we have as a member of this House really matters and makes a difference and shows what a difference we can make. And I love what I've done with palliative care and my work in childhood dementia. In part, when I was elected, I was actually old enough, as you can see, to know that tomorrow is guaranteed to no one, which is why we need to make the most of every day in life and in politics, not just because we owe it to our constituents, but also because each day we serve in this Parliament is actually one day less we will get to serve in this Parliament, particularly when you're in government. And please don't ever kid yourself, and this is the old whip coming out now. No matter what your margin is, there is absolutely no job security in politics. Either your own side can take you out, the other side can take you out, or the media, or all three. So don't ever forget what it takes to get here. Now, I've kept my very ugly but comfortable first campaign door-knocking shoes. I kept them right where I could see them every day I got dressed, just to remind me of what it took to get here and to never waste a day. Now, as Vicky knows, there was blood in those shoes. It was a very hot lead-up to that 2007 election, and in those days I had a 21,000 square kilometre electorate to get around, along with a range of major towns. Like many of us in certain areas, I got used to being told where to go in very graphic terms. And I admit I did get to the point at saying at times, I'm actually looking for directions. Could you please tell me where to go nicely? And yes, I was chased by Rottweilers, and the only dog that met me was a Jack Russell. It's not even a great war story. But on the first day after I was elected, I sat down and thought about what I wanted on my last day as the member for Forest. And what I wanted was the respect of good people who knew what I was trying to achieve and who knew that my heart was in it. I wanted to maintain my integrity in what is rightly a tough political world. That original class of 2007 became great mates who learnt a lot together. A number of us, along with our regional colleagues, have worked year in and year out on every regional and rural issue, such as higher education and youth allowance access for issues for regional kids. We've been at it for years, and we brought together 30 of our colleagues as we worked through this. And on the critical importance and needs of small business in regional areas. Small business, often the lifeblood of small regional community, who employ the majority of the private sector workforce. And small business in our communities often give young people the first job ever, and for older people, often their last job. With several of my colleagues, I've worked closely with the dynamic Small Business Minister Bruce Bilson on delivering many sound small business policies and initiatives. Early on in my time as an MP, I was a member of the Communications Committee, which did a report into cyber safety and young people. I realised then, from the survey we did of young people, just what we were dealing with online, what they were dealing with online, and how much risk they were exposed to. I quietly developed a set of overheads. I was encouraged by the Harvey Business and Professional Women to offer it to our local primary school, and that was the start. As most of you know in this chamber, I've delivered hundreds, well over 400, I think, plus of these, into school children from pre-primary through to high school very quietly and very carefully, aimed at helping them to stay safe online and know how to get help and where to get help. Mostly, though, to encourage families to be involved from the first day the first device is given to a child. A number of schools in my electorate have asked me to come in each year, or when they had a particular problem caused by online behaviour or the constantly evolving risks with certain games, apps and sites. I want to thank these schools and the parents who've come along to these sessions. And over the years, a number of teachers have quietly said to me, "You have saved lives today." I knew it mattered and I knew it worked. And when the mum of an 11-year-old girl, after I've been into their school, rings my office and says, "My daughter has just come home, she's listened to what you've said and the way you explained it, she's been groomed online now, today." I think I'm possibly, though, the first Liberal Party member to have been appointed as a whip on day one in the Parliament. Possibly. I think it might be true. And yes, it was a very steep learning curve, but the wise and capable Alex Somley was an invaluable mentor. Much of what I learnt from Alex stood me in great stead when I was appointed as the first female Chief Government Whip in Australia's history. It wasn't just the practical and parliamentary organisational side of this role that was so important. A major part was to provide feedback from the backbench to the Prime Minister and to give frank and fearless advice to the Prime Minister, even if he may not have always wanted to hear it. There is a great deal of trust involved in this role. I have always and will always maintain the confidences of the Prime Minister, my ministers, and members of Parliament and staff members who have chosen to come to me. And no, I will never write a book about those confidences or disclose those or this information to anyone, not one person. So to my colleagues, I don't need to tell you that national security, the defence of this nation, is the government's #1 priority. The Coalition has always prioritised national security. All my life this has been a priority for me. Well before being elected, my family lived through World War II, and my mother was a World War II widow. Her husband was killed in Papua New Guinea in 1943. My sisters never knew their father, and my family has lived with this loss all our lives. So I know directly what it takes to defend Australia, the sacrifices made by my mum's husband, Jack Leonard, and the over 103,000 brave and dedicated members of our Defence Force who have lost their lives to protect our freedoms. But I also directly understand the sacrifice made by their families, like my mother and my sisters, which was why I became involved with the Parliamentary Defence Force program as soon as I came into this place. And I acknowledge today Major Daniel Tidd, who's here with the reciprocal ADF program. And I took part in as many of these programs as I could. I wanted to meet and listen to our people on the ground wherever they were deployed. I wanted to hear from them exactly what they were dealing with, whether they had the right equipment and support to do what was needed wherever they were deployed to. And one early ADF program had a very profound effect on me. It was the trip to Afghanistan in 2011, which ended in the week leading to the taking out of bin Laden on the ground with the troops. Prior to that time, I knew we'd had problems with the CV joints on the labs, and we'd lost one of our first combat engineers in an IED explosion. Now, I wanted to hear from his mates directly what had happened, and I did. It was something I will never forget. And every one of these defence programs that I've done reinforced to me what great Australians our ADF members are. And I was given a very direct lesson in how to respect and how respected our ADF is overseas. Many years ago on a delegation, I laid a wreath at Tyne Cot Cemetery in Belgium to honour the memory of the over 1,369 Australians buried there. I followed that up with a visit to Polygon Wood Cemetery. At Ypres, I met the oldest Menengate bugler, and I thanked him for the huge commitment he and his volunteers made by playing the last post every evening. That was over 30,000 times at that point. He looked at me very seriously and he said, "You listen to me." At the time, the Germans were determined to destroy our nation and our people. All we are and all we have is because of your Australians' blood on our soil. The least we can do is play your last post. Now, we all understand how serious the Pacific and regional and global security risk is. On home soil, I've been absolutely devastated by the rise in anti-Semitism that has been allowed to flourish in Australia. My one surviving sister, Judy, whose dad was killed in World War II, died defending Australia and its values, said to me, "This is not the Australia my dad fought and died for." She is right. It is the duty of each one of us in this place to fight for and ensure that our democracy, freedoms and rights are preserved and protected. I have great faith in the common sense and genuine goodness of the Australian people. So to every young Australian, you live in the best country in the world. You are not limited by your postcode to what you can achieve and what you will achieve. Be proud of Australia and be prepared to work for and fight for this country. To my coalition colleagues, as a farmer, a small business owner and a regional Australia, we have never needed a coalition government more than we do right now. I've been farming for over 50 years and I've never been as worried. And it's a genuine worry, as my colleagues know well. To the Leader of the Opposition, Peter Dutton, and our team, including Ben Small, the Liberal candidate for Forrest, all strength to your arms. Make the most of every day. Do everything you can to win the election, but never forget the real forgotten people every day, or what makes us Liberals. On both sides of this House, I've had some wonderful relationships and friendships, and I value them dearly. Please all stay safe and well. Look after your loved ones. And a final thank you to the people of Forrest. I've been grateful for every day you've given me. Thank you, Speaker.
And on indulgence, I give the call to the honourable member for Parkes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to start by acknowledging you and the job you're doing, and particularly your outreach that you are taking out all over Australia. And the 5 small schools that you visited in my electorate were very grateful. It was a two-way conversation. I'm now really pleased that you're much more aware of the finer points of catching wild pigs and the and the roles that the dogs do in the various parts of the pig's anatomy that they grab hold of. So, but I can say, Mr Speaker, that in 17 years in this place, I've never been asked to leave under 94A.
Still time.
I don't believe it's because of my behaviour. This is as close as I've ever sat to the Speaker in 17 years. You'd have to have a Speaker with ears like an African elephant to actually hear any interjection from this far back. So except for the 2 years I was Deputy Speaker and happened to sit in that chair, it's been fairly uneventful in here for me, apart from misleading the House as a minister during question time. That's a very interesting thing to do. That walk from down there up to the dispatch box, not knowing what you're going to say when you leave down there, has a feeling all of its own. And also on my second day as Deputy Speaker, having a motion of no confidence in the chair was also something that I'll remember fondly. It is next week 17 years since I was elected, and it's appropriate that the member for Forest and the member for Grey are doing these speeches today. 3 farmers from different parts of the country. The member for Grey is my next door neighbour. We've got about a 500-kilometre boundary fence between South Australia and New South Wales. Indeed, I've got one of my offices on South Australian time, so we have a lot in common. I'd like to acknowledge, we've got some very special people in the gallery. I'd like to acknowledge my family. I've got my sister Joy and her husband Jim, my much older brother John, and his wife Kerry. My brother Bob is sitting up in the back row, and 2 years ago Bob was in the intensive care ward at John Hunter Hospital after being within seconds of death from a very, very severe farm accident. So we're really pleased that Bob's with us. There is someone missing though. Our older sister Viv, when I got involved in politics, she took to it like a duck to water. She was my strongest supporter in Moree, Gravesend and Moree-Alder, and God help anyone that was anything critical of the National Party or me, because Viv would track them down and she took no prisoners. And sadly, we lost Viv to cancer about 7 years ago, and her husband John lost his long battle with dementia earlier this year. So they've left a big hole in our family, and I wanted to acknowledge them. To my children, Claire and Sally, Matt, they were young adults just starting out in life when I was elected 17 years ago. Matt's now got Anna with him, and our youngest grandson Sandy is sitting up there. There he is, and Claire's son Will, who's managed to wag school today, and Sally's daughter Charlotte, who's just about finished her first year at school. Their husbands, Dan and Bob, had to stay home and look after the other grandchildren and keep the home fires burning. But I could speak about the accomplishments of my children, but today's all about me. I wouldn't have enough time to mention, just to say that I'm incredibly proud of the lives that you've built for yourselves. I've got in capital letters Robin. She's here behind. I do not want to mention, forget Robin. I remember he's not here today, but for some reason I can remember the member for Moreton's speech 17 years ago, and I was going to sledge him, but he's not here, so I can't really do that. But he said behind every successful man is a very surprised woman. I've remembered that, but it's not really relevant in our case because Robin's never been behind me. She's always been beside me. And I like to coordinate events in our relationship with celebrations so it kills two birds with one stone. I believe today could be the 44th anniversary of our 5th date, which involved Robin riding around on the header while I was harvesting wheat. Mind you, that level of attention didn't last that long, but 44 years ago it was pretty exciting to have a pretty young school teacher riding around the paddock with you. Robin has been with me, and we've had fairly separate lives. She was a school teacher most of her working life, and so we decided to do this as a team. And so for the last 18 years, really, because we spent a year campaigning beforehand, for the last 18 years we've travelled together, and in a big year we've probably spent the equivalent of 20 40-hour weeks in the front of a car. Robin reading the emails, sort of me dictating messages back to the office, because with an electorate the size that I've got, you don't have a budget to have staff with you all the time. You just cannot do that. And so we've travelled and we've done that. She's had very sage advice. I've no issues as to when I've said the wrong or silly thing, because it gets pointed out. But Robin is very well regarded in the Parkes electorate, and quite frankly, many people would be quite pleased if she was the member. Mind you, things would be a bit tougher if she was, but also, there's only been one incident where we've had a complaint to the Electoral Commission. Peter Bartley's up there. He received that. He was my campaign manager. And Robin and a senior advisor who's sitting over in the advisor's boxes, shall we name nameless, were manning the pre-poll at Cobar, and they got involved in a ruckus with a hippie that had got off the bus from Wilcannia. And they forgot the basic law of politics. You should never argue with a fool. And anyone that argued with Robin and that said unnamed advisors clearly was a fool, because they did come off second best. But that's the only blemish in her 17-year record. But also, for a long time, pretty well the whole time the coalition was in government, Robin was the chair of the Parliamentary Partners, and Theresa Ramsey was the secretary, and they ran that very, very important organisation for a lot of years and provided support to the partners from all political persuasions for those times. Indeed, a very exuberant reporter once said that the Parliamentary Partners were the most powerful organisation in Canberra, and I wouldn't be one to disagree with that. But I also want to acknowledge my staff, past and present. There's a lot of them here. A lot of them have travelled back from lots of distances, and there's just too many to name. But they are the true heroes in this. They are the true servants of the people. The reason I've been able to do this job for so long is because everyone that rings either my electorate office or when I was a minister, my ministerial office, their issue was treated that it was the most important issue that they were dealing with at that time. They gave exemplary service, and I couldn't have done this. We've had a lot of people that have come through, and many of them have gone on to other things, other careers and other occupations, and I'm incredibly grateful for all of you that have come back, and my current staff as well, for the job you've done. We did have a big incident in Dubbo some years ago where a suspicious package happened to be turning up, and it was seeping, and one thing led to another, and the hazmat team was called. the centre of Dubbo was locked off for a couple of hours only to find that it was 2 bottles of organic prune juice. That the constituent was coming to complain about Australia Post. Things got a bit out of hand, and so it got that way. I'd also like to acknowledge my National Party supporters and friends who have come from a long way. Some have got off headers to come down here. And it's a very effective political organisation. I think we've got nearly 1,000 members. They're not zealots. They are just good people who want to be involved in the representation of their area. It's not a room of parties. The executive of the Parks electorate has one of my executive has a lineage going back 60,000 years, and another one is a Bangladeshi migrant that's been in Dubbo for 10 years. They come from all occupations, all towns across the electorate, and the electorate, the Parks Electorate Council reflects the people that we represent, and they mightn't realise it, the general public that don't think about these things, but they should be very grateful for the work that these people do in the background with not seeking any public acclaim for the work that they do. I think I've joined the party 28 years ago, and I think in that time I haven't missed either a GWIDA or a Parks FEC meeting in that time. And I'm grateful because these people from across a big area have become my friends, and I'm very grateful that they're here today. And there's not one beneficial billionaire amongst them. So, you know, if we did have a beneficial billionaire that wanted to join the Parks FEC, they'd be welcome. But mostly it's just good, hard-working people that are doing their bit for democracy in their area. I'd like to acknowledge my party room and the opportunity that it has given me. For the second time, I'm the Chief Nationals Whip. What a lot of people don't know about being the Nationals Whip is one word of command from me and everyone does as they please. But a lot of people don't understand why we have political parties. It's the division of labour. We've got people, and I'll talk about the coalition in a minute because I am a strong coalitionist, but we've got people that have different backgrounds, different skill sets. The job's too big for one person, so you need to rely on your colleagues to actually do some of the work so you're best prepared. Our party room, I've seen it at the best. There was only 13 members when I was elected. There was a report written suggesting that we should just fold up the kit and disappear and become members of the Liberal Party. I'm glad we didn't. We have a role for a group of people who only focuses on regional Australia. I know we've got regional Libs, but we are different in the fact that that's all we are concerned about. And so I thank the Nats party room for their support, and I wish you well. I've served under 4 leaders, and those leaders in different ways have given me different opportunities to work at a different level. The Coalition Party room, I couldn't believe the first time I sat in there, and the people that I'd only ever seen on TV, and as a new member, you've got to very quickly say, hang on a minute, I'm not here as an observer. I'm actually, the people that put me here don't want me to come here Google-eyed and watch on. As quickly as you can, you've got to know your way around so you can effectively represent those people. And so because of the mudslide when we came in, I actually ended up being in the shadow ministry before I got sworn in. I was a fairly lowly rank, and for those in the gallery, in shearing shed terms, I was the tar boy in the shadow ministry, but it did give me an insight in the early days and a great opportunity. So I am proud, very proud. I believe in the coalition, and I'm proud to have served in it for this time. I'm also a parliamentarian, and I actually believe if you want to have a say in this country, you get yourself elected and you sit in here, or with our Senate mates over there, and I acknowledge my Senate colleagues behind. There's no truth in the rumour that I said that my retirement plan was to sit in the Senate for 2 terms, but that's been a bit facetious because the Senate play a valuable role, and I appreciate very much the work that you do. But if you want to be running this country, you sit in here, not up there. You know, a degree in communications at a university does not give you the right to run this country. This is where it's. If you want to, you've got to sit in here. You've got to use this seat, and this is how you know, I'm proud to be in this place. Not many people have got to do it, and I'm pleased that I have. My constituents in Parks, half of New South Wales. Now, it's an economy underpinned with agriculture and mining, and that's very important. We've just seen probably one of the biggest grain harvests in the history of the electorate being harvested at the moment. Massive crops. Crops out in Western New South Wales averaging 6 tonnes to the hectare, unheard of a few years ago, largely because of the techniques and the efficiency and the professionalism of the farmers, that we're now growing crops in places like Walgett and Coonamble and out west of Moree, and also the miners. You know, we've got coal, you know, we've got the silver, lead, zinc, copper, magnetite, but also gold, massive reserves of gold, but also the new minerals, the cobalt, the lithium, the magnetite, the scandium, and the rare earths that will be dug near Dubbo. All these minerals that people are talking about with our new economy, our technology, they're all in the Parks electorate. But it's more than miners and farmers. It is you know, all the people that serve that industry. And I get very frustrated when we talk about health crises in the West. Sure, we need more doctors, we need more nurses, we need more aged care workers, but don't forget the ones that are out there. You know, that you can get good service. You know, that those people, our teachers, all of those people out there doing their bit. And I say to my staff, our job is to represent the people that aren't thinking about us. They're just going about their daily work, and if I'm doing my job, I'm not on the front page of the paper. You should be largely invisible if you're doing your job properly, because people then are settled, and sometimes your successes with issues become invisible, because if you fix the problem, people stop talking about it. And so, you know, what of innovation. A lot of people didn't realise that you could be in one of the top hospitals in Europe or America, and you're getting a heart valve inserted, not through open heart surgery, but through an artery in your leg, a medical device that started its life in a clean lab in Dubbo. The coalition government put money into that to develop that lab, but medical, biomedical pieces of things that are saving lives all over the world coming out of Dubbo. There's been a lot of talk in the last term of government of Parliament about our Aboriginal people. I represent by percentage the second highest Aboriginal population in this Parliament, I believe, after Lingiari. And I mean, the way that's been portrayed, you know, and I don't want to be too negative, but the voice in Canberra, I just want to remind people that the last election, local government election, in the Parks electorate, we've got a mayor, a deputy mayor, general manager. Most of the councils that have Indigenous populations have got Aboriginal councillors on them. You go to our schools, we've got teachers, we've got healthcare workers. We've even got a young bloke from Gadooga at 18 went to New Zealand and beat the Kiwis at shearing. The Aboriginal constituents in the Parks electorate are just people. And sure, we've got some disadvantage. Sure, we've got some disadvantage, but your DNA doesn't predict your disadvantage, and we should be addressing disadvantage at the individual, not making assumptions about an entire cohort of people. From here, we should be looking after, and you know, and I'm not being a Pollyanna. We do have some issues at the moment, and we do need to be addressing these issues with disadvantage, but we need to deal with that as an individual. I mentioned in my first speech here education, and the Clontarf Foundation has been in my electorate. I was one of the first people to actually be involved with Clontarf. I think we've got 11 or 12 academies, maybe 13. In that time, there would be more than 1,000 young Aboriginal boys have finished school and gone on to employment. We've got girls' academies, we've got Sisters Speak. I was at the senior college graduation in Dubbo a couple of weeks ago. 77 of the graduating class were Aboriginal students doing Year 12, right? So when we talk about some of the things that goes on here, we mustn't forget about our successes because these young people are really cracking on, and I'm incredibly proud of what they've done. The temptation in this job is to point to shiny things as to your worth, and that's a pretty good thing to do. But my job wasn't to go home on weekends with beads and blankets and curry favour with my constituents. I think it's deeper than that. But there are some examples of shiny things that I'm very proud of. The Cancer Centre in Dubbo, that now is world class. It's the only PET scanner west of the range in New South Wales. It's treating people who formerly would have not taken treatment. They would have chosen to die rather than go through the trauma of going to a capital city. They're now getting that treatment in Dubbo, and we've had medical professionals come from all over the country to actually work there. The Inland Rail, just build it. For God's sake, I'll say this one more time. The Inland Rail is not a train. The Inland Rail is a railway line 1,700 kilometres from Melbourne to Brisbane. It will give cheaper freight. It will make items on the shelves in those two cities cheaper for those people to buy. It will take trucks off the road. It will lower emissions, but it will mean that the Western New South Wales through the Parks electorate will have a benefit to be connected to every capital city in Australia, and the opportunities for our grain farmers, our cotton farmers, but also for other businesses to be established on rail. History shows us that wherever rail is built, prosperity follows. We had a report by Kerry Schott last year. It did not say to halt construction. If I'm not here next time and I don't see a bit of action, I'm going to park at Aussies every sitting day and harass whoever's in charge of infrastructure, okay? Right, gotcha, okay. And so, the Australian Opal Centre, it's a big hole at Lightning Ridge that's going to have this magnificent building that's been constructed now. The Barker Cultural Centre at Wilkenya. I chaired the first meeting of what can be quite disparate groups in that town, and they decided this was going to be a game changer. So instead of a burnt-out old shop when you cross over the Darling River now, here's the Barker Cultural Centre, a magnificent building. It'll be open by Christmas time. The library in Broken Hill, even smaller ones. I see the former Mayor of Gunnedah and the best damn candidate for the next election, Jamie Chaffey, sitting up there. Don't worry, folks, he's been door-knocking for 8 weeks. He's allowed to come down here today. But we had a road, the Grain Valley Way. It was dangerous. There was a lot of production on it, the school bus and all that. Local government, federal government, the state government, it's fixed. No one talks about it now because it's a good road. So, we talk about pork barrelling in the bush. $10 million to the Burke Council to help them with the infrastructure for a small animals abattoir, right? So now there's 150 people working. It's now owned by Thomas Foods. 150 people working in that abattoir in a town that had shocking unemployment levels. Not only that, it's brought more workers in. The people that have come with those workers have now opened business. There's not an empty shop in the main street of Burke because of that. Now tell me if that's not a good investment by the Australian people into a disadvantaged community. And so, they're the shiny things, some of the ones I could point to. But some of the things I'm probably most proud of, and I just want to premise this by saying I did this as part of a team. We had wonderful staff in ministerial staff. We had public servants. We had our party room. We had backbench committees. Everyone worked towards these things. But a lot of the things that are achieved here are done without recognition. And if you're only seeking recognition, it's not going to go particularly well. The generalist pathway, which is training doctors with more skills to work in rural areas, general practice is still languishing with the number of young doctors wanting to go in it. The generalist pathway, of which I work with ACRM and RACGP, and we significantly increased the numbers with the Rural Health Commissioner at the time, Ruth Stewart, is now oversubscribed. The medical school at Dubbo now had over 520 applicants for the 30 places. So we're training local doctors in the area. People don't talk about that now, but it's just happening. The single employer model, which I set up 5 trial sites, where we are getting a better cooperation between the federal government and the state government with funding medical practitioners in small regional areas, has now been taken up by New South Wales as a broader policy. We did the trial work on that. We transitioned the training of doctors from the RTOs to the colleges, ACRM and RACGP. And so, these longer term ones, it's difficult because when someone comes to you and says, we haven't got a doctor in town, I'll say, don't worry, it's under control, 10 years' time, it's all sorted. That's not the answer people want to hear. But in an attempt to fix that in the short term, we've made bigger problems. We're now paying doctors twice the salary to go and work in a town part-time as a locum than the doctor that wants to go there and hang up their shingle and work full-time. So we've created a bigger problem. We're seeing that now in aged care, where we've got agency nurses that are getting paid more than the local nurses to fill in the gaps in the aged care. And decisions here make a difference. When the distribution priority area changed straight after the last election, and the doctors now could declare Wollongong and Geelong and Newcastle as regional, Western New South Wales lost 6 doctors that week. 6 that week from some of the most disadvantaged communities in the country. So decisions here can make a difference. So I graduated the rebate for Medicare. I don't know if anyone here even knows that if you're a doctor and working in the higher areas, you get a higher rebate for every patient you see than the ones in the cities. That's made, frankly, when the current government increased Medicare, that exponentially increased, and it's made a huge difference. In trade, that was an amazing thing to do. I think I see my trade advisor sitting up there. I was involved, I think, in 6 rounds of the RCEP negotiations in the ASEAN region. That's the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, forming a trade relationship with our emerging nations to the north. I represented the country a couple of times at APEC in tourism and trade. I was the first ministerial meeting of the TPP-11, which is the biggest trade deal done in the history of the world. I was fortunate, I don't know where the Trade Minister was, clearly it was fortuitous that I got sent there, but what people wouldn't realise now, when the farmers are going to the silo and they're looking at the price of barley, that one of the buyers now is Mexico. They're buying barley to make beer in Mexico because of that agreement that we made. And so, they're not thinking about that. When they're having their big crop now and they're filling up grain storages that they got off their tax in one year as a policy to prepare farmers for drought so that they can store their grain, they can manage it better, they're probably not thinking that was a decision and a discussion that came out of our party room or a backbench committee in the first place. But those sort of decisions are making big issues, big changes to people. So going to Tokyo, signing that agreement in a room chaired by Shinzo Abe was a pretty good thing to do for a bloke that had stepped off a tractor to come to Parliament. Local government, I was previously a mayor, and through with my colleague in front of me when he was Infrastructure Minister, member for Riverina, the Local Roads Community Infrastructure Fund, during the pandemic, using local government as the 527 local governments across the country to develop deliver that money into those communities quickly without bureaucracy was a masterstroke. We should be keeping doing that. This government has stopped it. I think we did 6 rounds of LRCI. I wanted to reform the federal assistance grants. Not so successful there, majorly because of reluctance by some of the larger regional local government in there. But thankfully Queensland, the Grants Commission in Queensland took that on. And now those smaller councils in Western Queensland are getting a much fairer cut of the pie because of that change. You know, I was Minister for Regional Communications for a while, the Regional Tech Hub, which is helping people now with this transition. Technology, you know, communications is no longer a static thing. You can no longer sit at home and expect the government is going to supply all your needs. You need to be out there understanding that it's evolving. Our need for data and communications in the regions is growing exponentially. It's growing actually faster than the way to deliver it. And so we are seeing innovations. I think the low-orbiting satellites, I once said rather flippantly, our Telstra towers in 10 years' time will be just used at Christmas time to put lights on. But because that's evolving. You can drive around Australia now with a thing on your roof and get connectivity in every square inch of the country. That's all changing. I just want to leave maybe with a little bit of a message. I think we've lost our way. As a country, we've been very successful, but I think sometimes we've forgotten some of the basics. And I think from when we were at school, we learnt the 3 basic needs of human beings: food, clothing, and shelter. Right? And I spoke in my first speech 17 years ago my concern that we'd lost the ability with the shelter bit because we'd lost the timber industry out of the Pilliga forest. And incidentally, it now burns nearly every summer since it's stopped being managed. But the food and clothing bit's important. And since the day I turned up here, emissions reduction has been, it's been the undercurrent. It's seen prime ministers come and go. It's seen governments come and go. And I'm not, I've been called a denier across the chamber. I'm not. But we talk 2035, 2050. What about 2100? What about 2200, 2500? And we've got to remember what developed this country. Our forebears cleared land to grow crops. They went out and found mineral resources and developed them at considerable effort and expense. And we seem to be taking that for granted. So when you take your family to Disneyland and you tick the box that you want to offset your carbon emissions and pay a bit more money, and that money goes to plant trees on a productive farm, you are then sending a future generation to have to worry about food security. Yep. And if you want to put solar panels all over farmland, the same thing. Like my electorate was adopting solar before anyone was talking about it. 3/4 of the houses in Dubbo have got it on their roof. Every farmer in my electorate would be pumping water with a solar array, sharing their sheep with solar, but they don't want to see the whole of the countryside covered up. And we've got some environmental champions in this place, and I do get into trouble sometimes. But I once did say that a certain member of a certain minor political party that might sit over there, that my dung beetles had actually done more for the environment than he had. And it's true. It's true. People, these words have consequences. And if we're going to treat regional Australia as a magic pudding, that every time we want to do something, we just pink a bit away. Every time you lock up a Western New South Wales sheep farm and turn it into a national park, or you buy productive water out of the Murray-Darling Basin, then you are subjecting future generations to have to worry about food security. And it's not just us. We feed 50 million people outside of Australia. So we've just got to keep that in mind. We need to have a more holistic, broader approach to what our future generations need, just not this narrow approach at the moment of trying to meet targets on emissions, because it will it will be a problem. The other thing that I've noticed is making our children fearful of their future. You know, every generation of mankind, humankind, has had issues. And quite frankly, I don't think the issues that we're facing today are in comparison to what our forebears did when they dealt with the Depression or the World Wars or even before that. And so encouraging our kids to superglue themselves to a railway line is not going to create the future for this country. We need to be telling them that this country will offer them all the opportunities. They need to work hard, they need to study hard, they need to apply themselves, and they can do whatever they want. We shouldn't be making them fearful about their future. And I've seen speech after speech after speech in this place that are doing nothing but to scare the life out of our young people. And it's got to stop. And so, look, I said in my first speech, Speaker, that I have a deep and unshakable belief in inland Australia, and I still believe that today. It holds the keys to the future prosperity of our country. There'd be no better place to live in the world than Australia, no better place in Australia to live than in Western New South Wales. It's been an honour and a privilege to serve as the 129th, now beaten over by a few, 129th member elected to the Australian Parliament. But it's time to move on, and I thank you very much.
That guy. As long as you want. And on indulgence, I give the call to the honourable member for Grey.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I must say I feel a bit coming forth in the line after some very fine valedictories. I feel a bit like I'm the last speaker in the session after lunch and I'm stopping people from going to drinks. 17 years, you wouldn't believe it could go so quickly, quite frankly. It's more than a blink. It's more like a hard day's work out in the paddock, quite frankly, and it's tough enough while you're there, but it's over quite quickly. It doesn't seem like it was 17 years ago since I got here, but I must admit I went to a meeting this morning and got out at the wrong floor. I think I started off 17 years ago like that. There you go. But I am reminded in that sense, the way that life rolls on, of a good friend of mine, Josie. She said one day, you know, life's like a toilet roll. The closer you get to the end, the faster it goes. I love this job. I'm not tired of it, and I'm fit enough to keep going. And I have it seems like I've got a growing task sheet. There's as many things on my desk at the moment as there's ever been. And I think arguably I'm the best informed person in Australia on the seat of Grey. So why not keep going? Well, the answer is, quite frankly, as I told my party room back in March, is that increasingly our friends are falling into three groups. Those that are either touring Australia or the world, or towing a caravan around Australia, or those that are trying to die, or those that have been successful in the attempt. And Theresa and I have collectively decided that we're going to spend a bit of time in the former group before we get to the latter, and smell the roses along the way somewhat, even though I must admit that Theresa's probably faced with some trepidation of the idea of having me home full time, but we'll get along with that. And this job's never complete. In rural and regional Australia, we still have an education gap. We struggle to attract teachers, health workers, aged care workers, professionals. We have childcare deserts. In fact, I think Grey's listed as having one of the worst childcare deserts in Australia, and that is holding back communities in my electorate, because you try and get somebody to come and recruit them to come and work in your business in one of the small towns, and the first thing they say, oh, where do I put my kids in childcare? Well, the government spent a lot of extra money on childcare recently, but we're not getting any new places in regional Australia, and so we need that to change. And I think for those of us that do live, work, born, raised in regional Australia, we're a bit bewildered by the fact that so few people want to come and share this lifestyle. I'm a member for Parks, so there'll be a number of things I'll cut across the themes of what he's had to say, but it's pretty good out there. And so if anyone that's got skills might be interested in coming, living and working in the seat of Grey, I just say go for it. You won't regret it. So I think part of that is that Australia doesn't connect as well with its traditional roots, its rural roots, its regional roots, and a lot of that is because when we were younger, almost everyone in the city knew someone who lived in the country. Their uncle or auntie lived on the farm, grandma and grandpa, they'd go up on the school holidays, but increasingly that's become a rarity more than the norm, and so there are whole swaths of the population now that are basically intimidated by the thought of going into the country for anything more than a short visit. So it's been a privilege to be a member of the Federal Parliament. I don't think any of us should ever forget what a privilege it is to be, or who's put us here. And I note in that sense, the Liberal Party's gone through the process of pre-selecting someone to run in my place in the next election. I'm very hopeful that he'll be successful, and to Tom Venning up there. It's his first visit to the Parliament, so welcome, Tom. I hope when you come back, you won't be sitting here, you'll be over there. A very enjoyable experience. 17 years, and there's been some very significant achievements in my electorate in that time, and one would hope so for that kind of time frame there would be. But on some I've been the prime mover, on others I've lent my support to the ideas, the dreams, to assist the passions of others. It's how we get things done. We work together in our communities for the common good. And I think members of Parliament have a unique megaphone. Many times we can actually use that public megaphone to get somebody in the public service to do what they should have been doing in the first place, or to draw attention to an opportunity or a miscarriage of justice. But I think that megaphone is best used if it's not overused, that you actually pick your targets where you can make a difference and throw your shoulder to the wheel on those. But as equally, there is so much to do because we need more of those skilled professionals that I touched on before. And we have plenty of critics in the work we do in this place. Someone should come out for a bit of a stroll sometime. Not as many as would drive you out of it, but there are plenty of people that have a fairly low opinion of politics generally. And I just say to them, OK, I can see that not everything we do in this place is perfect, but where do you think they do it better? Just start pointing to those dots on the map around the world where they have a better democracy, where they have better outcomes. And generally speaking, I find them speechless. I do offer in there to say, if you can find the place, I'll see if I can set up a permanent visa for you. But there is no doubt in my mind that if you're born in Australia, you have won the lottery of life. We are so lucky. We're the envy of the world. In many cases, I mean, in most surveys, we're in the top half-dozen economies of the world, the highest incomes. We have the 4th longest uninterrupted democracy in the world. That's a pretty amazing thing for a nation that is, like our constitution is 120 years old, 123, I think. It just shows you how unstable the world can be, that we are the 4th longest. We have world-class services, generally speaking. I mean, they're all under pressure, and we all know that we could all do better in certain areas, but don't undersell what we have here. By comparison with many other nations, this is a very enviable place to live. But on that theme, and once again the member for Parkes touched on it, Donald Horne, often misquoted author, who wrote the book The Lucky Country. But what he was saying was that Australia was lucky, but we were in danger of squandering our luck, and that our luck would run out. And I actually think I'm more worried about that today than I would have been in 1963 when he wrote the book, because we seem to be loading the dice against Australia and Australia's industries at the moment, and disadvantaging ourselves in comparison with other nations around the world. I've just come back from leading a delegation to Morocco, joined by some very good parliamentarians, including the member for Adelaide over there. Thanks, Steve. And look, the dynamism of the place, their ability to get something done in a short time frame, just leaves you wondering whether they're 50 years behind or 50 years in front of us, quite frankly. And they've set up a free trade agreement with Europe, and Renault have built this enormous car plant here, and they're shipping the cars straight back in. They have economic tax-free zones, you know, all these things that are an innovative country on the move, and I think maybe we need to reflect on how they get to that place. Our falling per capita productivity is a great concern. Drifting education standards. We know that our schools are not keeping up with our neighbours in our neighbourhood. Stifling regulations, ever-expanding responsibilities of employers to pick up the bill of national objectives. And on this, you know, just as an example, it's not a bad policy. It's like the domestic violence leave. It's a perfectly admirable thing to do. It's the right thing to do. But how on earth did it end up being the employer's responsibility rather than general society, rather than the taxpayers? That's the kind of thing that we pop on employers all the time. When a government in South Australia just suddenly decides to declare Easter Sunday a holiday, and the pay goes from a time and a half to 2.5 times for people trying to run a cafe. It wasn't theirs to give away. They are giving away the money of private individuals and businesses, and I think we need to always be mindful of that in a place like this here, when we make decisions about what those impacts are on the ground. So, as Australians, we're always seeking increasing standards. So the nursing home, the level of health care, the style of holiday have the number of appliances that our parents accepted aren't good enough for us. It all costs money, and yet we expect this great country to foot the bill. And so as we look as those aged care facilities that are now too small for us and don't have the connected bathroom and all those kinds of things, that all costs money. And I think there's a fair kind of argument that we are actually not contributing enough to our nation to make it successful to pay for all the things that we are demanding as a population. So I think that's something we could all reflect on, how we do a better job for our nation. There was a very famous president of the US who talked about what it was we could do for our nation rather than the other way around. I think we are reaching that point. So while people will make claims now to work a 4-day week, for instance, or they don't want to come into work at all, thank you very much, or they want to have more holidays. I think we need to reflect on that level of productivity and what on earth it is that's going to pay for these extra things that we want in our lives, because there's a money go round effect here. There are more and more Australians involved in the service industries, and good on them. I'm not saying that's a bad thing to do. But on the other hand, service industries do not create new wealth for this nation. Primary producers do. And in the very broad term of when I went to school, primary producers were people that actually farmed or produced something from scratch, like a miner or a manufacturer. And increasingly there's less in that cohort and more in the area of service delivery. Now, that's all very well as long as the country can pay for it, but it is becoming increasingly difficult to do so, and I think we need to reflect on that. Grey has achieved much, I think, over the last 6 parliaments, the member for Parkes talked about big shiny things, and I'm very pleased to report that we have a twin bridge in Port Augusta called the Joy Baluke AM Bridge, the second one. I had to walk 3 transport ministers over that bridge, another one down here, I think, to actually nail that one. And it's such a it is the right kind of investment. Because the north of South Australia, the regions, that's where the mineral wealth is. And in fact, every major mine in South Australia is in the electorate of Grey, which covers just the mere 92.4% of the state. But the Port Wakefield overpass, the dual lanes that we've commenced on the Augusta Highway, which is only going to go now as far as Lochiel and not keep going all the way to Port Augusta, which I had hoped. And that's reprioritisation of the current government, but we should keep going on those things. The upgrades of the Horrocks Highway, Ayr, Augusta, a whole lot of them have had major upgrades, and the sealing of the Strez-Lecky track. Now, I don't know how many have been up to Strez, but I do know, once again, the member for Gippsland's been up to Strez with me. In fact, we had a photo in front of the sign that spelt Strez-Lecky wrong. That's been fixed up, I could tell you. But that road, that is it'll become one of the great tourist routes of Australia that connects Queensland through the outback, brings you down into South Australia, into the Flinders Ranges if you turn left, or you can go right and go up to Lake Eyre. It's not a bad little option, really. And of course, the mighty Mooma Basin sits right in the middle of it. So that was a good outcome. And then the tens of millions of dollars that have gone into BBRF programs, sports and community facilities, town sewage systems, marine facilities, historical precinct preservation, bike trails, tourism, sort of goes on and on. They're all good projects. The mobile phone black spot program, an enormous expansion in coverage. Is it complete? No, it'll never be complete. And perhaps that was touched on again with Starlink. You can't get behind every rock with a radio frequency, but it's certainly made a big difference. Another thing I've been involved with, Defence has a penchant for going out and compulsorily acquiring properties, and we've had a fair bit of it go in the electorate of Grey. And I've been sticking up for the landholders' rights, which I think are treated terribly in this situation. I've got people I helped out that had 25 years reaching settlement. I've got others now that we're approaching the 15-year mark on the compulsory acquisition around Coltana. I'm pleased to be involved. Good people. I'm a bit concerned now that it's all done that the Army's going to abandon Coltana anyhow. But yeah, it's been a difficult time for those things. The establishment of 4 headspace units across Grey, that's a great thing. I wanted another one in Port Pirie, and I haven't been able to get it, but only just a couple of weeks ago we opened a Medicare mental health facility there, and I'm indebted to the former Minister Greg Hunt, who actually put those on the line and will fill that space. But those 4 headspace units, we've got one in Port Lincoln, one in Whyalla, one in Port Augusta, and another one in Port Augusta. I don't know what that's telling us, but no, in fact there's one there with the Royal Flying Doctor Service. So doing good things, reaching out to our young people. And the dog fence. Where are you, David Littleproud? Here he is over here. Now, The dog fence, a 120-year-old fence that snakes across outback South Australia and protecting sheep farmers from wild dogs and dingoes, you know. And anyway, we were struggling to get this one up at South Australian level, and David Littleproud, we managed to get him to come to open the Jamestown show, and his staff said, we've got a couple of hours free in the morning, got anything you could do? And I said, yeah, I've got a really good idea. So I got a hold of the people up the dog fence, and they came in for a meeting, and we're about 10 minutes into the meeting, and to his great credit, David said, yep, I got it. I understand what you're saying here. We're going to make this happen. And we did. So with a $5 million contribution from the federal government, $5 million from the state government and $5 million from growers, what I got out of it was an increase in my levy. But the fence is now, I think, about 2/3 complete and making a real difference across the outback. They are really good wins. The regional airports, there's hardly, well, I don't think there is a remote airport, an airstrip in a remote community now that's not sealed for the Royal Flying Doctor to get in, and that's been another remote area airport subsidy. Here in the House, we all belong to all kinds of committees and different organisations and whatever, and there's a couple I'm going to mention here. Unfortunately, the member for Moreton's not here today, but the Enemies of Diabetes. It's an organisation we had to rename, or I had to rename. I don't really want to be a friend of diabetes, so I renamed it the Enemies. But Graham Perrett's been the co-chair with me for the last 9 years, these three parliaments. We're both leaving, and I wish him well in his retirement from federal parliament as well. We are very alike, Graham and I think, in personality, like the two moons of Mars, as it were. But when it comes to other things celestial, when it comes to opinions on things political, we're more like Venus and Mars, I think. So a fair way between us. Another one, a committee that I worked on, I was chair of the Agricultural Committee, and I went to Ian McFarlane at the time, and I can do a reasonable job of imitating Ian, but I won't do it here in the chamber. But I said, I want an inquiry of country of origin food labelling. And he said, why would you worry? It's been done to death. He said, there's been about 8 inquiries before. I said, yeah, I know that. He said, well, you're not going to get anywhere. And I said, look, all of those inquiries, I've looked at the reports, they all say government should do something about it. We should have a country of origin food labelling system. I said, you give me a go at this and we'll tell you how to do it. How about that? So permission went ahead, had to get permission from Barnaby Joyce as well. And then we delivered the report. Some circumstances happened and we managed to get it implemented. So when you go down into the supermarket now and you pick up the food and you see the bar graph on it and it tells you how much of that content is Australian, that came from my committee. I wrote the report basically, but with the support of the rest of the committee. It's just what you can do when you actually dig in there and find the answer. And at the time of the inquiry I said there are a whole lot of people in Australia who need to push that shopping trolley down the supermarket and fill it up with the cheapest food they can to feed their family, and they shouldn't feel bad about that, and I say good on them. But there are a whole lot of people in Australia, just like me, who have a high enough income to make a choice whether I want to support Australian manufacturing or whether I want to support Australian growers, but I can't do it if I haven't got the information, and now I have. And I'm pleased that will now spread on to fish, but that was at the time I knew that was a bridge too far. We get too complicated and bogged down. So we made the move, and that was a good outcome. There's an old adage that holds true: you cannot please all the people all the time. We know that's true. But I say to electors, they should elect an individual to this place who they trust to make an intelligent decision on their behalf when that individual is in possession of the facts. You may not always agree with what the elected person, the conclusion they come to, but you should elect someone you trust to make an intelligent decision. It's better summed up, I think, by Edmund Burke, the Irish philosopher, politician of the late 1700s. He said, your representative owes you, excuse the sexist language, it was Osby's time, your representative owes you not his industry only, but his judgment, and he betrays instead of serving you if he sacrifices it to your opinion. My reading of that is we should not be in this place to slavishly follow the latest poll. We shouldn't be driven by those ways of making decisions. We should be here to provide our judgment and lead our communities through challenging decisions. And two obvious areas where I claim to have done so that have delivered success, and I must say, sadly, only to be reversed by the current government at the change of government, was firstly Ceduna and the cashless debit card. Now, out there we'd had, I think, 7 deaths. We'd had a coroner's report into people sleeping rough, drug, alcohol abuse. Really a very tragic story, and one thing led to another. We'd had a number of interim outcomes, and then Twiggy Forrest suggested to a joint party room one day that we pursue a cashless debit card. And with great support of the local community in Ceduna, we led the nation. I thank Mayor Alan Suter from the time, but also the Far West Aboriginal Leaders Group, which was established at the time. It took some real guts and determination for them to withstand some local pressure, as you should imagine, to back the card in. Once again, I think Mr Chester was with me when we were at a meeting, and this old pastor, well, I thought the meeting was going a bit rough. We had a few public servants in there, and then he stood up and we all listened to what he had to say, and he cleared his throat and he said, "I reckon we ought to do it. I think it'll be a good thing." And we knew we were over the line, and it was a good thing. It made such a difference. Now, there are people that sit around and they've taken surveys or whatever, and it's unconclusive. I can tell you it's as clear as light and day. And in fact, 2 of the mayors that led the community through that time, one has sold his house and is leaving community. The other one is leaving it in the next 12 months because they can't bear to see what's happened to their town since the cessation of the card. So I'm so pleased that our leader, Peter Dutton, has said that we will be bringing back the cashless debit card. It does not take income away from people. It just says you can't spend it on drugs, alcohol and gambling. 3 things. That's all it prohibits. Everything else you can buy. And it made a difference on domestic, public violence, administered emergency care. The rates at the moment are far, far higher than they were when the card was in action. School attendance has fallen. The other place where I would claim to have done some, have led the community was my hometown of Kimber, where the possibility, where we raised the possibility, I raised the possibility, and led the push to establish the National Radioactive Waste Management Facility. I'd had the opportunity, courtesy of the round the world trip that we once used to have available to parliamentary members that had served more than one term. You could go around the world once pursuing your study topic, and we'd had a big desalination plant planned for the Upper Spencer Gulf, and I was very interested on the environmental impacts of what that might look like. And of course, I've still got one of the world's biggest uranium mines. It's a byproduct of being a copper mine, but in the electorate at Olympic Dam or Roxby Downs. And so I had the possibility of going into Europe, and the French, the Swedes and the Finns showed us a wonderful time and took us through their facilities, and we looked at the uranium fuel cycle from top to bottom, including disposal. And when the opportunity came up for a low-level waste repository, I really thought this was money for jam. It just needed somebody to recognise what it was. But how could I ask somebody else to nominate their property when I was sitting on my own piece of land and could nominate our own? And that's exactly what I did. In the end, I was rubbed out by protocol, to be fair to say, but by then others in the community had offered their properties. Some of them are in this chamber today. I'll come to them in a little while. We, in Kimber, we went through a survey and then 2 full plebiscites. In every one, support for the facility grew to the point where it reached to about 62.2%, which, for the record, was about the same as the same-sex marriage, which was an overwhelming landslide result, if I remember rightly, so it's worth putting that in context. And then we managed to get it through both houses of the Parliament, and there had been claims from an Indigenous group, the Bungala Determination Aboriginal Corporation, had twice had their case thrown out of the federal court. They went back for a third attempt, and on a story that both has a basis that stretches believability, and I've spoken about it in this chamber before, and it was halted by the federal court. But the federal court left the door wide open for appeal, but in the shadows of the approaching voice referendum, the current government abandoned the ship. And there's still no solution. There's still no solution for Australia's storage of low-level waste. Something like 1 in 3 families benefit from nuclear medicine, it's a weak decision by the government. I'm sorry to do that in this kind of address, but really I'm very sad about it. And I'm very grateful to those families that stuck their hand up in the local community. It's instructive to round out, to go on with this theme. It's instructive that the voice referendum was rejected in a landslide, 60-40. It was actually close on to 80-20 in my electorate, and rightly Australia rejected the notion of 2 classes of citizens. And I think we've taken a backward step as a result of the voice referendum, and part of the reason it was rejected, I think, is because native title has become an extortion racket. Projects have been halted or delayed at the penultimate moment by a claim of significant religious or cultural interpretation. Now, rampant conservationists are edging in and misusing native title groups. I have absolutely no doubt of this. It's an unholy alliance. They are eroding, by doing so, they are eroding Indigenous people's standing in the general community. The intolerance to this in the general community is rising. It all started with High Marsh Island, a case back in the 1990s where there was fabricated evidence. More latterly, we're seeing in the refusal on the Balali gold mine, the Santos Barossa project pipeline, and again in grey with a small desalination project at Port Lincoln, which has some community resistance, but the government, South Australian government, not worried about that community resistance at all. They're all quite prepared to go ahead with it. But then, of course, when the Indigenous owners, well, they're not owners really, because this is on freehold property. Once again, it was the Bungala have put in an objection. It all seems to fall over. When the community objected, that was okay. When Bungala objected, it's become a stopper. Now, Australians don't see this as fair and reasonable treatment, and that's why I actually decry the fact. It's causing more problems than it's fixing. I've allocated a large amount of time in my 17 years in politics to trying to better understand the issues and opportunities of Indigenous Australia, and particularly remote communities. 8% of my electorate identify as Indigenous, and around about 40% of those live in remote communities. Now, in the ones that are living in the bigger communities, things aren't perfect, but we are absolutely making progress. And once again, the member for Parkes touched on it. I'm seeing success stories, people in jobs, getting their kids to school, driving good cars, living in good houses, living a good life, enjoying the Australian dream. But I can tell you in remote communities, we're not there, and we're not there by a long way, and I fear that we are actually going backwards. I think I've gained a lot of respect in those remote communities, simply because I go there regularly, and I'm prepared to sit down with not only the leaders, anyone I find outside the shop in the village square, sit down in the dust and talk about what it is they want, what they'd like to see changed, what drives the place. And I think I get respect for going there, and I absolutely claim that I have their best interests in heart, and I've delivered investment on many levels and friendships. But I'd have to say that despite the billions of dollars we're spending in these remote communities, the improvements in schools, health clinics, shops, roads, dialysis units, communications, it's all very evident. But despite all that investment, the improvements to the actual outcomes are hard to identify. The gap is not closing. The education system is failing. The reason it fails is because kids aren't at school. No teacher can teach children who don't attend school. And here's the sad news for them as they grow up. If you can't read a label or the safety directions in this modern world, there isn't a job for you. It's just virtually impossible. So we've got to break this cycle. Remote communities are totally dependent on government dollars, for taxpayer dollars, for their existence. And we should be able to have a grown-up conversation, not just here, but with them everywhere, about the wisdom of a policy that maintains and grows a population in a part of Australia where there is not a genuine economic possibility of underwriting that existence. Men particularly have been totally stripped of their role in society. The men's roles were to deliver shelter, food, find water, defend their family. Now all that comes from the government. They go down the shop. One of the biggest sales on the APY lands, for instance, is frozen kangaroo tails. It tells you about that disconnect from traditional lifestyle. Now, I gave a speech on this recently in the Federation Chamber, and the member for Clark was in the chair. I'm sure he won't mind me sort of quoting him. I don't want to get it wrong. But he came up to me afterwards. He said, he said, I'd never heard anyone explain it to me like that before. And clearly, you're not speaking from ignorance. You are speaking from experience. Now, I don't know if that will change his attitudes on anything, but he was generous enough to grant me that concession that it was heartfelt and it came from experience. Enough on that. We'll get up to the thank yous, and serving in this place is a privilege, and that the electorate puts its trust in individuals like me and like all these people sitting around, my friends sitting around me at the moment, is a wonderful. It's an honour within itself, and it's a wonderful thing. I've had wonderful opportunities to travel at least some of the world. I just spoke about Morocco before, to meet national and local leaders, and to meet the best and brightest people with plans and ideas to improve the nation. That's a privilege. I've laid wreaths on delegation at Hellfire Pass, Brunei Bay in Brunei. I've been to Menin Gate twice for the evening service, which has been carrying on since about 1926, I think. I've walked Kokoda in a private capacity and attended an Anzac Dawn service at Gallipoli. And on that occasion, I'd only attached myself to the delegation at the 11th hour, it might be, and it was a freezing cold day, and we were sitting at Lone Pine. And on behalf of the Australian government, Mr Snowden will lay a wreath. And then on behalf of the Senate, someone else will lay a wreath. And on behalf of this, someone will lay a wreath. On behalf of the House of Representatives, I thought, oh, when are they going to do that? Mr Ramsey, oh, right. So I'm rugged up, I've got my gloves on, I've got the scarf on, got the coat on, off it's all coming as fast as I could go. I got there in my suit, so it didn't look too bad, went up and laid the wreath. That's a kind of special moment. But it even got better, because my sister, who's in the gallery at the moment, she said, you wouldn't believe what I saw when I turned on the news after Anzac Day. First thing that came on the ABC was there's my brother going down to put a wreath up at Lone Pine. So there you go. So all the best laid plans for everyone else that wanted to get on the ABC that night. It was down to the member for Grey. So, but they are wonderful experiences. But I think perhaps the greatest reward for this job is actually when you fix up personal problems. When you wouldn't, from the outside, I don't think you rate it, but when people come to you and the system has chewed them up and spat them out and not taken any notice of what they've had to say, or it's just, you know, everyone's seen Little Britain, computer says no. You can do anything you like up until when the computer says no. And then me and my staff put our shoulder to the wheel and achieve an outcome that should have happened in the very first place. But you just know that you've made just such a complete difference to their life. So it is a privilege, and I think what getting ready for a political life doesn't prepare you for is that you become a counsellor. And people will come and tell you the best and the worst of their lives. And I think both of them are a privilege. I think that people share some of the darkest moments with you and don't necessarily want you to fix it, but just to listen, that you can be that person, I think is a very rare and pretty privileged position. So, come to thanking some of the people who give me the opportunity. But before I get there, once again the member for Parkes touched on the mudslide, and we were bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, the 6 new Liberals and 1 National Party that arrived here in 2007. Of that group, the 6 Liberals, 4 have already left. Actually, I must have that a little bit wrong because my maths don't quite add up, and 3 are delivering directly valedictories today, and there's still going to be 1 left, so something doesn't work quite right there. But anyway, we walked into that party room on the first morning, and of course there was a lot of licking of wounds going on after the years of the Howard government. We'd lost government. Now there was 6 new Liberals there that thought it was a wonderful thing. They were just elected us, but everyone else was a bit down. And the redoubtable Bill Heffernan, Senator Heffernan, said, "The reason we lost this election was all the deadhead candidates we had." Well, we all looked at each other and said, he must be talking about us. So we became the deadheads. And so for some years we used to meet as the deadheads and get people with political experience to come in and speak to us. And I think in fine form we decided to appoint Bill Heffernan as the patron saint of the deadheads, and we used to have an award called the Billy for the person that had asked or caused the most problems to the government that week or the week that we met in. So it was a good time, and as I said, including Scott Morrison, after this next election we'll be down to just Alex Hawke, who I can't see here just around me at the moment, but so he will have to carry on. Without us. So just on the 3 valedictories today, and I think it is the 3 from this side of the chamber, I must say, very fitting that we give them together. We came in together, we're going out together. Of Nola, man, from day one a pocket rocket, and I know you won't mind me saying this, or a pint-side milking maid, but don't get on the wrong side of Nola. Determined for her electorate every time, and I'm a great admirer and a great friend, and we will remain friends. And to Mark Colton, we have so much in common, Mark. We're both live members of APEX. We're both farmers. As farmers, we both understood that if you wanted to drought-proof your farm, you had to marry school teachers. who are sitting together behind me at the moment, Robin and Teresa, and together they piloted the Parliamentary Partners Association for 6 years. And I think that is a very important organisation. If we could get more of the partners to come more often to Canberra and share in their partners' experience, we might be able to keep them together on a bit more regular basis rather than having so many of them split up. So I think anything that brings you closer together through those times is a very good and important thing, and I thank them both for that. To the electors of Grey, 6 times they've seen fit to appoint me to represent them. Thank you so much. I don't say that lightly. To the more than 400 members of the Grey Liberal Party who actually journeyed up to a 1,000-kilometre round trip back in 2006 to pre-select me, thank you so much, and they've just gone through that process again. I never would have had the opportunity. If I'd never been the Liberal candidate for Grey, I would have never had the opportunity to be the member for Grey. Of the 800 people who make up the membership of the 22 Liberal Party branches across Grey, thank you for your work each and every election, keeping the flame alive in the community, because we all believe in the same things. Even though we have our differences across the chamber, we all believe in a better Australia. A lot of us just believe in a different pathway to get there, and I'm absolutely thankful for their support. To my hometown of Kimber and my lifelong friends who have supported me, some of them that are here today, some of the most important, not all of them, certainly through that period of the radioactive waste management facility, but I'm just the 3rd member for Grey from the Liberal Party. So the seat of Grey was formed in 1903, and I'm only the 3rd Liberal We held it, in fact, from 1943 to 93, we held it just once. There's 50 years. We held it in one term in the 1966 Parliament when it was won by a fellow called Don Jessup, who later had a career in the Senate. In 1993, Barry Wakeland for the Liberal Party won the seat and I succeeded him. Now we've held this seat for the last 31 years. Barry is from exactly the same hometown as myself, Kimber. I think that's quite a remarkable outcome, really. So for 31 years, my small community on the northern edge of the wheat belt has provided the member for Grey. It's a community of just over 1,000 people. I think we punch above our weight right around South Australia, particularly the current chair of the South Australian Local Government Association is the Kimber Mayor, Dean Johnson. And with Caroline Schaefer and her father, Arthur White, Kimber has contributed a Member of Parliament at either state or federal level for 40 of the last 48 years, and for 17 of those years we had one at state level and one at federal level. I think that's quite remarkable. I think something about living on the edge. It's not easy making a living in Kimber, and I think it's always attuned the people of the town to what the exterior threats are and why we need to have a common purpose when we come together as a community and work for those outcomes. So one of the great joys of the job is the plethora of new friends we've made right around the electorate. People that we would have never ever met in another life. But, oh yeah, I blew that a bit. But anyway, obviously there's too many to mention, but a special call out today for Anthea Kennett, up there in the pink. Thank you, Anthea, who's come from Wallaroo here today, and her father, her husband John, committed no greater sin than being our friends when we took our kids to boarding school together. I managed to recruit them into the Liberal Party and rebuild the local branch there. They weren't on their own, I must say, but thank you for making the effort of being here today, Anthea. The team from Kimber, Joe and John Schaefer, Jeff and Jenny Baldock, Graham and Heather Baldock. Heather was my first campaign manager, and they're still here with me 17 years later, backing their local boy. I thank them so much. They are just such wonderful, valuable friends. There's another couple who couldn't be here, Bert and Barb Wolford. Barb is a ball of energy and with a thrower shoulder to the wheel on any attempt. And of course, one of the things you need to do is try and get some people up on the APY lands when you're having an election. And so Barb was often at the forefront of leading a delegation or being part of a delegation to go and hand out for Rowan Ramsey. And one particular afternoon, Teresa, my wife, and her, I think they were at Mimiley, and there was a fair kind of raucous going on about 50 metres away from the voting station, as sometimes happens in these communities. And just when they thought things might get really out of hand, this big bloke walked in in traditional dress with a spear, and he went over in no uncertain terms, told them they should disperse and get about their lives, which is pretty much what they did. And then he headed towards the voting box with his big spear. And Barb and Teresa went, oh, gee, what do we do when he gets over here? And Teresa said, hold your nerve. And he came up and he put his spear down on the ground. And then, as he should, he took a how to vote for Rowan Ramsey card and went in and executed his democratic right. So to Barb, that's been a very special contribution. One year, the Electoral Commission, someone got sick and they only did half the booth, so she headed back up and did the second week. I always say, to get to the lands, incidentally, it's 1,000 kilometres without going out of my electorate, from my gate to the turn-off. And then if you want to go to the WA border, it's another 8 hours. So I try and do that a couple of times a year. Anyway, to my staff, to Jen Wells, Fiona Duffield, Neil Sawley, Courtney Stevens, Katie Patterson, Meredith Westbrook, all here today. Thank you. To Deb Darby, who came down ill and couldn't make it. They've all been outstanding. Leonie Lloyd-Smith, the reason I just put her on the end, Leonie Lloyd-Smith, most of you in this place will know. She comes to Canberra with me virtually every week for the last 10 years or so. And she's the chief organiser of the staff nosh up on Wednesday night. So they may well miss Leonie's services. And also Vicky Manners is back in the Port Pirie office today, tying the fort down. Look, they are a terrific staff. Terrific because not only do they serve me loyally, as they should do, but they serve the electorate loyally. And when people come in with their problems, they have the time, the patience and the compassion to sit down and talk through those problems. And so I am well served, the electorate is well served by them, and I thank each and all of them. Some of them, in fact, 3 have been with me for the entire 17 years, and 1 just a few months short of that, Jen Wells. In the chamber today, we have Teresa's sister Jackie and her husband Peter, as are my sisters Beth and Janet and her husband Andrew. My other sister Anne-Marie is watching from home. So thank you all for being here and your support throughout my time in this parliament. 3 wonderful children, all here today. Alex with her husband Ben and our grandson Arthur. Can you give me a wave, Arthur? There you go. Good on you, fella. To Courtney and Lachlan, wonderful supporters. Thank you. I know you've given up a bit for me to have this career. I hope it's been rewarded in other ways, but certainly one thing we haven't done is lose touch. At the time we made the decision for me to have a go at this job, Lachlan was actually at university in Adelaide and living in our unit. So while they always needed us, they didn't need me to drop them off the footy anymore at Netwell. So it was a good time for us and for me. Which brings me to obviously the last and most important, which is my beautiful wife Teresa, my soulmate of 46 years plus. And in Mark's terms, he's treaded the platform before me, but many people consider her to be the second member for Grey. We get 2 for the price of 1. She's driven some of the countless kilometres that we've travelled around the electorate, dealt with behind the scenes things like donations. You'll look forward to those, Tom. There'll be a lot of those requests coming in for those. Particularly in the early years, was setting out her artwork. She's an art teacher by trade, and setting out the material that comes out of the office. But really, we've been each other's sounding board. Not always in furious agreement. Sometimes just furious. But I think it proves the strength of our relationship that we can have a very vigorous discussion about things and then just move on. Because there's no doubt we still love each other, and I love Teresa, and I'm so privileged to have had her in my life. And many people have said to me over the years, well, you know, you've got a driver, haven't you? Because we do about 80,000 a year. And I said, yeah. I had to marry her. But it's been a wonderful journey. We made the decision to embark upon it together. We are ending it, I guess, in a privileged way, that we've got to choose the time of our leaving. And I'm working on, like I said, being a long time in that first group before I get to either of the second 2 and going off and enjoying it. Thank you all for your friendship and support. Yeah. Thanks, Anthony.
These last 2 kicked out, so they
shall I, the Leader of the Opposition seeking to call?
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Just on indulgence, and just for 2 minutes, can I say on behalf of my coalition colleagues, thank you to our 3 colleagues who have just delivered exceptional valedictory speeches. In particular, I want to say to Charlie in his absence, but also to Teresa and to Robin, thank you very much for your service to your electorates, to this parliament and to our country. As was pointed out before by the three members, it is a family effort, and families make an enormous sacrifice in this business, and none more so than those who live in rural communities. The absence, given the long hours on the road and the long hours away from home, the travel to Canberra here from remote parts of Australia means that there's an extra burden on people who come from regional areas. And I do want to pay tribute to the families and the sacrifice that they've made, the hours that they've missed out on kids growing up, separation from grandchildren, missing major events, and it is truly a sacrifice that you've made. To each of our colleagues, to Nola, to Mark and to Rowan, you, as each of you pointed out, have a lot in common, having come in 2007, having served here loyally to your respective parties. But not only have you come from rural communities and you've shared the journey together, each of you share in common an innate sense of decency and trustworthiness, and ultimately the total respect of your colleagues. And to each of you, I wish you every success in the next phase of life. May you enjoy good health, good fortune, lots of time together. And can you also recognise and stop for a moment to pause and to, I think, truly appreciate the contribution that you've made to your electorates, to your country, and of that you should be incredibly proud. Well done.
Thank you. I'd also like to take the opportunity to congratulate the members for Page, Gray and Forrest for their wonderful friendship in this place, and wish them all the very best of luck. And on that note, I'd like to call the member for Fisher, who I understand is in continuation. The member for Fisher has the call.
Despite contrary wishes, I think they were hoping that I'd back up and be the fourth one, but they can't get rid of me that easily, Madam Deputy Speaker. In continuation, on behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, collectively the bills that I spoke about earlier provide a suite of measures intended to uplift Australia's cybersecurity, including through mandated minimum security standards for smart devices, mandatory reporting of ransomware payments made by businesses, establishing a cyber incident review board, limited use provisions to encourage private-public cooperation on cyber incidents, and reports to the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act of 2018, including to bolster the protection of business-critical data and to simplify information sharing across industry and government. Bolstering Australia's cybersecurity is a whole-of-nation endeavour, and one in which the Australia business community can and must play a crucial role. The evidence supplied to the committee within 60 high-quality written submissions and over 2 days of public hearings demonstrates that from the business community. There was broad support for the bills amongst most contributors to the inquiry. Many contributors had been involved in consultation prior to the bills being introduced in connection with the 2023 to 2030 Australian Cybersecurity Strategy. Although some witnesses had in principle objections to aspects of the package, the majority of matters brought to the committee's attention concerned implementation or matters of detail. In response to the matters raised, the committee has made a total of 12 recommendations, mostly aimed at ensuring the implementation of the package is as effective as possible and subject to ongoing review. These include recommendations for the government to ensure businesses are educated about the new ransomware reporting obligations and provided with clear administrative guidance on how the various aspects of the new legislation are intended to be interpreted and applied in practice. The committee has recommended a small number of technical amendments aimed at clarifying the operation of the ransomware reporting obligations in relation to incidents that do not affect a business's operations in Australia, clarifying the protection of material that is subject to legal professional privilege, and ensuring the package's limited use provisions are clearly expressed. The committee has also recommended that the cybersecurity bill be subject to a statutory review by this committee after 3 years, and that an existing statutory review of the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act 2018 be deferred by 2 years. This will allow time both for the new reforms to be implemented and for the currently legislated independent review of the SOCI Act to be completed. The committee recognises that hardening Australia's cyber resilience and implementing the 2023-2030 Australian cybersecurity strategy is an urgent priority of this parliament. On behalf of the committee, I extend my thanks to the range of organisations and individuals who contributed to the inquiry and helped inform the committee's report. I also thank my fellow committee members for their constructive and bipartisan approach. And I'll take this moment, Madam Deputy Speaker, to thank the former chair of the committee, the member for Wills, for his work and dedication to the PJCIS. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have been on many committees in this place, serving both as a committee member, chair or deputy chair. And hand on heart, I can honestly say that there is no other committee with such a demanding workload as the PJCIS. The member for Wills has had some difficulties in recent times. I want to send out a shout out to him for those difficulties that he's encountered, both in his electorate and family. It's a difficult role to be in this place, but even more so made more difficult by virtue of being the chair of this committee, which is, as I said, one of the most onerous positions in this place. I want to thank the new incoming member, the Senator Raf Ciccone. He's already demonstrated a very significant willingness to work very closely with me and the coalition members of the committee, and I thank him and all members of the committee. But most importantly, I want to thank the members of the Secretariat who managed to turn a very significant body of work around in a very short period of time. They are absolute champions, the members of the Secretariat, and we thank them for their efforts. And I commend the report to the House.
Thank the member. The member for Mitchell, seeking the call. The member for Mitchell has the call.
On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services, I present the committee's report incorporating dissenting reports entitled Ethics and Professional Accountability, Structural Changes in the Audit, Assurance and Consultancy Industry, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? Is leave granted?
The government, yeah.
Leave is granted. Leave is granted.
Thank you.
The member for Mitchell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to obviously speak to the very important report that the Corporations Committee has conducted throughout the course of this year in response to the very serious matters that were revealed at the Tax Practitioners Board. Peter John Collins, a partner of PwC, conspired with perhaps 20 to 30 people to monetise confidential Australian government information for the benefit of a particular consultancy firm, PwC, and its clients. And I think there's an important signal to industry here about if government is your main client and you're earning revenue from the government of hundreds of millions of dollars of extreme revenue, you have to have the highest of standards and probity in relation to the transparency and operation of your business. And certainly the government is not to be ripped off just like any other business in our economy and society. And then if the government is ripped off and we make the rules and we make the laws, the taxpayer rightly expects action in response from the Parliament, the government and authorities. And while normally coalition members would be quite adverse to red tape, regulatory burden, it's clear that we are supportive of a majority of the recommendations made of the committee report, and the committee chair, Senator O'Neill, I thank her for her great work and her dedication to this task. It's because we do agree with the need for greater governance, disclosure and transparency requirements being imposed on large professional partnerships, including the large multidisciplinary accounting practices, given their significance to the Australian economy and the way these consultancies are now embedded in government work. Indeed, the inquiries indicated there needs to be a range of reforms implemented with respect to matters such as regulatory oversight, disciplinary procedures and the calibration of appropriate penalties for misconduct. And we do agree with these recommendations because the revelations that partnerships were so large that people had no idea what was going on when we're talking about the theft of the Australian government's information and the monetisation of it overseas is deeply disturbing and does require transparency and other changes to ensure that this conduct, which may have been isolated to particular people within firms, isn't abused in the future. There are, of course, a limited number of recommendations where the Coalition does have reservations we appreciate the intent, but we do think that the recommendations go too far. In particular, the idea that reforms would be staged in a way that would take existing businesses, and large partnerships being the example, and then somehow reduce those to an arbitrary number without... There was no evidence about this in our view, and indeed the recommendation to reduce to 400 partners, it's very unclear how this would work in practice, how this could be implemented in practice. And indeed, it was a very arbitrary figure that was argued about by the committee without, I think, an evidence base that would produce a particular better result. Although I would mention, in theory, we do not oppose the idea of capping partnerships in the future or having a future-based cap in terms of the number of partners within these firms. And certainly the government has previously passed laws that increase the cap to 1,000 partners. Now, reducing to 400 does feel arbitrary and it may not work and it would create great economic chaos without benefit. So we certainly have concern about that. In relation to the other recommendations, I would point to the fact that we do indeed support many of the strong recommendations that have been come through in the course of the inquiry. It's paramount, of course, the importance in the trust and the auditing services provided by firms, given the function of providing independent truth isn't marred by secrecy or this kind of lack of transparency for regulators and the government when it inquires. Given that all the partnerships are the model that are adopted by the Big Four in Australia. This is a signal from the government, is a signal from the committee, is a signal from the Parliament that we are serious about reform in this sector. The UK has taken a series of more strident reforms in many ways, and we've recommended, and some of those have to be scaled back, but this is a clear signal from both sides of the committee that the recommendations, and there are many recommendations, it's a substantial reform of the sector, that we want increased accountability, response mechanisms, but we also want cultural change. And that cultural change won't come without some regulatory and systemic change. And that's why there are so many recommendations. Sometimes these are overdone in these committee reports, but I think here the signal to this sector, which is now critical to the functioning of our economy, couldn't be clearer. We require standards of governance the same as we do through corporations, and we're recommending that the Corporations Act be amended in a number of ways, including to make sure that a mandatory tendering regime such that public interest entities, which all the Big Four would be designated as public interest entities, would be required to have their financial reports audited and a public tender process undertaken every 10 years. Again, we've spelt out measures that we think will actually make a difference in public trust, in trust from the government, in trust from the taxpayer, in making a difference to the future, given the central role that these firms are now playing in the models. But I would say to these partnerships, you need to get your own house in order. This committee has had to take the embarrassing steps of heavy-handed regulation because of the cultural situation in many of these firms. The see no evil, hear no evil model is really unsustainable in 2024, especially when you work for the government who makes the laws and the rules. And then if the government is ripped off and the taxpayer is ripped off with our secret information, I think you can expect heavy-handed regulation to come forward. And we do want change. We want cultural change, transparency change, structural change. But I would say to the firms, make the changes positively, get ahead of legislative and regulatory change and you'll be in a better position. It's really where you should be anyway, and read the room around the world where governments are cracking down on these opaque arrangements that are producing very, very poor outcomes, including the monetisation of secret information. So, Deputy Speaker, thank you for the opportunity today. I do want to thank the Chair, Senator O'Neill, all of my colleagues on the committee on all sides. It's a very collegiate process. We did find some shocking information about cultures within firms, and it was very disappointing and I think confronting to understand that, and disappointing, I must say, to say that some of these very high reputation firms actually don't have the highest of standards behind the scenes in terms of governance, transparency and the standards that might be expected from the public and the Australian government. So I do, while I thank all my committee members and all the work that's been done, the Secretariat in particular for all of the work, all of the submissions that came through, I have to say this committee took those submissions very, very seriously from the public, from whistleblowers, from people that came forward, and I do thank them for coming forward and providing us with all the information. And in the report, I believe we've done a very effective job of incorporating the concerns of the public, business, people who've worked within these firms, whistleblowers in the past, people who've sought change, and I think change can come out of this report. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member. And the member for Swan is seeking the call.
Yes, I'd like to speak on the report as well.
Thank you. Leave is granted.
Leave is granted.
The member for Swan has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I take the opportunity to speak on the tabling of the report of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services, of which I'm a member of. This report follows the inquiry into ethics and professional accountability, structural challenges in the audit, assurance and consultancy industry. This inquiry is a statement to the strength of our democracy. It shows that Parliament has a critical role to play in holding our institutions accountable. It proves that our democratic systems are alive and well, and I agree with the member for Mitchell, the Deputy Chair, that this has been an incredibly collegiate committee, and I commend the Chair of the committee, Senator Deb O'Neill, for her leadership and commitment to this important work, and also all committee members, the Deputy Chair, the member for Fraser, Adelaide, Petrie and Senators Pratt, Pocock, Bragg and Scarr. Their dedication ensured that this inquiry was thorough and impactful. I also extend my appreciation to the witnesses who contributed. Their insights, expertise and lived experience guided the committee. Without their courage and willingness to speak, this report would not have been possible. The inquiry began in 2023, prompted by serious revelations. Misconduct in the audit, insurance and consultancy sector came to light. At the heart of this scandal was the PwC tax leak scandal, which exposed unethical practices and breaches of trust. This inquiry was vital. People needed to be held accountable. Today, we table a report that uncovers the full extent of the misconduct. It shows how confidential government information was misused by partners and employees of PwC. The report makes 40 recommendations. The first, it proposes a cap of 400 partners for firms structured as partnerships. This is a reduction from the current 1,000 and aligns these firms with the limits already in place for law firms. I support the position and the recommendation is sensible and is needed. Second, the report calls for operational separation of audit functions in multidisciplinary professional service firms. Audit clients should not be able to access other firms from the same firm. This will reduce conflicts of interest and improve trust in the audit process. The third, the report recommends the introduction of accountability measures for consultants. This includes a public register of consultants, a consultancy code of conduct and a compliance body to oversee the sector. Importantly, the committee recommends that PwC should not be allowed to tender for government contracts until all legal investigations are complete. This sends a clear message: unethical behaviour will not be tolerated. It will also be an important measure in rebuilding public trust in the institution. The inquiry also revealed deep failures in governance. Conflicts of interest were widespread. Practices that undermined our national interests went unchecked. If not for this inquiry, many of these issues may never have come to light. This is unacceptable. It must not happen again. The committee's recommendations are forward-thinking and made in the national interest. Australia deserves a consultancy sector that is ethical, transparent and accountable. Trust in our institutions matter. It underpins our democracy, our economy and our fundamental way of life. When institutionals fails, it hurts us all. This report is about rebuilding trust. It's about ensuring these failures are not repeated, and it's about protecting the stability and integrity of our systems. Today, we take a step forward. We hold those responsible to account. We recommit to the values that make our democracy strong. I commend this report to the House.
I thank the member for Swan. The member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I wish to just turn my phone off there. On behalf of the Joint Select Committee on Social Media in Australian Society, I present the committee's report incorporating dissenting report entitled Social Media, the Good, the Bad and the Ugly Final Report. And I ask leave of the House rather to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. The member for Newcastle.
Thank you. I rise to present the final report of the Joint Select Committee on Social Media and Australian Society. This report follows the committee's second interim report that was tabled in the House in October. That report examined how the decision of Meta to abandon deals under the News Media Bargaining Code could influence the provision and consumption of public interest journalism in Australia and give rise to mis- and disinformation. It also found that while the code was established in good faith, its implementation has revealed significant shortcomings. Accordingly, the committee made 11 considered recommendations to improve the effectiveness of the code and the sustainability of public interest journalism and digital media in Australia. This third and final report looks closely at the influences and impacts of social media on Australian society. The committee received 220 submissions throughout the inquiry, conducted 10 public hearings and received additional written responses to many questions on notice. We heard from experts, academics, bureaucrats, big tech companies, advocates, grieving families and young Australians who have grown up with digital technology all their lives. Social media users in Australia are some of the most active in the world, with approximately 81% of all Australians reporting that they were regular users of social media in 2023. While acknowledging that social media is a huge part of everyday life for most Australians, this final report examines social media in its entirety, the good, the bad and the ugly. The committee heard that social media can be addictive and disruptive to offline activities. It can impact on sleep, lead to mis- and disinformation being shared and consumed, poor mental health, and at its worst, can expose vulnerable users to online predators, unhealthy expectations around body image, bullying, sextortion, and in some tragic cases, can lead people to extremely dangerous self-harming behaviours such as eating disorders and suicidality. We heard that much more needs to be done to protect Australians from these harms, particularly by social media companies themselves, who make money by keeping their users engaged. Social media is never free because users pay for it with their attention. As one young witness observed, if the product is free, then you are the product. This statement reflects the true nature of social media platforms. They provide a free space for community and connection, but in exchange, the user is beholden to the business decisions of big tech companies, whose focus is squarely on increasing revenue without consideration for the health and well-being of its customers. This report puts big tech on notice. Social media companies are not immune from the need to have a social licence to operate here in Australia. Participants to the inquiry also painted a picture of how the relationship Australians have with social media is complex and forever evolving. We were told that many Australians, particularly young Australians, enjoyed using social media, and for the most part, they didn't want their access to it to be restricted. As one young person said, social media isn't just a platform, It's a lifeline for connection, information and community for many young people. But we also heard that social media companies use opaque algorithms that keep users scrolling, feeding us what they think we want to see, even if it is harmful. Young people recognise these harms and the vulnerabilities of some users, but they wanted to better protect themselves from harms and have more control over their social media experience to better improve their own health and well-being. They want to be able to alter, set or indeed turn off their personal algorithms and recommender systems. They want greater control over the context and content and paid advertising they see and when they see it. And they want to be active participants in co-designing policy to help improve the safety and accountability of online platforms. The committee also heard from mental health organisations who told us how social media is used to support people's mental health and well-being, and many Australians accessing mental health resources online. But they too agreed that some harms were so extreme that interventions were required and much more should be done to protect users from online harms. Academics and experts spoke to the many different facets of the social media environment, including its harms, noting that there is no one silver bullet that is going to solve this problem. But they were adamant that this shouldn't stop us from taking immediate action to better protect Australian users. We heard that while legislating an age limit might not be the perfect solution and should certainly not be the only solution, but it would provide important breathing space for the implementation of long-term sustainable digital reforms. Finally, the committee also heard from parents regarding the horrific online harms experienced by their children, with some parents drawing a direct link between the influence and impact of social media use and their child's mental health and well-being. We heard about young users that suffered eating disorders who are continuously showing content on social media that is harmful to their recovery. And we heard about vulnerable young people who were endlessly bullied and sextorted via social media, leading to them taking their own lives. Parents presenting evidence to the committee pleaded for an increase in the minimum age for children to access social media, noting the current restrictions had failed. Without a legislative minimum age to access social media, parents said they felt unsupported in their efforts to protect their kids from social harms. They wanted to be able to tell their kids, no, it's the law, you have to wait until you're old enough. And they worried that social media companies would take years to implement reforms that made them responsible for their platforms and preventing online harms. While everyone agreed that social media is part of everyday life and will remain so, social media platforms and online services have a key responsibility for the safety of their users. This report makes recommendations for immediate and long-term government action, but it also puts the responsibility back onto big tech, who must absolutely do better. It contains 12 well-defined recommendations that go to the heart of the problem, keeping Australian users safe. The report recommendations include greater enforceability of laws to bring digital platforms under Australian jurisdiction, support for a single and overarching statutory duty of care for digital platforms to ensure Australian users, particularly children, are safe online. Effective mandatory data access for independent researchers and public interest organisations, coupled with a rigorous auditing process by appropriate regulators. Measures to enable users greater control over the content they see by having the ability to alter, reset or turn off their personal algorithms and recommender systems. Greater protections for users' personal information. Inclusion of young Australians in the co-design process for the regulation of social media. Research and data collection provisions that enable evidence-based policy development, ongoing education to improve digital competency and online safety skills, built-in safety by design principles for current and future platform technology, a transparent complaints mechanism that incorporates a right of appeal process, and adequate resourcing for the Office of the E-Safety Commissioner to discharge its ever-evolving functions. Taken together, these recommendations map a pathway forward for social media reforms in Australia. The committee notes that in the past 2 weeks, the government has announced legislation that will be introduced to make 16 the minimum age of access for social media. Other recent measures include legislation to combat the rise of mis- and disinformation, and a landmark scams prevention framework which calls for fines of up to $50 million and requires social media platforms, banks and telecommunications companies to protect Australians from online scams. And just last week, the government announced that it will be legislating a digital duty of care to place the onus on digital platforms to proactively keep Australians safe and better prevent online harms in the first place. These actions are part of a suite of government reforms that complement each other and incentivise the design of a safer, healthier digital platforms ecosystem. The committee strongly reports the 12 recommendations in this final report, along with the 11 recommendations of our second interim report. Collectively, these 23 recommendations map a pathway forward for social media reforms in Australia and puts big tech on notice, because social media companies are not immune from the need to have a social licence to operate in Australia. I would like to sincerely thank the Secretariat, who have worked hard to meet the committee's deadlines and have been exceptional in providing support to the committee. Thank you to the committee Secretary, Jerry McAnally, Aisha Osborne, Natasha Rosyakovsky and Michael Perks, Aisha Bottrell and Jamison Eddington. I'd also like to thank, while I see her sitting at the table, the former chair of this committee, the member for Jagga, and Assistant Minister for her diligent work in the first iteration of this committee. And I want to acknowledge all of the committee members, some of whom I see sitting in the chamber this evening, who have worked productively with me throughout this inquiry. Doesn't mean we've had our challenges and differences, but we have landed in a place where there is a good collective will to ensure improved online safety for all Australian users. My message is simple. The age of unregulated social media is over. Online safety is paramount, and social media platforms must take responsibility to ensure fundamental protections are in place. Social media has a social responsibility for the safety of their users, and this report maps out ways in which they can be held to account, ensuring social media is a safe place for all Australians to find connection, community and reliable information. I move that the House do take note of this report.
Before the member for Newcastle does that, is there any other member that wishes to make a contribution? The member for Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you stand. So.
That's okay. No, that's all right. I seek leave to make a short opening statement.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank you. The member for Fisher has the call.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I begin by thanking the Chair, the member for Newcastle, for stepping into the chair for the committee, and the member for Jagga for her work that she did before her elevation. This was a comprehensive inquiry with 220 submissions, 10 public hearings, 1 in-camera hearing, 58 responses to questions on notice and 3 reports. The coalition members of the committee welcome the recommendations made by the committee, including a statutory duty of care and a children's online privacy code. Having said that, I feel that it would be remiss of me if I didn't point out that I think if the report was left as is, it would be seen as a missed opportunity. Coalition members felt compelled to provide not a dissenting report, but additional comments. And there were some 16,000 words in those additional commentary, which we believe fills a gap in this report. Simply put, coalition members believe that government members of the committee have missed the opportunity to demonstrate the strong leadership required for the kind of comprehensive reform which social media platforms desperately need. Madam Deputy Speaker, in 2018, on the 3rd of January 2018, Dolly Everett took her life as a result of very, very significant bullying. Most of us would remember that day. And I have to say it was a day in my life that I remember well. Shortly after Dolly's passing, I went down to New South Wales, down to Sydney, and had a meeting with the Digi Group, where all of the social media platforms and big tech are represented. And I made them a promise, the executives of the Digi Group, that I would be a thorn in their side for however long they continued to not look after the welfare of Australians, and in particular, the welfare of Australian children. I made them that promise, and today I feel somewhat vindicated that that promise has been or is being delivered. Big tech companies have proven utterly incapable of protecting their users from harm, and Australians demand strong leadership to hold them to account. I remember walking out of that meeting with the Digi Group thinking that I had just met with Big Tobacco from the 1970s and the 1960s. I was assured that everything was all under control, that that platforms were doing everything that they humanly possibly could to protect Australians. Well, we all know that that is not true. Coalition members were concerned that despite the significant evidence provided by witnesses, the committee has failed to give enough attention to the issues of child safety, foreign interference and mental health, particularly in relation to eating disorders and addiction. A parliamentary inquiry such as this one should freely offer recommendations to government to steer policy and find practical solutions to real-world policy problems with far-reaching consequences. Coalition members want user control features which address persuasive design issues. That includes resetting your algorithm, stopping autoplay and infinite scrolling, and the ability to better customise one's social media feeds. Coalition members would like to see greater transparency and reporting requirements in relation to actual or suspected foreign interference or transnational commercial activities. Coalition members would like to see a Centre of Digital Education Excellence established to bolster Australia's digital technology and media literacy. Coalition members want a proactive obligation on social media companies to report actual or suspected child sexual abuse and exploitation, regardless of whether end-to-end encryption is used. Coalition members want a proactive obligation on search engines and similar platforms to report how they are combating the indexation and dissemination of harmful material. Coalition members want big tech to be held accountable for harmful materials published by connected third-party platforms, including LinkedIn bio tools. Coalition members want the government to work with experts, youth representatives and lived experience participants to develop a strategy to improve the online safety and well-being of boys who are disproportionately affected by online harms, particularly in relation to sextortion. Coalition members want the government to invest in the research and development of technology to combat child sexual exploitation. Coalition members want social media companies to provide regular transparency reports on data collection. Coalition members want regular reports on revenue received from the advertising of regulated and restricted industries like alcohol, gambling, pornography, cigarettes, pharmaceuticals, weight loss treatments, debt collection and more. Coalition members want the government to adequately resource the eSafety Commissioner and the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation to meet increasing demand on their services. And like other committees before this one, Coalition members want a new parliamentary committee on online safety, artificial intelligence and technology, tasked with responding to and preparing Australia for the growing threats and opportunities in social media, technology and AI. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is imperative that a standing committee be established because just as this committee is handing down its report today, it's likely to be out of date in a couple of months' time. And having a standing committee which can keep abreast with the constant changes in this area will stand this country in good stead. The sort of jurisdiction that this standing committee should have would include also dating apps, gaming platforms, live streaming programs, the metaverse and more. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Coalition members have put together an alternative report to highlight the serious issues which the existing report fails to address. We've nominated 13 additional recommendations to protect Australians online. We've demonstrated once again that the Coalition is leading the charge on social media reform and online safety. I want to acknowledge the efforts and the receptiveness of the Leader of the Opposition and the Shadow Minister for Communications, David Coleman, for their great work on, in leading social media reform. At this point, I also want to thank my partner in crime, the member for Flinders, for her outstanding work on this committee and in relation to online safety. The reality is, Mr Deputy Speaker, that only the Coalition can be trusted to keep kids safe online. Only the Coalition has the courage to hold big tech to account, and I recommend the report and additional comments to the House.
I thank the member for Fisher and I call the member for Newcastle.
I move that the House take note of the report. And I move... I
thank the member for Newcastle. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you. And I move that the order of the day be referred for the Federation Chamber for debate.
The question is that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Cyber Security Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
And I call the Assistant Minister, the Shadow Minister, sorry.
Okay. The Coalition supports the policy intent of the bills as cyber threats continually evolve and the strategic environment continues to deteriorate. Urgent action is required to uplift Australia's national cyber resilience. The reforms introduced by this package of legislation represent a logical extension of the world-leading approach taken by the former Coalition government, who architected the security of critical infrastructure regime and authored successive national cyber security strategies in 2016 and 2020. However, we continue to hold significant concerns, as do many interested stakeholders, about the government's rushed process and limited time for parliamentary scrutiny, which increases the risk of overlooking unintended consequences and drafting errors in the legislation. The former Coalition government introduced the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act 2018, which outlined the legal obligations for entities that own, operate or have direct interest in critical infrastructure assets, and included government assistance powers for serious cyber security threats or attacks, The former coalition government amended the SOCI Act in 2021 and again in 2022 to enhance security obligations for critical infrastructure assets and systems of national significance, including by introducing mandatory risk management programs for certain assets. In the wake of the Optus and Medibank cyber incidents in 2022, the former Minister for Home Affairs and Cyber Security, Claire O'Neill, trashed the SOCI Act, saying that law was bloody useless, like not worth the ink printed on the paper, when it came to actually using it in a cyber incident. It was poorly drafted. On a separate occasion, she praised the SOCI reforms, saying, "If you look at the work that was done on the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act in the last Parliament, when I described that law to politicians around the world, their mouths are open thinking, how can we construct something similar in our country?" It is somewhat ironic that the backbone of Labor's much-touted cyber legislation is a modest and logical extension of the SOCI reforms introduced by the previous government. Claire O'Neill's desperation to politicise what should be bipartisan national security policy is emblematic of Labor's chaotic approach to national security writ large. It is good to see the government has finally seen reason as to the merits of the Coalition's world-leading SOCI reforms, to the point that they have decided to double down on our approach, and we welcome the measures in the Security of Critical Infrastructure and Other Legislation Amendment, Enhanced Response and Prevention Bill 2024. We welcome the limited use provisions in the Cyber Security Bill and the Intelligence Services and Other Legislation Amendment Cyber Security Bill 2024, the ISA Bill, which will provide assurance to entities that the information they disclose to government about cyber incidents will not be used against entities' interests in the future. The former Director General of the Australian Security Directorate, Ms Rachel Noble, publicly endorsed this concept in November 22. Speaking purely from ASD's perspective, I think the safe harbour concept is a most excellent idea because, to your point, where there is ambiguity, if I'm dealing with a government, do you hand that information to another government department or don't you? How can I be sure that that won't occur without my permission, and so forth? So from an operational perspective, in the heat of the incident, if you will, when we're still trying to pull people out of the water and into the lifeboats, to have that absolute confidence for the private sector that at the very least their operational engagement with ASD would be exempted from the inquiry of others. Inquiry of others, whether they are other government agencies or other people scrutinising the process, like we've seen in class action lawsuits, for example, that is very attractive to us as well. Senator Patterson first called for a legislated limited use obligation on the 22nd of March 2023, and I note that if the Australian government had moved more quickly with this reform, it may have gone some way to address the declining willingness from industry to share information with ASD in a timely way that we have witnessed in the intervening years. The proposed mandatory standards for smart devices in the Cyber Security Bill 2024 are welcome and long overdue. This proposal was first canvassed by the former coalition government in the discussion paper Strengthening Australia's Cyber Security Regulations and Incentives, an initiative of Australia's Cyber Security Strategy 2020, released on the 13th of July 2021. The need for these reforms has become more acute in recent years as we have learned more about the national security risks of internet-connected devices through successive audits, which revealed hundreds of Chinese-manufactured cameras, drones and internet-connected solar inverters in use across Commonwealth Government sites. The Commonwealth Government has had ample time to develop and refine this proposal, and we welcome this work finally coming to fruition. The Coalition welcomes the introduction of a legislated Cyber Incident Review Board, the CIRB. Senator Patterson originally called for this construct on the 19th of October 2023, noting the need for a mechanism to conduct dispassionate, objective investigations following significant cyber incidents for the collective benefit of organisations who may be able to benefit from the lessons learned. This came after the US government announced the establishment of a Cyber Safety Review Board in 2021. Had the Australian government acted sooner to establish an equivalent construct here, it may have assisted post-incident investigations in significant incidents such as the MediSecure data breach and the CrowdStrike outage, which occurred earlier this year. Nevertheless, the Coalition welcomes the establishment of the CIRB, however belated, noting the clarification provided during the PJCIS inquiry that standing members of the Cyber Incident Review Board do not necessarily need to be members of the public service, which will provide flexibility to include representatives external to government if the Minister deems it appropriate. While Coalition supports the policy intent of the bills, we continue to hold significant concerns about the Albanese Labor government's rush process and limited time for parliamentary scrutiny, which increases the risk of overlooking unintended consequences and drafting errors in the legislation. The former Minister for Home Affairs and Cyber Security, the Honourable Claire O'Neill MP, originally announced the development of the 2023-2030 Australian Cyber Security Strategy on the 8th of December 2022. The Cyber Strategy was released on the 22nd of November 2023, and on the 19th of December 2023, the Department of Home Affairs released a consultation paper on legislative reforms arising from the Cyber Strategy, which informed the current bills. The Department of Home Affairs consulted on a targeted exposure draft of the proposed legislation reform package between the 4th of September and the 11th of September 2024. The government introduced the bills into the House on the 9th of October 2024 and referred the package to PJCIS on the same day, with submissions due by the 25th of October 2024. This means stakeholders had only 2 weeks to make a submission on the bills, and the PJCIS had just over a month to consider and report on the bill. Given these reforms have been in train for close to 2 years, it is inexplicable that the government has seen fit to reduce the time for parliamentary scrutiny in its desperation to pass this legislation before the end of the year. Multiple stakeholders shared these concerns during the PJCIS inquiry. The government has shown a flagrant disregard for these concerns, and it remains abundantly clear that the condensed inquiry timeframe is insufficient to properly scrutinise such highly complex and consequential legislation. The PJCIS report canvasses numerous concerns, potential issues already identified through this inquiry, and it stands to reason that a more fulsome scrutiny process would reveal even more areas that warrant further consideration. The Coalition has repeatedly cautioned against this impetuous approach and any unintended consequences that arise in the future as a result of this rush process lie solely on the government. The Coalition supports the policy intent of the legislative package. In the face of a complex and evolving threat environment, the Commonwealth Government needs robust levers to protect Australians from cyber threats. Industry should also be able to engage quickly and confidently with government in responding to cyber challenges, and we welcome the limited use provisions, which will go some way to facilitating this culture of cooperation. The Coalition will be supporting these bills without amendment. This legislative package comprises 3 bills which seek to implement reforms emerging from the 2023 to 2030 Australian Cyber Security Strategy. The Cyber Security Bill 2024 has 4 elements. It introduces a power to make mandatory security standards for smart devices, also known as Internet of Things or IoT devices, requiring entities to implement security standards specified by the Minister for Home Affairs. There is an accompanying enforcement and compliance regime which will allow the Secretary of the Department of Home Affairs to issue compliance, stop and recall notices. Introduces a mandatory reporting obligation requiring entities who are affected by a cyber incident to report to the Australian Signals Directorate if they make a ransomware payment or give other benefits in connection to the cyber security incident, enforced by civil penalty provisions. This obligation applies to entities with more than $3 million annual turnover, noting this threshold can be altered by the Minister. as well as entities responsible for critical infrastructure assets who are already subject to mandatory cyber incident reporting under the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act 2018, establishes a limited time obligation that restricts how information that is provided to the National Cyber Security Coordinator, the coordinator, during a cyber incident can be used and on-shared by other government entities. This also enshrines the cyber coordinator role in legislation and confirms the voluntary basis by which an entity provides information. Establishes an independent cyber incident review board to conduct no-fault reviews of significant cyber incidents with limited information gathering powers to compel information from entities involved in a cyber security incident under review where voluntary requests for information have been unsuccessful. The Intelligence Services and Other Legislation Amendment, the Cyber Security Bill 2024, has two schedules. Schedule 1 amends the Intelligence Services Act 2001. It is to legislate the limited use obligation to protect information voluntarily provided to or acquired or prepared by ASD during impacted entities' engagement in relation to a cyber security incident. This mirrors the equivalent provision for the coordinator enshrined in the Cyber Security Bill and specifies permitted purposes for information sharing. The bill also prevents ASD from communicating limited cyber security information for the purposes of investigating or enforcing a contravention of a Commonwealth, state or territory law other than a criminal offence against the impacted entity. The amendments do not impact the reporting and notification requirements of entities under existing legislation to Australian regulatory bodies, preclude other government agencies, including regulators, from seeking or acquiring such information directly from entities under existing information gathering powers, or providing a shield or safe harbour for entities against legal liability. Schedule 2 amends the Freedom of Information Act to exempt from FOI requests information received by the coordinator under the limited use obligation, noting ASD is already exempt from the FOI Act. The Security of Critical Infrastructure and Other Legislation Amendment Enhanced Response and Prevention Bill 2024, the SOCI Bill, has 6 elements. It explains the definition of critical infrastructure assets to include secondary assets which hold business critical data and relate to the functioning of the primary asset to capture data storage systems that could impact the critical infrastructure. Explains SOCI government assistant powers to facilitate the use of a last resort directions power for the Secretary of the Department of Home Affairs when authorised by the Minister, for the purposes of managing both multi-asset incidents and the consequences of serious incidents which could have having or have had a relevant impact on one or more critical infrastructure assets. This facilitates the management of consequences stemming from all hazard incidents. However, it does not extend powers relating to intervention requests, which remain limited to cyber incidents. Introduce a revised harms-based definition of protected information under SOCI and clarify the operation of the secrecy and disclosure provisions, in particular to enable greater intergovernment sharing of protected information and cross-industry collaboration and reduce unnecessary burdens of these provisions on entities in the ordinary conduct of business. Introduce a review and remedy directions power for the Secretary of the Department of Home Affairs or the relevant Commonwealth regulator, which is exercisable where it has been identified a critical infrastructure risk management program is seriously deficient. Move certain security and notification obligations under the Telecommunications Sector Security Reforms, TSSR, administered by the Home Affairs Portfolio into the SOCI Act and clarify and align the regulations, including by creating a new part in the SCI Act for critical telecommunications assets. This includes consequential amendments to the Telecommunications, Interception and Access Act and other acts, remove direct interest holders from administrative obligations associated with systems of national significance, SONS, to protect the identity of SONS and reduce the risk of inappropriate information disclosure. Thank you.
I thank the member for Capricornia. I hung on every word. I understand. I understand that it is a wish of the House to debate this order of the day concurrently with the Intelligence Services and Other Legislation Amendment Cyber Security Bill 2024 and the Security of Critical Infrastructure and Other Legislation Amendment Enhanced Response and Prevention Bill 2024. There being no objection, the Chair will allow that course to be followed, and I call the Minister.
Thank you. I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
The question is that this bill be made of the day for another day, for a later hour this day. Those of that opinion say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk. Oh, sorry, call the Minister.
I move that orders of the day numbers 2 and 3 government business be postponed until a later hour this day.
Thank the Minister. The question is that the orders of the day numbers 2 and 3 government business be postponed until a later hour this day. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. Sorry, now I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 4, National Broadband Network Companies Amendment, Commitment to Public Ownership Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
And I call the Assistant Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise in continuation on this very, very important bill, the NBN Commitment to Public Ownership Bill. And I am pleased to be speaking in continuation and further on this particular bill, as the Albanese government is committed to keeping the NBN in public ownership, and we've made that very clear. And we want to keep it in public ownership because we believe the NBN needs to stay in full government ownership to support the ongoing upgrade of the network, which is absolutely vital, and to ensure ongoing regulatory oversight of NBN wholesale pricing, keeping broadband affordable for Australians, and particularly that those upgrades continue in regional and rural areas. I spoke about in my initial contribution the need to have constant upgrades of the NBN and connectivity is absolutely vital for our regional communities. And in a community like mine, there are so many reasons why it's absolutely vital. Of course, for business needs, we have a huge number of small businesses, the backbone of our local economy in my area of northern New South Wales. They need to be connected, and for many work purposes people need to have access to NBN connectivity, and of course for a whole range of educational purposes it needs to be in place, and for many personal needs too. People need to have that access and connectivity there. But even more so in areas like mine and other areas that are prone to natural disasters, and we need to have and we need to know that we're able to access communication services. And certainly in our devastating floods of 2022, as I've spoken about here many times, one of the big issues was the lack of connectivity and communication. So ensuring we have as many services in place to assist our communities for all those reasons, everyday reasons that people need in communities, but even more so in regional areas. Now, the government's been making an ongoing investment in the NBN to bring the benefits of high-speed broadband to many more Australians. And this government's support includes a commitment of $2.4 billion to replace the deteriorating copper network with fibre, which provides 90% of Australians, around 10 million premises in the NBN fixed-line footprint, with access to faster and more reliable broadband. And we have been rolling that out in so many communities. And this investment's already delivering benefits with increased reliability, fewer faults and access to higher speeds. In addition, the government and NBN Co are delivering a $750 million investment to upgrade services in the NBN fixed wireless network, which has flow-on benefits to NBN satellite services as well, which are of course vital, very vital as well in many regional and rural areas. Now, as I mentioned before, the need to have these services in times of natural disasters, and in my area, particularly with those devastating floods, we have a whole series of measures that helps communities like mine. And of course, one of those is the STAND program, Strengthening Telecommunications Against Natural Disasters program. And of course, we've had installations right across the country, and in my area we've had installations at the Tweed Council Civic Centre Auditorium, also Mullumbimby Rural Fire Service Brigade, and it's important to have those STAND programs in place so that there can be a backup of NBN Sky Muster satellite services under that program and other programs that we're rolling out. Because as I said, when we had our flood in 2022, there were absolutely no communications available at all. So the increase in that satellite access, the emergency backup satellite access, is so important for our area and any other areas that are unfortunately subject to those natural disasters, and there are many throughout the nation. So as we increase our investment in STAND and other programs, that helps those communities become more resilient, which is all part of the resilience programs and the mitigation measures that we need to have in place to assist our communities. And of course, Deputy Speaker, as well, the increase in towers that we see, particularly in regional areas, is vital too. We've had many in the north coast of New South Wales recently, and I have supported each and every one of those for all the reasons I outlined, and the need particularly for emergency services and for residents to have that access in natural disasters, but for their everyday lives. For example, thankfully underway, there is a tower at Newrybar which will be providing a whole lot of increased connectivity to many areas, particularly Bangalore, which has had horrific access to the NBN, and having that tower is the only way to ensure that those people can get and stay connected. So I have 100% supported that. Many years ago in my area we did, unfortunately, there was some very criminal activity which damaged one of the towers, and I spoke out at the time and absolutely condemned that. We need to have these towers in place in our regional areas, and I've supported all of those that are coming online in my community, and some of those of course do receive government funding, particularly through our peri-urban mobile program, and we announced one just a couple of weeks ago with funding for new mobile phone infrastructure for the Optus network in the Kingscliff area, another area that has had many issues in terms of connectivity. And these are only two of the towers that I've mentioned. There are others, and we need to have them in place because it is obviously a lot more difficult in those regional areas in terms of being able to access all sorts of communication services. So I will continue to encourage all forms of communication that assist regional communities. Now, Deputy Speaker, through this bill, through this bill, the National Broadband Network Companies Act will be amended to remove conditions enabling a future government to privatise NBN Co. And these changes reinforce in legislation our government's commitment. It is absolutely resolute. And the bill provides certainty. This bill provides certainty to everyone, to stakeholders, including so many those broadband consumers, the wider telecommunications industry, broadband retailers and NBN Co. The Commonwealth will continue to retain ownership of NBN Co. Very importantly, it provides certainty to all those consumers, and particularly those consumers in regional and rural Australia who are so dependent on their communications access. And this certainty supports the government's commitment for NBN Co to provide high-speed and reliable broadband connectivity for all Australians. That is our commitment, and that is why NBN Co must remain in public ownership. And Deputy Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Assistant Minister. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise tonight to speak against this bill, and in doing so, I thought it was worthy of just reflecting briefly on the history of where this came from. We'll recall that a few weeks ago, the Prime Minister, in question time, had a particularly bad afternoon, and he popped into the chamber late that night, issued an apology to the people of Australia, and then promptly the next day absolutely out of nowhere, we find this new piece of bright, shiny legislation, which is nothing more, and was nothing more at the time, than a complete distraction to serve as the shiny ball so that people stopped thinking about either the Prime Minister's actions or what was actually going on in their life at the time. And what we ended up with is 6 pieces of paper that form this unbelievably unimportant piece of legislation. And I refer, for example, to some legislation that was introduced earlier today, just to give those viewing at home a little bit of a sense of what 7 pages might achieve. And earlier today we saw some legislation introduced that was 227 pages long. Substantial reform. So what on earth might we actually be trying to achieve, or would the government be trying to achieve in these 7 pages? Well, I can tell you what they're trying to achieve. Really not much more than the complete distraction and smokescreen that I referred to. And, you know, it doesn't really take more than the front page of the headline for them to use, which is National Broadband Network Companies Amendments, brackets, commitment to public ownership, close brackets. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. That's your headline, that's the distraction. And what it shows is the level of desperation that this government has when they are 2 weeks out from the end of the year, 2 more sitting weeks, and they are completely out of ideas on issues that are genuinely important to Australians. And I can tell you that this issue about the public ownership of the NBN is almost the most furthest thing from the minds of the average Australian at the moment. And, you know, I get around the electorate, I talk to people, I'll stand outside a supermarket or walk through the park, you know. I can tell you none of them are coming up to me saying, geez, I really think that we should change that piece of legislation about the potential future sale of the NBN because I'm really worried about that. No, what they're saying is, I'm really worried about my grocery bill. I'm really worried about my electricity bill. And what are we seeing from this Labor government? Not much on those issues. And in fact, we know that this is really just a sneaky distraction because not even the government itself has been talking about the NBN. In fact, the Prime Minister himself last mentioned this on the 3rd of July, and it's only been mentioned a few times in Parliament this whole year. Now, I'll give credit to people where it's due, but I'm just thinking that there's something quite cynical about this whole thing. And maybe part of it is in what we saw from the member for Richmond, who is one of the better performing local members out of a very bad government, I'll give her that. Quoting, maybe using this time in the public domain that's streamed out to lounge rooms across Australia and watched frivolously on various social media channels about how amazing the coverage is in suburbs like Kingscliff and Newrybar, and that's all fantastic, but that's not actually what this bill is about. This bill is a bill to try and amend some provisions of legislation that was brought in almost 14 years ago to the day. And the irony of this being the distraction tactic that was chosen by the PM has given us some time now as an opposition to really delve into the history of this. And what I love more than anything in life is a dose of irony. And can I tell you that the biggest dose of irony that I think we've found in our subsequent research is that at a time when we all know the Prime Minister was famously the Minister for Infrastructure and Transport, and I understand he was very concerned about how aeroplanes were getting around at that time, but he momentarily showed an interest in the NBN. Almost 14 years ago to the day. Second reading speech to this place on Thursday the 25th of November 2010. So the Prime Minister himself actually tabled the legislation which says in his speech, quote,
It also sets out arrangements for the eventual sale of the Commonwealth stake in the company once the NBN rollout is complete, including provisions for independent and parliamentary reviews prior to any privatisation and for the Parliament to have the final say on the sale. So I'm just finding this quite curious that 14 years later, the Prime Minister has now felt it's the time to go back on what he thought was a pretty good idea then by amending these provisions with the 7 pages of flimsy legislation that's been put forward. And it would seem to support the fact that the whole basis of this is really nothing more than a splash of a headline. Perhaps it's a distraction, but I think it's probably something more. And what we can really know from this period of time, we go back to 2010, another Labor luminary who was right in on this NBN action at the time, Senator Stephen Conroy, was going ballistic in the media with press release after press release, talking, and in fact the press release that was issued on the 22nd of November 2010 is headed, this is what the heading was, Government committed to sale of NBN Co. I just, again, finding this extraordinary that the very people who are now trying to save the NBN from some fanciful sale offering were actually the ones that created the vehicle and the idea for the whole thing in the first place. And Senator Conroy was very, very clear in what he was expecting at the time, and the Prime Minister, as he was then as the Minister for Infrastructure and Transport when he gave his second reading speech, very, very clear. Senator Conroy said the Gillard government remained firmly committed to selling its stake in NBN Co after the network was fully built and operational, subject to market conditions and security considerations. Quote, the government has always said any sale of NBN Co will be the subject of a Productivity Commission inquiry before any sale takes place. And they clearly thought about this a lot, because there's an entire process that's set up with, as we might describe in the modern vernacular, guardrails, so that this thing would go really well and maximise the public interest and the financial outcome. But it just seems extraordinary, again, that I reflect that in 2024, 14 years, almost to the day after this press release, I'm standing in this same place now with Labor, this Labor government, undoing the very thing that they set out to achieve. And I find some of this really quite interesting in that there were some very clear steps set out as to how any potential sale could take place. Now, I'm just going to step through those because this is not something that a third party could just run out there, stick it on the internet with a for sale sign for the highest bidder. It's not like that. The legislation is very clear and, perhaps to give them some credit, they'd thought this through. It provides about 5 simple steps that would need to be attended to before any sale could be completed. So firstly, the NBN has to be complete. And we know that's the case. It's been declared by the Minister at the time that the NBN for this purpose is complete. But then steps 2, 3, 4 and 5, on my understanding, are nowhere near happening. The first one is that the Productivity Commission would need to be requested to conduct a 12-month inquiry. The next step would be that we would then have a parliamentary joint committee to consider the Productivity Commission's 12-month inquiry report. It would then need to be declared ready for sale, and ultimately there would need to be a decision of both houses of the Parliament for this to go ahead. So this framework has been in place, as I said, for 14 years. 14 years, the same framework. Nothing's changed since the Prime Minister first walked in here in November 2010 and introduced this legislation. And there has been absolutely no mention of this from the Coalition. There's been no suggestion of a sale. There's been no suggestion of a change in the approach to the sale. What we've been doing as a coalition is remaining firmly focused on the things that matter to Australians. And this stunt, quite frankly, is not one of those things. Perhaps, it's the ghosts of the Labor government's past that they're trying to save this sale from, that somehow the then Prime Minister, concocted some sort of landmine that the Prime Minister's now going to step on 14 years later. This is all complete and utter nonsense. I think what's more likely, and having seen the Labor Party in operation over many years, I think what's more likely is we're going to see, this kind of corflute campaign at the next election. Labor, make no mistake, there is nothing that Labor loves better than a policy that they can fit onto a corflute. So I'm just wondering what these corflutes are going to say. Maybe one of them will say, keep the NBN in public hands.
Order,
Maybe one will say,
order.
Quote,
no loud giggling, please.
Cheaper internet. I love the enthusiasm shown by the member for Lingiari because it actually, her engagement on this issue actually would suggest to me that, having recently seen the successful CLP election in the Northern Territory, where the Labor government utterly failed on a number of fronts, I think she knows exactly what I mean about how the Labor Party will run the next federal campaign. It'll all fit either on a postage stamp size or the back of a coaster, but more likely it will fit on a corflute. This Labor government thinks they can create some kind of distraction. And the Prime Minister thought he could distract Australians away from his troubles. But now that it's grown into something else, as I said, the member for Richmond's talking about how great the tower coverage is and gives them a reason to talk about it. That's fantastic. But it's a distraction from the issues that are important to Australians. This government thinks that by creating a shiny ball over here of public ownership of NBN, when they're having an entire Seinfeld episode of their own about whether it can or can't be sold or will or won't be, they are hoping that Australians are not going to focus on this government's failures when they're casting their ballot at the next election. But unfortunately for this Labor government, they severely underestimate what Australians know is going on in their household budgets. And that is that this NBN sham of a bill is actually the last thing that Australians are thinking about right now. They want relief from their hip pocket. They want relief from cost of living pressures. They want to see their mortgage payments going down. And none of those things are done by a government who's too busy chasing the corflute headline.
I thank the member for Fadden. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. And by his own admission, the previous speaker spoke for 15 minutes about nothing, and I tend to agree with him. I'll just make a couple of observations here. The first would be that this is either not an important piece of legislation, it's a distraction, we shouldn't be interested in it, or it is so significant that the opposition has made the decision to vote against safeguarding the NBN. So it's really up to those opposite to explain what their position is, why they wouldn't want to safeguard it, and indeed why the issues that they profess to care about, such as supporting cost of living measures like free TAFE or housing legislation or debt relief for students are positions that they are determined to vote against. So there is a bit of confusion that I am experiencing right now, Deputy Speaker, I'll be honest, given the contribution of the previous speaker, and I think it would be really valuable to understand whether they think this bill is so unimportant that they're going to just dismiss it, or it is so important that they are determined to oppose it and vote against it. I really would invite those opposite to work with us to both safeguard the NBN and to also commit to the cost of living relief measures that our government has sensibly put forward. I think that it is really important to show bipartisan support for cost of living relief. I think people in communities right across Australia would love to see that, and I think that invitation is an open one to those opposite to support our sensible measures. The reason that this is such a important bill to have before the House is because we know that Labor were the party that had the vision to put the NBN forward and to implement a national broadband network for this country, which would mean that people in our communities could be connected and would have world-class internet access. Now, unfortunately, we saw that was undermined and compromised when the coalition came to power in 2013. And it's why we want to make sure that now we are in government, that we take the opportunity to safeguard the very important national asset that is the national broadband network. We've unfortunately seen too often the tendency for those opposite to cut and gut public assets. I'm from Victoria. We still have a long memory in terms of the legacy of Jeff Kennett and what his state government did to our state, and the fact that schools closed and we are now having to reopen public schools right across the state as a result of the fact that they did not respect and did not treat with due regard the public sector and public assets like schools, like hospitals, like so many other important public services. We know, unfortunately, that it does seem to be in the DNA of those opposite to cut public services and to privatise assets and utilities that probably are best served by being in public hands. And that's why we're putting forward this bill today to amend the National Broadband Network Companies Act of 2011 to ensure ongoing public ownership of the NBN. This bill is going to make it really clear to Australian people that we have a deep, deep commitment to the ongoing sustainability and efficiency of the NBN, and we want to keep it in public hands. We've supported strong regulatory oversight already, and we've already settled a special access undertaking with the ACCC to cap wholesale prices. We're really worried about what those opposite might do if they ever, and I'm worried about this, got access to this side of the House and sat on these benches, because we know that not only do they like to reduce services and cut costs in ways that have detrimental effects on our community, they also like to sell off public assets. We are absolutely committed in keeping the NBN in public hands. And we are incorporating new wording into the existing Act to make clear the preservation of NBN in public ownership is an explicit requirement, removing provisions in the Act relating to the NBN co-sale scheme. We strongly believe that the NBN needs to stay in full government ownership to support the ongoing upgrade of the network and ensure ongoing regulatory oversight of NBN wholesale pricing, keeping broadband affordable for all Australians. We know how important the NBN is for connectivity. I think most of us could not imagine our lives without being online, being able to have easy and affordable access to the internet. It is vital for all parts of our lives, whether it be work, whether it be education, whether it be leisure, whether it be keeping in contact with loved ones. And so we know that we need to be a responsible government and safeguard and protect this important public asset. We made our commitment clear in the updated Statement of Expectations in 2022 that the NBN needs to stay in government hands. Government ownership is essential to deliver the strategy for a more connected Australia, including rolling out more fibre in the fixed line network, planning for the transition to next generation satellites and modernising universal service obligations. I think the other thing that's really important to understand and remember here is that the internet and the NBN are evolving all the time as technology evolves. And so it will be best delivered through government when we're able to have that flexibility and those obligations for services to our communities to upgrade the system appropriately. This is crucial national infrastructure with cybersecurity and national security imperatives too, which absolutely, and I'd hope that both sides of the House can agree on this, require strong government oversight to ensure that we protect national and cybersecurity requirements. This is best delivered through ongoing government ownership. Any future sale of the NBN would likely involve foreign ownership, which raises potentially serious national sovereignty and security risks, and I'd urge those opposite to be mindful of those. The former coalition government had taken the initial legislative steps to prepare the NBN for sale, which is quite worrying, especially in context of what I've just described in relation to national security, including declaring the network built and fully operational in 2020. The coalition also supported an NBN submission to increase wholesale prices on their core products by 3% and to bolster their income streams in preparation for sale. And this was ultimately rejected by Labor and rejected by the ACCC. I mentioned earlier, Deputy Speaker, the memory of some of us in terms of coalition governments selling off public assets, and my memories in Victoria, of course. Who can forget the sale of Telstra under the Howard government? This is a prime example of the coalition making promises on prices and services for telecommunications that were not delivered. And the sale of Telstra also deprived the government of leverage to roll out fibre broadband in Australia, necessitating the Rudd government's establishment of the NBN in the first place. Our government has been consulting on regional telecommunication services and has received feedback from communities, particularly in rural and regional Australia, that there is strong support for the NBN to stay in government ownership. We know that keeping the NBN in public ownership is absolutely essential to continue to provide modern, accessible and affordable communication services for all Australians, no matter where they live. So I would hope that those opposite can recognise the importance of giving the public assurances about the future of the NBN. I hope that those opposite can recognise the importance in relation to cybersecurity, national security, of ensuring the NBN remains in government hands, and I'm really pleased to commend the bill to the House. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Chisholm, and I call the member for Riverina.
Yet another political stunt by this Albanese Labor government, this desperate government. As usual, absolutely no real considerations to the issues which are having such an impact on regional Australians. Because I think, and actually I know, Deputy Speaker, Labor neither understands nor worst cares about those Australians who live over the sandstone curtain, the great dividing range. How about this government just do something different for a change? How about this government just focus on improving regional phone connectivity? And they'll say, oh, but we are. But when they brought out their election promises, so-called improving connectivity round, and it was election promises, all of the mobile phone towers, all of the upgrades to the existing towers went to Labor Party seats. And they came in here, they said they would have transparency and integrity over, there'd be no pork barrelling under us. Well, shame on them, because the colour-coded spreadsheets, at least ours had a bit of colour, theirs were all red. Theirs were all red when it came to upgrading mobile phone towers. And residents are rightly concerned. I know that just 2 months ago I spoke about the issue both locally back in my Riverina electorate and in this place too, about the issue of mobile connectivity affecting residents in and around Ardlethan and Camara. Now, they're not big towns, but they're very important agricultural entities, districts. Ardlethan had a tin mine which flourished for many, many years until the world price of that commodity dropped through the floor. The big wheat growing areas, big sheep producing areas. But residents there shouldn't have to climb the nearest wheat silo to get coverage, to get reception, to get at least just one bar on their mobile phone, particularly during harvest, particularly if there's a medical emergency. That is just not right. Farmers these days expect better, farmers demand better, farmers deserve better, particularly as though since we had the deregulation of the wheat industry, farmers need their mobiles whilst they're up the paddock, whilst they're on the chaser bins, whilst they're on the header, whilst they're stripping their crops, to be able to sell those crops, to be able to sell that grain. Once upon a time you just took it to the silo and the wheat board took care of, and you got the price that depending on hard wheat or whatever quality and quantity you produced. But not these days. You can actually sell the wheat. There's a huge market for it. You can't sell it if you can't get mobile coverage, and you lose. And farmers tend to sometimes lose tens of thousands of dollars simply because they can't get the right price at the right time because they've got no damn coverage, and it's just not good enough. And it's not good enough. And this government comes in here with legislation that is not going to fix the farmers at Ardlethan and Camara's area now, in that district. Now, I know that Telstra is working closely with the farmers, and I appreciate the efforts that Southern Regional Manager Chris Taylor is going to help them. I know there's been a delay in that, and I know Telstra and Mr Taylor have been up front with the residents, but it's incumbent upon this government to show a little bit of care, a little bit of concern over those issues affecting those sort of regional people. Now, I know the benefits that bringing mobile phone connectivity, and I appreciate this is about broadband, but it's all about data, it's all about having connections to the rest of the world, how much the benefits bring to areas. I remember unveiling a tower in Goobaragandra, and I know Tony Karamaleski there in what was then the Tumut now Snowy Valleys, how pleased he was because he said that'll save lives. He said that will actually save lives, and he fought so hard. And the benefits it brought to a little place called Maringo in the Young District, Hilltops Regional Council area. And the number of businesses, small businesses run by women in that area who were going to be then connected to the world because of the connection that we'd provided through the mobile phone tower at Maringo.
Order. It being 7:30, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I take the opportunity today to reflect on the crash of the United States Marine Corps B-22 Osprey aircraft that took place at Melville Island on the 27th of August last year, killing 3 United States Marines and injuring 20 others. There were more than 2,500 troops from the United States, Australia, Philippines, Timor-Leste and Indonesia participating at the time in an exercise on the Tiwi Islands as part of Predators Run 2023. To mark the anniversary of this accident, 3 traditional ceremonies were conducted in Darwin and on the Tiwi Islands, hosted by the Tiwi Islands Muntjawapi clan in collaboration with the Larrakia Nation Aboriginal Corporation. On the 24th of September, a spiritual walk including smoking ceremonies took place at several locations, including Robinson Barracks, Defence Establishment Berrimah, the Royal Australian Air Force Darwin Base and the Larrakia Defence Precinct. This was followed by a healing ceremony on the 26th of September on Larrakia country at Cullen Bay. On the 27th of September, US Marines, all their families of the fallen and the Australian Defence Force members travelled to the crash site at Pickatara, Melville Island for a historic Pukamani ceremony. The Pukamani ceremony marked the end of a 1 year and 1 month mourning period. This private event is steeped in Tiwi culture and tradition to honour the deceased and help guide their spirits to the afterlife. These events honoured the lives of those Marines who were tragically lost on this faithful day in 2023 in traditional Tiwi rituals intended to help guide their spirit on the next journey. The Tiwi people, in keeping with their traditions, referred to the fallen Marines as having gone to sleep honouring Big Brother, which was Major Tobin Lewis, Little Sister, Captain Eleanor Lebeau, and Little Brother, Corporal Spencer Collard, through 3 traditional ceremonies symbolising the deep bond between the Tiwi people and the US Marine Corps. I joined with the Minister for Indigenous Australians, who spoke at the Pukamani ceremony, in extending my heartfelt condolences to the families of those Marines and the entire military community who have been impacted by this terribly sad incident. I also express my gratitude to the Tiwi first responders, including the Tiwi Rangers, who were amongst the first to offer help 12 months ago. I echo the sentiments of Muntwupi traditional owner Jennifer Ulungura Clancy in acknowledging the responsibility that Tiwi people felt, and to make sure to the families and the visitors that their families were safe and looked after while on country. As Jennifer reminds us, following this tragic event that took place on Muntwupi land in August last year, the US Marines and the Defence Force are now part of our Tiwi family. The Pukamani ceremony was an opportunity for grieving families and friends, Tiwi brothers and sisters, to heal and move forward with their lives. For Tiwi elders, the 3 US Marines that passed away in the crash on the 27th of August will always be a part of us and will never be forgotten. The sad events that happened on Tiwi country has connected our families as forever part of our Tiwi culture and history. The healing and the Pukamani rituals have marked the final chapter in the journey of Big Brother, Little Sister and Little Brother. May their spirits rest in peace. Thank you.
The question is the House to now, Jenny. Give the call to the honourable member for Canning.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And tonight I want to talk about defence recruiting. It's in a really bad state. In fact, the reports I hear is that it is in a diabolical state. But tonight I want to start with my own experience, which was 22 years ago, and I thought it was an isolated incident. 22 years ago I applied for the ADF, my paperwork was lost, I had issues with recruiting, and I had some family friends who were serving in the ADF. One was a brigadier, another major general, and they both had to intervene to get my paperwork going. Once I was in the ADF, there were more issues to do with my basic training. And I remember the moment where I was so fed up that I said to the officer in charge, I said, I'm going to go to Mr Anthony Albanese, who was my Member of Parliament at the time. And I tell you what, I've never seen paperwork move so quickly in that instance. Now, looking back 22 years ago, I thought we would have fixed all these problems. But I've got to tell you, Mr Speaker, the reports that I've received, the reports that my colleagues have received, show our ADF recruiting to be in a terrible state. And we're losing good people. We're losing young Australians who are keen to serve their country but can't get through the door because of a whole range of administrative bungles. The system is not working and it needs fixing. But of course, defence, again, is proving itself to be part of the problem. Back in June, during estimates, questions were put about the personnel requirement for the ADF, and the number was at 63,597. There was a shortfall reported of 5,313. Now, just this month, the Defence Workforce Plan was released, and 2.5 years after the Albanese government won the election, it's taken 2.5 years to get a Defence Workforce Plan, and the government has revised down the personnel targets in the ADF to 58,650. which now has reduced the shortfall by 1,624. They've lowered the standards of recruiting to reduce that shortfall, and it's unacceptable. This is while the country has grown in the last 2.5 years by 1.4 million people. So our ADF is shrinking as our general population is growing. But tonight I wanted to give voice to the young Australians who've had all sorts of troubles with ADF recruiting. I think of Alan from the Wheat Belt in Western Australia, who says, "I've seen the posts about ADF recruiting and have had a dismal experience with both of my children trying to enlist for up to 2 years now. The experience has been abysmal." End quote. Alan's son was due to attend his enlistment last Tuesday morning at 7:30 a.m. However, he was advised at 2:30 p.m. in the afternoon before that he was no longer able to attend because Defence Force recruiting couldn't get hold of the person who processed his security clearance. Faith from Perth, who was homeschooled, who met all the requirements. She completed her OLNA test, her SAT test, her years 11 and 12 at TAFE, attempted to get a position with the ADF Gap Year program, and she was denied. And she says, "My ADF case manager has been struggling to convince her supervisor that I qualify for the gap year despite my competence." Aidan from Victoria says, "My career goal is to become a defence helicopter pilot, and I'd recently completed testing with ADF recruitment, which I had successfully unlocked the naval helicopter pilot. However, I disclosed in my medical application that I had used an asthma inhaler once 4 years ago. Unfortunately, this disclosure meant my application was rejected." This is despite him appealing the decision, demonstrating that he no longer suffered from asthma, and this is a kid who has strong academic results, having achieved DUCS of Systems Engineering for 2023 with a predicted ATAR of 90. I could go on. Tiana from Queensland has had similar issues. She says she's starting to consider other employment options and just wants to know whether she has been accepted or not. And then Joshua from New South Wales, who's has been attempting to apply to the ADF since April 2022. He scored a high result in the aptitude test and unlocked almost every job within defence. He was rejected by medical teams without review by a doctor for having a history of anxiety disorder during adolescence, which is more and more common with young Australians these days. And the point in all of this is that we are letting young Australians who are keen to wear our uniform, to put a flag on their shoulder and defend our country. And because of the quality of ADF recruiting, which has been outsourced first to Manpower and now to Adecco, we are letting young Australians go on by and they're finding careers elsewhere. We can't afford to do this, especially when we already have a recruiting and a retention crisis in the ADF, and we will fix it if we win government next year.
Question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Speaker, and I rise to celebrate 3 fantastic achievements, all linked to the world-leading University of Newcastle. Speaker, if I asked you what do Coldplay and the University of Newcastle have in common, what would you say? You might be forgiven for having to take a moment to ponder that one, during which I would jump in to say, well, they both have a love of renewable energy, and solar energy in particular. And they're both known for their love of innovation. British rock legends Coldplay are known for their innovative music and electrifying live performances. And they reached out to Newcastle's Cardinia Energy, who have pioneered the printing of solar panels to install 500 square metres of printed solar panels for their shows. Invented by the University of Newcastle's Professor Paul Destor, the solar panels were placed in the seats behind the stage and elsewhere around the venue to collect power in battery packs that were then used to power the C stage and to fulfil other power needs throughout the venue. The University of Newcastle has partnered with Cardinia Energy to develop this technology, which is ultra-lightweight, ultra-flexible, totally recyclable and cheap to manufacture. It's similar in thickness and appearance to a chip packet, and it's manufactured using conventional printers. I am so proud of the world-leading research being undertaken at the University of Newcastle, and it's so great to see their efforts recognised by Coldplay and now the world. Continuing on with the concept of innovation, Dr Stuart McBratney from the University of Newcastle is about to host a screening of his new feature film, Strangers in a Car Park. The film tells the story of a cleaner working backstage at an awards show who unexpectedly recognises the medalist as her assailant. The story is set primarily in a single location in one night, a concrete park cart at the University of Newcastle, where he works as a lecturer. Dr McBratney specialises in simple production methods to produce his masterpieces. Multiple times over, he has demonstrated how the process of making a full-length feature film from conception to production and distribution can be achieved for a reasonable price. This method has been giving Australian actors and filmmakers the opportunity to work on feature films that might otherwise be out of reach. On his latest production, Strangers in the Car Park, Dr McBratney was able to collaborate with some of his students who were offered roles in the production thanks to his methods. This included students enrolled in a variety of programs, including media and communication, laws, psychology and business. Congratulations to Dr Stuart McBratney and the team. Wishing you all the very best for the screening of Strangers in the Car Park this coming Sunday at the Conservatorium of Music in Newcastle. I am sorry I can't be there in person. I've enjoyed your other films immensely. And Stories of Our Town is a series of documentary films that tell the history of Newcastle through the eyes and points of views of Novocastrians who were there. This is an additional project, and these films are produced by Glenn Easton Dorman, also known as Chit Chat von Lupenstab, and Tony Whitaker of Carnivore Films. Everything from the story of BHP, the famous Star Hotel riot, our military history, and how Newcastle Harbour was once the most dangerous for shipping are just some of the stories recounted across 12 extraordinary films. These efforts are made possible because of the great partnerships between local filmmakers and the University of Newcastle and Newcastle's major cultural institutions and community organisations. Stories of Our Town's latest film, Shipwrecked, which tells the story of hundreds of shipwrecks in and around the Newcastle Harbour, has been screened all over Newcastle and the Hunter and is now available on YouTube. Professor Johnny DiGravio, OAM, who wears many hats in Newcastle, reached out to me last week asking for my help to ensure Novocastrians, and indeed the world, can continue to enjoy these great films. Stories of Our Town currently has 3,300 subscribers on YouTube, and they need to reach 4,000 on their channel so that they can attract some of YouTube's advertising revenue, thus providing them with more funds to make more films. I implore everyone to head to YouTube and subscribe to this essential viewing, preserving the stories of our town so that future generations can enjoy them just as much as we do. I salute the University of Newcastle and the creatives in the City of Newcastle on their innovation and continuous drive for a creative, exciting future.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Riverina.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In the black summer of 2019-20, the bushfires destroyed 40% of the Hine Timber Mill's pine feedstock. Now, for many companies, they might just pack up and leave, but not Hine. This company was established in 1882. It's one of Australia's largest softwood manufacturing companies. It has a commitment to the Tumbarumba region that is second to none, and I commend the company. It employs more than 1,000 people at the Tumbarumba sawmill. And last Tuesday, the Hine company opened its new 4,700 metre square storage facility, and that's going to enable the timber that was once sitting out in the open, getting weathered, to be undercover. And this is going to help prosperity, it's going to help productivity, and I say bravo to this company. Its CEO, Jim Bindon, was there. The Mayor of Snowy Valley's newly elected, Julia Ham, was present last Tuesday at the very auspicious opening, as was the Executive Officer of the Softwoods Working Group, Carly Porteous, who also serves as the Murray Region Forestry Group's Hub Manager. And you could see the excitement in the eyes of the employees because they knew that this was securing their future. But more than that, it secures Tumbarumba's future. And the area around Tumbarumba, indeed, you could argue the council, local government area, 70% of its gross product its gross shire product is underpinned by timber. Now, I know timber's a dirty word in Victoria and amongst some of our Labor colleagues, but I have to say the former coalition government implemented the Forestry Recovery Development Fund. I also want to put on the record the former member for Hunter, Joel Fitzgibbon, and his work with the timber industry has been fantastic, has been amazing, and I commend him for that. But under this fund, Hine Timber was successful in securing finance, as well as from the former New South Wales government, to help optimise the mill for improved efficiency with less logs. And it built this storage facility. It's going to help protect the timber that's been kiln dried from the weather before it is planed in the dry mill to build the next generation's new homes. And we need new homes. If we're going to keep increasing the population with the migrants coming in the numbers they are at present, we are going to need to build new homes. And governments have to get around this thought about timber. Indeed, it's a great sink for our future. It's a great clean, green, environmental outcome is actually having timber in your homes, because we can't build them all out of steel, particularly with the price of power at the moment. But this new storage facility is going to make such a difference. Now, throughout construction, 30 local jobs were created. More than $5 million was injected into the region's economy. That might sound much to people in here when we talk about billions of dollars for infrastructure upgrades and projects and programs. But I tell you what, for a community the size of Tumbarumba, it means everything. And Hine contracted Joss Group of Albury to complete the project just down the road. Good local company. Hine has a long-lasting and clearly demonstrated history of investing in the local community. I can remember one of my very first visits as the National Party candidate and then as the National Party member for Riverina. I was taken to Hine. I went there with no less than Warren Truss, the former member for Wide Bay. I know that Hine's got a big financial commitment in that electorate as well. But established the Hine Community Trust too, I just want to talk about that, it was established in 2007. Now, nearly $800,000 has been distributed to community groups and good causes in the Tumbarumba region from this charitable trust that this great company has put forward. So well done to Mr Bindon, well done to Hine Timber. Like I say, it's been going since 1882. It's had a commitment with the Tumbarumba Sawmill since 2001. It provides good charity, it provides good jobs, it provides a good future for Tumbarumba. I say well done to Hine, and may your new storage shed bring about every success that you plan it to be.
The question is the House to now adjourn. Give the call to member for Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today I want to read speeches from three amazing young people from my electorate who have written about issues they are passionate about for the Raise Our Voices campaign. Zara is concerned about the costs of university. She says, broke, confused, sacrificing everything to make 13 years of schooling seem worth it. Making students pay up to $120,000 to attend university is severely affecting the lives of many in the short term, long term, and even before students attend university. I'm a 14-year-old and I shouldn't be concerned about the cost of university, but I am. University is a place where majority of us were expected to be after high school. Is Parliament trying to reduce the amount of university-based careers in our society? Not only does the cost of university play a part in the decreased numbers of nurses or teachers, but the cost is outrageous, unreasonable and a revolting amount for people to pay. Most primary schools and high schools are free, and university used to be free, but now removing every last cent from young adults' wallets. People are now struggling, unable to afford anything in the cost of living crisis. Many aged 35 plus are still paying off their tuition off. Vulnerable university students are struggling to function with little money, and upcoming generations are picturing their adult lives as miserable, all because of the cost of university. We need to subsidise the insane costs of university fees before it's too late. Michaela from Wallsend High says, I want to talk about young carers and siblings of children with disabilities and my vision for a future where they get more recognition and support in the community through the development of programs to assist them. 1 in 5 children are considered young carers in Australia, carers for their parents, their grandparents, family members or siblings. For me, it is my younger brother Lincoln. From the age of 5, I knew how to help mum and dad with his feeding tube, what to do if he had a seizure and what I needed to pack if I had to stay at my nan's place again. I remember the birthday at vacation care when my parents had to take him to get another surgery. I remember missing out on parties and holidays due to his need to be close to a hospital. I also learned early on that I didn't have any friends or anyone my age who understood what it was like to have these kinds of worries and responsibilities. My parents also noticed this, and despite trying to find other people our age to connect with who would understand, they had no luck. In 10 years' time, wouldn't it be amazing to have support easily accessible, to have a community where young carers can connect with other young carers, where people like me can get help through the difficult times, where information can be available and where we feel heard, safe and empowered, where our normal is recognised by the people around us and where we can have opportunities to escape and be the kid again, even if it's only for an afternoon. Jade wrote about mental health. She says, in 10 years, I want my country, my world, to be a happier and healthier and safer. I would like to see members of my community getting the mental help they need. 1 in 6 Australians have had serious thoughts of killing themselves. It is in the top 3 leading causes of death for people under the age of 35. These statistics need to change, and for this change we need serious action. Do we have enough services to give everyone who suffers with their mental health the help they need? Are we going to let these people die feeling alone and miserable? There were 52,130 same-day and 205,220 overnight public hospital mental health-related hospitalisations in 2021-2022. In 2022-2023, 3% of presentations to public emergency department were mental health related. If that many people need to go to hospital, I just wonder how many others need help. It is crucial that the Parliament do something for mental health. Lives are at stake, families' well-being are at risk. 54% of people who have mental health illness do not access any treatment. At least 1 in 5 people with severe mental health illnesses are unable to recognise they have an illness. So with people who don't access treatment and people who think they don't need it, that's a lot of people who aren't getting the care. Thanks Jade, Michaela and Zara and everyone else that took the time to write these speeches for the Raise Our Voices. I just want to let you know that everybody in this place is listening to you and we are hearing what is being said from these, and we hope to see change in the future. All 151 members of this place want to make Australia a better place. So just please know that we are thinking of you when you say these things.
The question is the House to now adjourn. Give the call to the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. When I've been speaking to people out in the community of Penrith, St Mary's, Luddenham, all across Lindsay, and I've been speaking to small businesses these last week, it's been a common theme where you ask how you're going and arms get thrown up in the air, and the top issue, of course, is cost of living, and also people just sort of so annoyed about the broken promises of the Albanese Labor government, particularly on cost of living. Those cheaper mortgages that were promised, and we have seen rate rise after rate rise, causing so many Western Sydney families to be struggling, families under pressure when it comes to housing, whether it be their mortgages or whether they're looking for homes. The commitment to the Morrison government's infrastructure pipeline, well, that was cut by the infrastructure minister, and then repackaged. Western Sydney residents were given back the repackaged commitment, which was less money, and then we were all expected to be grateful for less money, and the current commitment is nowhere near enough for a growing population, and also a growing population with the Western Sydney International Airport just around the corner. There is one figure, though, one figure that is etched into the minds of every Australian, but I know etched into the minds of everyday Australians in the suburbs of Western Sydney, and that's the $275. The Prime Minister, before the election, promised this almost 100 times that energy bills would be lowered by $275, but they've gone up a tremendous amount. In Western Sydney, households are paying more than $1,000 above what the Prime Minister promised when he said they'd be paying $275 less. It's extraordinary. A gym in Penrith is paying double for their energy bill, and a cafe tells me that they're struggling to keep the doors open, particularly because of the cost of energy. We've got food banks not only feeding families with double incomes, but paying for their electricity bills. For us, this isn't good enough. Certainly is not good enough for me, being the local member for Lindsay. The reckless renewables only approach that the Minister for Climate Change and Energy is causing so much damage to families and small businesses. I've been speaking to manufacturers across Western Sydney, and they're not happy with the Albanese Labor government. Do you know what they need? They need gas. We spoke with Brickworks recently in Austral, and they need gas to make bricks. Pandrol in Blacktown needs gas to make railway parts, and they are so worried, I know, about not being able to be part of our sovereign capability, our supply chain in making Aussie made in this country. Mascot Steel, they need new planes, needs gas to fabricate steel. The Coalition is committed to gas being part of the capacity investment scheme, and we need gas projects approved and basins unlocked to get the economy moving again. More supply will help bring prices down so our manufacturers can make things in Australia and our households don't have to line up at those food banks on double incomes and get their electricity bills paid for them. If the $275 figure isn't scaring people off enough, there is more numbers, more concerning numbers that have been released just over this last week. The Frontier Economics report demonstrates the government has not been straight with the Australian people. We now know that Labor said utility-scale generation, storage and transmission would cost $122 billion. But the real number that they haven't told Australians is $642 billion. They're only off by a whopping $500 billion, $500 billion off. And the concerning thing is that big figure translates to a figure that every single Australian in the national electricity market will need to pay, and that's $59,000 per household. That's $59,000 people will be worse off. So when it comes to costs of people's mortgages and the broken promise there, when it comes to infrastructure projects that were ripped away and then repackaged with an expectation that everyone would be grateful even though we're getting less, and when it comes to the broken promise of $275, Australians are asking a lot of questions, and they're certainly feeling very let down in Western Sydney by this Albanese Labor government.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.